pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, I give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance. I can't pretend to like you.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and that's how I was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. stay up all night. It'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. You know Mark, South Stuff, South Stuff. Types that never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so So what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nando dan into the infernal boundary. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb. Damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Mencari yang keempat. Dan quadra kill.
Welcome back once again, Summers, and we are here on a Thursday run of League of Legends Wild Rift, bringing you the C Icon Series Malaysia, alongside with ESL Mobile Open, and of course, the Ruination Half Horizon, and it's your duty to take down King Diego and the rest of Ruination by joining the Sentinel Light event. And well, Flicker, I believe that there's a lot that we have to cover for today, and we'll be your casters for today. Yep. And sorry, I didn't even I apologize for not even introducing myself. My name is Contra, and this is Flicker, and all of this is brought to you by ESL, alongside with Riot Games, and not forgetting our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup.
Yeah, most definitely, and they are definitely your best friend for your gaming night sessions. And of course, don't forget to grab your heart cup, while having, while enjoying the live stream as well. To those of you guys who are tuning in at twitch.tv/ESL_Asia, thank you very much. And of course, today we are in it for a treat because we got a lot of new spicy upcoming matches. We got the Titan versus Titan. We even got some of the lower brackets are going to go up against each other, and it's going to be, I would say, a very really a rough journey for some of the. It has been a rough journey for some of the teams, and some of these teams really need to win some of their games to actually, for them to actually maintain their position in the top 4 position, for them to actually make it to the playoff.
Indeed, and of course, we're getting nearer and nearer towards the finish line of the regular season itself. And by the very end of that group stage, we'll see who will be able to lock in that top 4 spot for that above bracket run. So that is going to be extremely important because we've got so many great talents across Malaysia here who has the potential to really win it all. But can they really get that momentum going on? And by having the best of performance, they'll be placing themselves on towards the top of the chart. And speaking of which, we got the leaderboards being displayed right here. Berjaya Dragons currently leading the pack here with a total of 12 points alongside UndeRank as well as SDGR. But when we go down towards the score difference, that is how Berjaya Dragons have managed to score a total of 9 wins and only drop 2 games in order to secure that top of the podium charts. So UndeRank coming pretty close. They do have a record of 9-5. And that's where today they're looking to ensure that they get a little bit more cleaner on their performance in order to challenge BJD. But SDGR coming in 3rd place alongside with SEM9 that has now fallen in towards the 4th position. Both SDGR as well as SEM9 tying in respectively with 8 wins as well as 5 losses.
Yeah, and looking at the top, we have Geek Fam as well at number 6, and also Silent Killer on the 7th spot, and also Assassin Academy. Now, judging by the leaderboards that we see right now, we can see that some of these teams that I mentioned is some of the teams that really need to win to keep their top 4 position. For example, like SEM9, they really need to secure the 3 wins on the next upcoming series. They have about 3 more rounds to go, so they really need to consistently win all these to actually try and maintain their position in the top 4. And as you can see, for today's matches, we have some spicy upcoming matches, which is Berjaya Dragon going up against SEM9 X and SDGREA going up against Assassin Academy. And also on the 3rd match, we have Silent Killer going up against UndeRank, and last but not least, we have our Geek Fam going up against INSOMNIAX.
I think that every single match here is going to be extremely important, and SEM9, if they manage to take down Berjaya Dragons, it can only mean a few things. It gives opportunity for not only SEM9 themselves to overtake Berjaya Dragons eventually, if there's going to be more opportunities for the rest of the teams like SDGR or even UndeRank here to face against them. So it's definitely not Berjaya Dragons here that has been able to sit really too comfortably here, but of course Berjaya Dragons can still be proving otherwise that they are mainstays and a champion of the summer season for a reason. And once again, just to remind you guys that the Sentinel of Lights event has been happening throughout the weeks, and I want you guys to check this out. That's right. Pick your favorite Sentinels and level up as you can claim all these great rewards and defeat the Ruination. And for every point that you get, Riot Games will have a social impact fund that will be donating towards a charitable cause to help everyone who are currently in need. So, of course, you are doing great things just by playing League of Legends Wild Rift. So, wait no further. Go ahead, invite your friends for some epic matches in Summer's Rift. So, going back to today's matches here, this is where we really want to highlight some of the matches that is to come, Flicker, as we are looking at some of the great action that we are expecting coming out of our very first series itself, Berjaya Dragons versus Sem9. This is where I want to gauge your thoughts on what can we really expect coming from Sem9 on their recent performance versus the likes of Berjaya Dragons that has been on a hot streak ever since, the start of the season all the way up till now.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9 and, at the start of the season, Sem9 towards the mid-season, we can see that their performance are a little bit off the rail. I would say they are, it's kind of underwhelming, I would say. But overall, I'm hope to see that perhaps maybe they can redeem this going up against the likes of Berjaya Dragon, who has been really showing us some really great performance. They really found their footing, they found their synergy with each other, and they have been playing really consistently throughout the entirety of the series. Of course, they did lose their first match, but overall, they are on a hot streak right now. So I'm really excited to see how Sem9 are going to cope with the likes of with the momentum and the raging fire of the Berjaya Dragon themselves.
That's right, and of course, sparks will definitely fly in this match. There are instances where we go into very tight games between the two back in the summer season, and they have definitely met once earlier on towards the first half of the group stages. Now that this is going to be a second time meeting each other on this fall split, Sem9, last match that we saw them back over on our Monday run, they've been able to surprise us with a little bit of swap of roles. Will Berjaya Dragons come up with something special to take them on? Of course, this is the lineup here for BJD with Asila on that Baron lane, Syndicated in the jungle, Chili on that mid lane, Sagi as well as Winter on that duo lane, down Dragon. Well, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of speculations of what's going to be heading in for the Baron lane, because Asila has established himself as probably one of the strongest Baron lane at the moment in Malaysia, as he has been able to just quickly claim that spot. But we know there's a few names here that will be challenging them as well, one of which is going to be Emotion, but today it will be RH of Sem9.
Yeah, and he's going to be on the Baron lane, and everyone's been saying that RH is really good in the Baron lane, but there are sometimes that he's a little bit down performer, I would say. But of course, let's put that aside for a while. We'll see how this game is going to go, as Kazuo will be going on towards the jungle, Ravens will be going on towards the mid lane, and of course the dynamic duo of Malaysia's favorite Wild Rabbit and also Swak, who will be they'll be having some really great plays that they make together. Wild Rabbit and also Swak. Of course, Swak being the playmaker, we have seen his his aggressive plays with the Leona and sometimes with the Braum as well. So hopefully on this game we can see that he can perform, be able to make those plays to try and carry his team to perhaps maybe take down the Dragon themselves.
Yeah, and surprise is actually coming from Swak himself, that we thought that the Seraphine was picked for Swak, but instead Wild Rabbit was the one playing that support role. So yeah. I wonder, will Berjaya Dragons be thrown off with this curveball that's being laid out? And as much as it's same champions, different players out there, that's where I felt that it still has a very big impact on how they actually approach the game. Now, we do have a little bit of a difference in opinion, so of course, I really want to hear your thoughts on your vote on towards Sem9. And of course, I believe that you do have a lot of faith in them, and they're definitely a great team. So what gives them this edge against Berjaya Dragons?
Well, let's be honest. They know what they're doing. They have the idea of what they wanted to do. It's just that sometimes perhaps maybe their execution is a little bit off. But I still do think that once they're able to execute that properly, they can even take down even Berjaya Dragon. I mean, we have seen these guys catch up history. Even from the previous Summer Cup as well. Even like the Summer Icon series, they did took down the dragon a couple of times, and when coming into the fall season, I really do think that they have a really solid idea. Their synergies, their teamworks are getting a lot better over the course of the matches. So I really think that they do have the claw to take down the dragon.
Well, we will have to find out because we are ready for the Baggy Hot Cup. Champions Select right here. Sem9 will start on the blue side of the map, while Berjaya Dragons furious ever on the red side. So let's have a look, right? Where Sem9, they do have a few priorities on their list. They want to secure picks like the Akali, the Camille, which is going to be a little bit more flexible heading in towards Baron lane, mid lane, or even the jungle itself. Of course, it depends on what kind of champions they go for, but we focus on that ban first and foremost. So we don't have an Olaf as well as a Galio, as it's being locked away by Sem9. Meanwhile, Berjaya Dragons goes in to stick to the usual. No global pressure coming from Twisted Fate, and of course, no disengagement or somebody to start off a fight efficiently well with both the Gragas as well as the Camille now being banned off. So that means that we do have a few good picks that's still left on the table, and that being Sem9 here to start off with Sintao. So I really do wonder, is this a Baron lane Sintao? Is it a jungle Sintao? I think it's most likely in the jungle though.
Yeah, I think most definitely will be in the jungle, because we rarely see Jin Zhao going on to. I mean, it could be on a barrel lane, but it's not going to be really great going up against the likes of perhaps maybe Fiora, who's still open. But on towards the side of Berjaya Dragon, it seems that they're going to opt for something a little bit more with a little bit of pushing power, at the same time going a little bit of the sustain with the Ziggs and also Senna pickup. So in terms of team fighting, they're going to deal a lot of damage, but at the same time having that pushing power capabilities. And it looks like Swag is gonna pull out that Leona, and also perhaps maybe Wild Rabbit is going for that Lucian. So it's going to be a husband and wife, a little bit of dispute here on towards side of bot lane.
Well, I gotta say that I guess that's what makes love last. A little bit of a push and pull goes a long way. Sorry, I'm having a pretty bad hair day coming into the Champions Select. Now, putting that aside, you did spot out pick in the form of Fiora, which Asilla loves to play on, because all this would be skirmishers that they can actually go for, that can scale late into the game, is going to be that top party. And if it's going to be the case where Sintao comes in, there are cases where, of course, it will take the Fiora a few sort of space to be able to get a little bit more of an upper hand. But instead of that Sintao, now that the Darius is being locked in, I'm pretty sure that it will be a Darius that will be going up against the Fiora right here, which can do decently well so long as he does not get chunked out by the lunges hitting on those vital spots. So final pick being the Alistar. What do you feel about this whole composition? I felt that Berjaya Dragons here, he got a good balance of poke damage going on, as well as some decent enough DPS. But I'm looking forward to what Chile has to offer with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the composition that both of these guys are bringing out, it seems like they are, we can see that they're doing a little bit of counter to each other. I mean, of course, with the Fiora pickup, it's going to be a really hard for Darius to sustain well in the lane, quite in the early game. But if Asilla is not careful, he could be absolutely decimated by the Noxian commander, himself. But at the same time, looking at the bringing out that Alistar to counter swap on that Leona is going to be really good. Of course, you have the Zenith Blade, for the Leona to come in, but he could just like headbutt the Leona back out and, just wait for a little bit of cooldown and then go back with the engagement. In terms of team fighting capabilities, I think both teams have what it takes, but they just really need to be really careful to not miss out the key targets. So, so they don't misstep or make a little bit of mistakes. So because these both teams, from what I see, they have been known for capitalizing on each other's mistake a lot of times.
That's right, and of course we go into game one in this best of 3, and already coming in with some really deep ward into the jungle. Though Kazo may be able to immediately steal it away, and that's cheeky enough of them, but Berjaya Dragon's doing a really good job just negating all this form pressure, and that's where SWAT, instead of going on a direct visit in towards the bottom side, they're swapping lanes, while Rabbit will try his best to punish Azilla, and oh boy, SWAT might have actually chewed on a few honey fruits. And that's pretty much a line being popped up. Might just be first blood.
Yeah, look at it. Going with the Zenith and also with a very nice stun right there, but the repost manages it. But there you go. Wild Rabbit managed to pick up that first blood. Very, very nice. And it looks like Sagi is going to go for the assistant, but was not able to do anything here. A very nice pickup right there. I mean, Sem9 is going really aggressive. They're really showing their fangs here, Contra.
Yeah, and I really think that this is a very smart move to, of course, put the Fiora behind, further putting her on that disadvantage, but a big disadvantage. That's going to invade coming on. And Sem9, they probably want to steal this one away. And, well, I gotta say, secure their own rate buff instead of stealing. But Syndicate has been able to, of course, snatch that rate buff away, making it even against Sem9, who have initiated that sort of aggressive move into their portion of the map. Now, Berjaya Dragons, they may have lost one member very early in the game, and they are still further holding on in towards this kind of rotation where Swak, instead of supporting Lucian, who can easily zone out that Fiora. I think this is great that they are matching the tempo of Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, and I really like how they're leaving Wild Rabbit on towards the Baron lane alone. So, perhaps maybe, they're trying to make, Wild Rabbit important here, because, we all know that Lucian can dish out a lot of damage in towards the late game. So they're leaving Lucian alone at the bottom to farm up as much as they can. And now with the rotation, they're probably getting ready for the Dragon coming up very, very soon. So now we can see the rotation is up. But from what I can see, Sem9 is playing it quite aggressive. And it has, it did take Berjaya Dragon, surprise in a way, but we all know how sometimes Berjaya Dragon really can come back through a to a rough spot. So I really think that Sem9 really needs to be careful. I mean, try not to get overconfident with their actions right now, because they're playing it very well at the moment. For the first 3 minutes of the game, they're playing it very, very well. But if they ever to make any mistakes, Berjaya Dragon could capitalize on their mistakes and brings them forward even further than Sem9.
Yeah, to really add on towards that point itself, and we will have to look into its scalability when we hit into its late game. We do know that there's going to be a cap on how much that Lucian is going to scale unless he transforms himself into towards this early game power spike, getting a whole lot of a number of kills. So Wild Rabbit is trying to capitalize on this advantage that they gotten much early on. Now, moving in towards the bottom side, he's going to be able to face Sagi at least with a little bit more confidence. As much as, yes, the Leona is kind of countered by the Alistar that you pointed out much earlier. But if they were to commit, at least when we look at the itemization, you know that there's enough cooldowns, as well as a critical strike of a chance for Wild Rabbit to perhaps pop off.
Yeah, of course. And on top, okay, let me just point it out here. Okay, I was just about to inform you, but apparently they both of these have been saving up their wards, because I don't see any ward dropping by Sem9 just now. But it seems that Berjaya Dragon really put a really nice ward right there. Ooh. Wild Rabbit getting poked a little bit there, but it seems that Sem9 is going over towards the name, but that is going to get spotted over to the likes of Berjaya Dragon. And now with the information that they have, they're gonna have a really nice position here to take this very easy dragon. Now there's no way for Sem9 to contest this dragon, because I mean, of course they do spot it out, but then the other teams are going to grab this Rift Herald. And I really find it interesting that Sem9 prioritize Rift Herald over the Drakes, because I think that with the kind of composition that they're running, I really think that it's really important for them to go for the Drakes instead of the Rift Herald. Of course, you do have a little bit of extra pushing power, but it's not going to be that much impactful if you don't have the necessary buffs, or just generally a good itemization in the late game.
Yeah, I gotta add back where, of course, there's a little bit of priorities, but this team fight is going to be breaking all the way down.
Oh, it looks like a very nice stun right there going by Winter. That was a really nice engage by Swap, but I mean, even though Syndicate was there to assist, but he was not able to get onto Wild Rabbit. But Syndicate still have his Cataclysm available, and Kazuo will be here for the assistant for the backup. But it seems that both of these teams are just trying to poke out each other. You know, Raven tried to go in for the help here, but you know, he decided to back it out because, you know, both teams are going for a reset here. I mean, of course, Solar friendly just by Sona, but that was a really nice team fight overall.
Yeah, and I really want to, of course, focus on their priorities right here, but that upper hand lands perfectly on top of Chili. He's going to be able to bounce away with the satchel charge. So, no commotions. He didn't really have to pop the flash nor the heal. And back towards that skirmish that we saw over the bomb side, there is no bigger objectives out there that can be secured. And back to the question where you asked, why is Sem9 prioritizing the Rift Herald? If we really look at the pushing power that they do have, the only way that they can easily secure it without the Rift Herald is going to be a good gank that's involving the Xin Zhao and perhaps Wild Rabbit to really chip damage rapidly on towards any plating that's going to be left available. But with the help of Rift Herald, probably it's going to be a lot more effective if they really want to open up the mid lane and focus on the other important drakes that's still on the table. Now that there's no mountain, you look forward to things like at the release Cloud Drake that helps them a little bit when it comes down to survivability or you know, Infernal. It's going to be a great use for any side to take overall. Look at the itemization. We are already seeing Asilla here coming out with the Trinity Force. A little bit of back and forth, and both sides honestly is trying their best to play the cleanest of games getting into this Italy game. So we don't really see high capacity kills, but more of this sort of the format where they're just gathering all the resources and making sure that every single fight that they want to commit to does matter a whole lot than to go in with, you know, just merely bows and arrows than a gun into a team fight.
Yep, I definitely agree. And you can see that how Sem9's, you know, their strategy is currently, I would say it's currently working at the moment. You know, like, you know, when they leave Wild Rabbit alone onto the Baron lane just now, you can see the goal difference that they between the Lucian and the Senna. It's a huge difference. That's 1.6k, more, in the advantage of Wild Rabbit at the moment. So you can see that, you know, the priorities that, you know, Sem9 is putting on towards me, but a little bit of skirmish here going on towards the Baron lane, but it's just going to be a poke to each other. Now RH, yeah. I believe that he's going to opt for that, you know, perhaps maybe that, you know, semi full tank build. It's not exactly full tank. I would say it's probably just semi, because you can see that the Bramble vest has already been picked up, and also the wingman's plate. But I gotta say, this is going to be really interesting how you know, RH is going to really complement onto the late game here.
Oh, a flank.
Oh, look like a very nice, a very nice solar flash drop onto Sagi and also Winter. But then Winter is trying his best to hold on, to keep Sagi alive as much as he can. Unstoppable Force has already been popped, and it looks like Winter is going to be able to survive that, even with the help of Raven. That was no need, but it was a very beautiful, you know, cover for Sagi right there, shown by Winter.
Oh yeah. But look at Syndicate though, he's passing right by. If they were to attempt on this Infernal Drake, it may actually look pretty tough for them to even come in with a clean take, because the rest of Sem9, they're still very much healthy after going for pretty much a skirmish that they had over on the bottom side. Saki still has his ultimate if he tries to snipe it off, but here comes Mega Turtle Bomb, and they are ready for the team fight.
Oh, very nice Cataclysm drop right there onto Wild Rabbit, but Asilla is going to need Flash Rabbit, had to flash into the dragon, but then Asilla uses the recall to go back in and take out Wild Rabbit, and there's going to be another player. Swag as well has been knocked down, and Kazuo is going really, really low, and Berjaya Dragon is going to grab this Infernal Drake with ease. That was a very lovely movement right there, Contra.
Just look at how Asilla positions himself over on that Drake pit, and he has managed to take down all the members of the side of Sem9 and further negating them, lowering their health bars, and out of nowhere, Berjaya Dragons chips off the majority of their HP bars and rendering 7-9 unable to participate to steal away that Inferno break. Let's have another instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. It started off with the Mega Throw Bomb during the health bars of Swag as well as Kazuo. But members inside of STEM9 get split into two, and watch what happens here. Scylla was initially taking on R-Hitch, and he knows that he doesn't have flash, so he will move over on the wall, goes in with the launch, and easily taking down the two remaining members inside of 7-9 that was low on health, and forces 7-9 to either back away or be aced out. So 7-9 definitely kind of drop a little bit of momentum with that sort of a split mentality, but Berjaya Dragons have navigated in that team fight extremely well, and the shot calls are impeccable. I really have to give it to Syndicate as well as Chile on how they really set the pace heading in towards that fight. And now they're looking for something down, but looking for a dodge here. Will it come into fruition?
Oh, a very nice hook right there goes on to Renee, but oh, the Nazi Guilty is not going to be able to finish up Vasilla. Meanwhile, Chili did a very nice bomb right there, but oh, the Cataclysm Super Mega Death Bomb combo was just perfect.
Bang.
And it looks like Winter is going with the dive right here, going on towards Raven. Raven is going really low. Sagi on towards the side, managed to take out Raven, but Swat managed to hold down Chili onto his knee. Ignite has been popped, but Chili is going to get knocked out by the crack maybe, but it looks... Oh, it looks like Kazuo would get knocked down as well, and also SWAT. Chili was on the side trying to do as much damage as can, but was disturbed by that Krugs. But Syndicate, Winter, and Sagi was just there to finish the job of Berjaya Dragons are really taking out 7-9.
Yeah, and I gotta say that it's a really tough spot to be in for the moment. 1-6, and they're having about nearly 5,000 in deficit. Well, I gotta say, yep, it's almost proportionate to 5,000. So what we look into is the itemization. That's where we are seeing 7-9 going with a lot more defensive builds coming up early in the game. And of course, you gotta get those Bitman's Plate up online alongside with eventually a Torn Mill coming in for R-Hitch as well. Now, just seeing whatever's on that list, no brand new items to be purchased just about yet, heading towards this brand new patch. But what I do see is the Solaris Charge Blade coming up for the side of Wall Rabbit, helps them with a little bit more crit. Here comes the Inferno Bomb, but it's not going to be able to do it so much. But Sagi, though, is coming from the side. He almost lands a snare. But Berjaya Dragons have been able to really put a lot of priorities over back on towards the bottom side, separating them into multiple angles.
Oh, a very nice Cataclysm right there onto his Raven, but onto his side, Kazuo, oh, with a very nice dude right there, managed to push them away from the turret at the same time saving his life. But I wonder for how long 7-9 can actually hold on, because this is a really, this is really an intense pressure exerted onto his by Berjaya Dragons going onto his 7-9, because they have the lead just now, but it's just that Berjaya Dragon was able to capitalize on, the mistakes of 7-9, whereby they, I really think that they misposition a lot. They picked the fight that they shouldn't be, and I don't know, the positioning of their team was just a little bit off. That Berjaya Dragon, take advantage of that and then manage to go, get on those key targets.
That's right. So we're looking towards opportunities here for side of 7-9. There's going to be a little bit of room for them to really cut corners, but they really have to focus down on the priority target here. That's going to be Chili as well as Sagi. And not forgetting Asilla. Unfortunately for 7-9, they really have to give way to this streak. And Berjaya Dragons, they're already at a 3-dragon streak. Well, if you want to include their own name, make that 4. 5 dragons is not going to summon you a wish anyways, but you might as well just try. So 7-9, what they really have to do is really establish a little bit more control on the Baron side and ensure that Asilla is not consistently pushing in towards the corner. To me, I'm honestly not the biggest fan when it comes down to Proto Belt as it has been on the Darius. It's only great when you're ahead, but when you're behind, look at where it goes. Where you are put into this position where you have to really hook into some of these pushes coming from the side lanes, and you're just going to be missing out if you were to join the team fights and being unable to teleport into some of these team fights or even split pushes. It's going to be a lot harder hitting towards this late game here, as I'm predicting the side of Berjaya Dragons here to scale even further out of control if this goes on.
Yeah, and look at that. Even the Proba isn't helping that much. Oh, but never mind. I thought wrong. It seemed that it really did help. And look at that. Nakigul managed to take it out. But here you go. Oh, Wild Rabbit on the brink of health right there. But Swag was managed to take down by the 4 members. Chili with a very, very nice zoning for Wild Rabbit right there. And there was nothing that Wild Rabbit could do. Raven maybe trying to go in for the shockwave right there, but was not able to. And oh, Sem 9 is starting to lose their claws and fangs right here. It seems that Berjaya Dragon managed to, read whatever that Sem 9 has to offer and then just, take the package and then bring it back to the face of Sem 9. And now Sem 9 is currently playing on towards the defensive here. And I don't know, it just makes it really hard. I don't know how, to be honest, I'm not even sure how Sem 9 is going to come back to this.
Indeed, it already is harder than what they expect it to be. Every game against Berjaya Dragons will never be easy, to be honest. But at least they're coping decently as they are looking to secure about 50k. But Wild Rabbit now is getting spotted out. One good blast is going to connect.
Oh,
Pulverize! And that's a catch.
That's a very nice hit, but Pulverize right there going with the collectors as well. And RH flashes into his team with the stuff. And then Syndicate managed to go in with the flag to back on towards Raven. Kazuo is the only one left in towards the middle right there. And Swag gets taken out by Asila as well. And Raven will be forced on a retreat. And that's it. It's going to be a very easy Baron power play for Berjaya Dragons, and it's going to be a smooth ride towards the Nexus Tower as well.
And this is where Berjaya Dragons further establish their control and exert their dominance against the likes of Sem 9 by securing this Baron Nasher. No options to even contest. Ravens will just out to farm out. Looking for that Rabadon's Death Cap, heading in towards the 17th minute of the game. Now, Sem 9, if they really want to look at opportunities there, I'm staring down at what's about to come over on that Drake Pit. But first, let's have a look first in Maggie Hawk Cup replay, where we saw a great connection of the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's all thanks to Winter that's been able to flash forward to connect that Hitler Pulverize. And just look at him once again, further peeling for the team and cutting off many of all these exit routes from the likes of Sem 9, and that leaves Ravens pretty much unable to even do much right after connecting a shockwave, whether it's one member or 2 member. There's no way that Sem 9 could have actually followed up in that sort of the tempo, and now with a 1-3-1, well, 1-2-2 split, this is looking pretty good for Sem 9.
Well, a very nice cataclysm right there. Hop on towards me, but Kazuo is the only one that's going really low right there. But Winter with that stuff of shot, it's still there. Swag going very low with the Ignite pops in and managed to take it down as well. And meanwhile, Chili on towards the side of me is just pushing on towards these this inhibitor turrets. 2 already down. RH and also Swag. They did manage to take out Sagi, but at the cost of their support and also Baron Laner. And it looks like, it looks like they're gonna go on a retreat for a while to try and recuperate of what the investment has been.
Yeah, I guess it's very decent enough as they managed to bring down one, but it's not gonna be enough though. They have definitely been crushed up, and Asela finds that kill out towards Kazuo as well. Things are looking pretty grim right now. And Berjaya Dragons, they have successfully break into the base, leading the final few touches there. Shockwave connects, and this will be pretty much it. Berjaya Dragons, they secure the final kill to ace out Sem 9 and gets themselves the first point in the series.
Wow. I just want to say, like, that was a great match. It was a little bit heartbreaking, to be honest, because you can see that Sem 9 really had a momentum going on towards the early game, but going towards the mid, coming into mid game where they just mispositioned themselves, on that one fight, and it just happens to be, their downfall. Berjaya Dragon kept on capitalizing on their mistakes for that, and managed to win the game entirely. So GG, well played to Berjaya Dragon. That was such a beautiful match indeed.
And that definitely was astounding when we saw them having a little bit of a struggle when it comes down to the approaches that Sem 9 were taking in their side of the red Brambleback. But not only did Syndicate manage to recuperate from that, look at him go, 14 assists and not dropping a single death, and providing a whole lot of all these great pickups for the rest of the members. It's Chili here that walks away as the MVP of the match. So He managed to complete 5 items overall with pretty much inferior Void Staff, Death Cap alongside with the Lunaseco, and not forgetting the Stasis Enchantment out there. So I think this is a really good streak, and you really have to give it to Winter as well, because majority of the team fights he's been able to hold his own and really perform outstandingly well, where Sem9, the only 2 kills that we saw was hitting it towards the very late game with the Bear Puff intact for side of Berjaya Dragons, and the first one hitting it towards the early pickup over a bottom side. And other than that, you know, Ravens alongside with Kazuo and also Swak, they've been having pretty much difficult time. And when you pick something so linear like a Leona as well as Xin Zhao, there's only a few things that they can do. Once they enter the fight, there's almost no exit plan coming out of the side of Sem9.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at the, you know, the way that, you know, Berjaya Dragon really, you know, handled themselves in the fight, you know, when you have the Leona and also the Shinzao going into the middle of the enemy team, and you know Asilla and also Syndicate just goes to the back, or even Winter sometimes goes into the back, and you know trying to take out those key targets, which is most of the time is going to be Asilla, which is very a good strat that they did. And you know with the key, you know with the carries like Wild Rabbit and also Raven already zoned out from the fight, there was so much that Swak and Swak and also you know Kazuo can do, and you know they just fall.
Yeah, and I definitely felt that it really was pretty even, hitting it towards at least 7 minutes of play, where both of them were calling it for a truce. They're not honestly playing it for those full commitment until that one team fight happened on the Drake. And it's just Berjaya Dragons finding that tempo to really further punish the likes of Sem9 from that point onwards, after they secured a little bit more of a grasp into the map itself. But nevertheless, this is just one game out of the best of 3 series, and there are chances where Sem9 could be able to really pounce back on top of the Dragons. Well, could I just say that this might just be the Crouching Tigers just not being able to find the hidden dragon just about yet?
I guess that's gonna be it. So I just M9 could, you know, potentially be neat, but we just have to go how they're gonna go. But you know, we're gonna come back after 3 minutes. I'll see you guys later.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Hari kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something happening to my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. Remember what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Let's be naughty, wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. Look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and all you summoners out there. This is the Wild Rift Icon Series Fall Season with me, Flicker, and also Contra. And of course, this is all made possible by ESL and also Riot Games. And not to forget our official tournament partners. Right behind me, right here, is going to be the Maggie Hot Cup, your very best friend during your gaming session. So, first game. Very well done right there by Berjaya Dragons. It was a phenomenal fight. It was a phenomenal game, not fight. I mean, of course, the fights are amazing as well. But what do you think, Contra, of the first game?
Well, the first game is a little bit more of a clinical approach coming from the side of Berjaya Dragons, managing to really dissect where they need to really hit the hardest. And Zilla has so much of a great parties when it comes down to really shutting down all these core members on the side of Sem9 in order to really zone them away from the very first strike. And that's where they found that momentum. Even though that Sem9, they started off taking on that Rift Herald, they didn't really manage to find any sort of conversion to start an initiation on towards any turret takedown. But I like the approach at the very least when I look into the laning phase, right? As well as the invades. That excites me a whole lot. It's more of Sem9 needing to double down on all these aggressive efforts and of course come up with a little bit more of a solidified draft, because it felt really linear where they are just moving in with these core units that don't really have an exit plan if they were to commit. But we'll have to look for the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select to see what they are up to this time around.
Yeah, of course, and I'm really hoping that, you know, the drafting could be a little bit better, but we'll just have to see how it goes. And of course, the first ban for Berjaya Dragon, who is on the blue side now, is going to be the Galio and of course the Gragas as well. With a very, Gragas, since, being very strong in this patch with the flex pick, it's going to be, it's going to be a really good ban. Camille and also Zig is going to get locked out as well. And I'm predicting that it's going to be a Fizz as well. I was gonna say perhaps maybe Delusion or the Senna is gonna get banned, but apparently it's going to be the Fizz. And the third ban, of course, is going to be the Jarvan on towards the side of Sem9. So they did locked out the Camille, they locked out the Jarvan. So I'm predicting maybe perhaps on the side of Berjaya Dragon, they're going to pull out something of a heavy team fight composition, or maybe the early poke composition. We'll just have to see how it goes. I mean, we all know Sagi can play really well with the Ezreal, with the with the Varus as well. So we'll just have to see how what are they going to pull out on this game instead.
Yeah. I have predicted that this Twist of Fate will go through because they put that party on towards the Fizz, so now that allows Chili to make cross-map plays. Both Ravens as well as Chili are outstanding players of that Twisted Fate. Now they get the party over on the mid lane. That also means that Sem9 needs to reply and respond towards what can actually happen over on the side lanes, and it's more about who gets to that early roam first to get an edge for either the Baron laner or even the fights that's happening over on towards the Riverside or even the Dragon lane in particular. Now, Kazo opts to look for something of a solid start, and what better way than to lock in that Olaf? And we see a lot of popularity back in towards the Sin South for multiple reasons, because there is going to be that sort of buff that he did receive, and it comes down to all these new items that gives him a lot of great attack speed as well as great stats to work with. And when it comes down to a lot of all these AP stack of picks that if Sem9 opts to go for, then you can go for things like the Wits End, of course. But matching up towards that Fiora that's been picked up from the side of Chile for Asilla, I would assume that this Renekton's going to be having a decent time, unless if you send this Fiora into his jungle with Sin South facing against Renekton. But I would still prefer a Fiora versus a Renekton matchup in particular. Akshan! It's available!
Wow!
How could we forget about it? It's available this week, is it? Wait.
Oh,
I gotta get confirmation from the producers, of course, if it's gonna be up available for play. I do believe that it may not just be in just for now, so it's just a teaser at the very least.
Oh, at least we all know that Sagi is not going to be an Akshat main, perhaps. But take a look. I mean, taking a look at the composition that both teams are bringing out right now, it seems like Wild Rabbit is going to pull out the Kaisa, and Sword is going to pull out the Senna. I mean, who knows? Perhaps maybe Wild Rabbit is going to pull up another, support play with the Kaisa. With the Kaisa maybe. But looking at both of these composition right now, it seems that they're going to opt for that team fighting, sustaining the team fight, with the Senna and also with the Ari as well. You have the mobility to reposition yourself. But at the same time, as I mentioned, I predicted Sagi did manage to pick up that Ezreal. It's I would say it's his comfy pick. So in terms of, in the early game, it's going to be a really, 7-9 bot lane is going to have a really hard time, with the poking composition at the same who can stop the root, the CC that comes from the Senna, or even the Icatian Rain, or even the Void Seeker from the Kaisa. So Braum is going to be a really valuable pick here, and go on towards the Berjaya Dragon on this game.
Yeah, and we really have to keep an eye out on both mid laners right now, because they have the highest potential to really create plays in match one in the second game itself between the two of them. So really, it's either Chili or Ravens here to set the tempo right alongside with Syndicate as well as Kazo, and they're just having a little bit of party over the mid lane for the moment.
That is a lot of people down in the mid lane. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's a lot of people, by the way. But it looks like they're gonna do, of course, they're gonna do a little bit of aggression. They're gonna do a little bit of aggression here, because I mean, you can see that Syndicate, learning from his mistake, he's not gonna go for the red buff, so he's gonna go for the blue buff instead on the early game. See, oh, Sagi with a very nice Mystic shot, and also Arcane Flux right there. Now, of course, looking at the pace, the ward placement, and everything, it seems that Sem9 are really being a little bit too careful on towards their red side. I'm assuming that this Olaf is going to start ganking at level 5 if start ganking the bot lane instead of level 5. But with the ward placement really well right there on towards the Reaver side on the side of Berjaya Dragon, so it could be an easy it could be a little bit hard for Kazuo to gank on the bot side, with the presence of Braum as well, and with the absence of Ragnarok. So it's going to be really hard to negate all those crowd control, the concussive blow coming from you.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight that Sem9 is also taking a composition where they really have very solid early game. When it comes down to early contests, they should have a little bit more of an edge against Berjaya Dragons, because when we look into the picks like Fiora, Ezreal, or Twisted Fate, they really need a lot of time to really get those items up online. A little bit of a attempt on towards that Scuttle, which I do believe will eventually be secured by Berjaya Dragons, with a little bit of a switch up over on the top side. Well, not exactly switch up, but a little bit of visit being paid by Kazo. He immediately goes back into his the base and goes in directly for his blue buff clearance. So just look at items immediately. We have already seen pretty much the hammer on the hands of Sagi. Can dish out quite a significant poke now that he has a little bit more of the ability haze up on his side, as he is going to be setting up for that Mana eventually. So not expecting any big fights to happen just about yet, but we can expect it to happen most likely on the very first Drake, or even on Rift Herald, now that they both spawn at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, of course, if Sem9 is opting for the Drake start instead, then yeah, I'm foreseeing it's going to be a really big fight. But of course, if they still opted for that Rift Herald start, because I can see that there's a couple of wards right there going on towards on towards the side of the Baron side. So I'm assuming that they're going to start near. But then Syndicate, a little bit sneaky right there. But I don't think anything is going to happen on towards side of Baron lane right now. RH is able to escape. Oh, a very nice charm right there.
Yeah, it seems like Chili will be able to make his way out without needing to flow any summers as well. So it's still going to be all right for him, judging from the fact that he's also keeping an eye out on the mana bar for Ravens, as he's not going to be able to dish out the rotational spells. So speaking of spells here, this is going to be Syndicate chasing right in, and that's where the Grand Challenge comes off. Syndicate flashes over the wall as does opt to back up as the Kazuo has already arrived, but that's not enough. But that Ignite will take first blood for Sem9. So even with the flash, Syndicate does not survive.
that is such a wonderful pickup right there, going on to a side for Raven. Even though with the absence of mana, you can see that his mana is going really low just now. But with that flash ignite and also the spirit rush just now, he was able to secure that he was able to secure that first blood. Now, it's going to be really good for him because now he is able to get that Luden Echo. I think that's what they call it in this one, or is it Luden Tempest? I actually forgot. But overall, he managed to pick up one of his core items, so he's going to be really good. He's going to be, a really valuable target, during those team fights. And, Berjaya Dragon really need to keep an eye out on this Raven because he's going to dish out a lot of damage if they are not careful with this.
This allows Berjaya Dragon to really get that opening over onto his Drake as well after a little bit of that skirmish being done. But with the priorities on towards the Rift Herald, it's definitely going to be benefiting the side of Semnite a whole lot more now that they also secure the biggest stash of gold by taking down that first Drake. Well, should I correct myself? Not the Drake, but the turret.
The turret.
I received the jab just about moments ago. Vaccine. Hope you guys have been able to, of course, keep yourself much safer now. But for the moment, over on the map, many of all these areas now open up for the side of Sendime, so Berjaya Dragons will have to stay a safe distance away from the side of Sem9 at the very least until the next objective comes up. And now, Sem9 with 2,000 goal of a lead.
Now, I mean, okay, let's take a look at, what is going on right now. I mean, of course, Sem9 has a really strong lead at the moment. Now that they send Raven trying to push out this mid lane, and it looks like it's going to be a gank here going on towards Sani, but they did manage to spot out, Swag, and also Wild Rabbit was missing. So, now that they have these two players on towards the mid lane, it's going to put a lot of pressure on towards for Chile to try and make any, cross map plays. Because now that, Chile is out, perhaps maybe with the gold card right there.
Oh boy, this is where they managed to go in for a really big pickup over mid side as Syndicate has been able to find Wild Rabbit. Now that's going to be really important now that Wild Rabbit does not really get too much of a great start overall, and he was pretty much wide out. That there's nothing too much that Swak could have actually done for him. His heal as well as flash has already been expended anyways. So no summoners coming up in the next few minutes. At least they're gonna buy a little bit of time. But Sagi though, he gets ignited. Is it gonna be enough though? Alright.
Oh, so close.
It could have been one last auto attack, but here comes Syndicate. Won't be able to find Ravens. He's just popped his Spirit Rush, but he's still got the flash. So coast is clear for Sem9.
Yeah, and as I mentioned just now, about the fight towards the mid lane just now, I was about to say that it's going to put a lot of pressure onto his Chile because now that he started this under siege, so there's nothing much that he can do, so he had to stay in the lane to try and defend it. But apparently I was wrong. I mean, he did manage to did some of a really nice play right there. Winter was also happened to be there at the right time to try and assist even further to try and catch on towards that Wild Rabbit. Because with the absence of Barry and also Flash just not from Wild Rabbit, it's such a good pickup and also a good opportunity for Berjaya Dragon to lock down or to put a lot of pressure on towards one of the key targets for keep those key targets down so they won't exert as much damage on towards the late game, because they did left Sagi alone for a really long time on towards these Dragon lane. So Sagi is going to have a really good itemization going to the late game. You can see that he already picked up that Muramana, already picking up that need. So I'm assuming that it's going to be a Triforce build for Sagi, and this is going to be a late game beast.
Yeah, and I just look at the itemization itself. Of course, Wild Rabbit can match up to the tempo if we want to look at the marksman territory. And of course, with the Sheen, he's probably going to go for either Triforce. And Chili goes in with the Destiny Blade. Immediately being popped up is going to be that Killer Instinct, but that will not be able to last all too long for the side of Wild Rabbit as much as he has to flash. Over on mid-side, screen pressure coming from Sem9 as well as he looks to tear them all down. Hopping over on towards Sagi. They get the pick that they wanted, but Syndicate has arrived to the scene. Swag supplies, but how much longer can they actually fend it off? He flashes forward. He puts the final spear and that sends Wild Rabbit down. But Berjaya Dragons fighting too much more than Pikachu, and Sem9 will now claim the Drake for themselves.
Yeah, that was a really nice fight right there, but we might see another bit of fight here because they did start the dragon. Escilla is quite pretty strong at the moment, so they really need to be careful with this. They don't want to get caught, trying oh, very nice smite right there. And now Sem9 is going to have a very clear vision onto his dad. Oh, chilly.
That's a really good poke on towards Wild Rabbit, and this is going to hinder them a little bit more. Berjaya Dragons, they did not lose the Drake just about yet. Sem9 not wanting to fully commit in towards the Inferno, knowing for the fact that Escilla is still going to be a huge threat. And when we look at the items, as much as he doesn't have Blade of the Ruined King up available just about yet, his hit is compared to many other players out there that's currently in the Rift. The Shadows will not be able to catch Syndicate just about in time. And they went in for paying on towards the Dragon, because they know that the Xin Zhao has already backed off. And now Destiny comes in. They spot them over on towards the pit. But are they going to make any sort of move? Cruise Shot Barrage hits on towards 4. Now Dragon dropping through his corner of health. This still might just be a smite. That goes through. Sem9 still secures it though. Gold card dropping on top of Orhead. And now they're being flustered all across the corner. Orhead's now taking all the shots. Sem9 will have to back away from the seal and hunting them one after another. Now the Stream Wall Rabbit there. The final member remaining inside the jungle as Raven opts out in that team fight. But Berjaya Dragons, they find their way back into the game as much as they lose the Drake. And now they call for that early Baron. 10 minutes and a half.
Oh, we can see that Berjaya Dragon really want to put down this Tiger. And now, with the very easy Baron pickup right there. But Raven is on towards on the other side of that pit right there. So it's going to be really difficult. He's going to have be recoverable, but the smite came in just in time to grab that Baron. And this is going to open up a lot of, not just open up a lot of opportunity for Berjaya Dragon to crack down turrets, but it's going to give them a lot of pushing power capability. And Sem9 now is going to answer that by taking one of the towers of their own to try and get a grasp of the map control that they just lost just now. And now they are trying their very best to still have that, maneuverability around the Summoner's Rift to try and assist the enemy team or just, position themselves really well during those fights. But Berjaya Dragon, now with the Baron in their arsenal, it's going to be really difficult for Sem9 to try and defend this, to be honest.
And on top of that, when you look at that current that scenario where there is a chance for Sem9 to somewhat manage a steal, but the problem was that Ravens has already expended the Spirit Rush to survive that last team fight. So without a Spirit Rush, she couldn't go overall. Wow, that's a beautiful Spirit Shot Barrage hitting onwards all 4 members that's over on the mid lane. With only 1 cannon minute on top of it, they won't be able to actually do too much of the chip damage over onto its turret just about yet. So RH waiting in long lines, going for a little bit of reset, but the Scylla alongside with Chili, they're already in a position where they could easily break down tier 2 over the bottom side, and RH can only be lying in wait. And that might just be 2 turrets in a row for the side of Berjaya Dragons. And Sem9 doesn't really seem to have too much of an answer, as much as that early game phase does favor them. Destiny now being popped, but they won't be able to go in for any dive.
Yeah, and now Sem9 is in, they have this, it's going to be really difficult for them to try and defend this. They really are forced to, turtle in their own base, because right now it's just difficult, because now that, Sagi is already, really strong. A very nice thing right there. Ragnarok has to be popped, but it looks like it's going to be a fight here.
Oh boy, Sem9, they're just holding on. Glacial Fisher already being popped. Gold card on top of the members of Sem9. Ravens will aggressively move right in. A very bold move. He could have just been picked off, but Berjaya Dragons, they've already taken just about enough hits as they will just opt to cash in on that big Baron power play that they've just received. So Sem9 at least have bought just about enough time. 7-4. But the goal difference is just about 6,000 at the moment. Well, of course, my maths could be a little bit off of the radar. But now, Casilla, 1v1 against RH.
Yeah, I don't think Asila is. Sorry, my apologies. I don't think RH can actually go up against Asila. I mean, even though you have the Bramble Vest, for the counter of the for the grievous wounds, but it's not going to be enough to stop me. Oh, Chili here might with the gold card there managed to pick up that Raven right there who is on escape. This is going to be this is going to exert even a lot more pressure for Sem9 to try and even at least go out and grab some of that sweet farm from those minions.
Yeah, and if this carries on, I don't know how would Sem9 have any chance to come back in the game. 10 seconds is also going to be Baron, so Berjaya Dragons may be able to take away 2 objectives in a row. This is going to be the second Drake for Berjaya Dragons, the third one that has been spot up. Next one's going to be Elder already in the form of Mountain. Now, we're staring on towards that Baron Nashor. And honestly, there's not that much of a vision setup, which I'm kind of concerned for inside of Sem9. They've only got one being placed inside of the Baron pit. But yes, that could easily be cleared out so long as Syndicate has his scanner up available. But thankfully, not for now.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the itemization for a while. You can see like one of the, you know that Chili is a really good Twisted Fate player. I mean, of course you are going for that AP build, but look at one of the items that is, you don't see that much people going for in Wild Rev, which is going to be the Rapid Fire Cannon. Not only it extends your range, but it gives you a lot of, it just extends your range and gives you that a little bit of crit chance, also crit chance. So when you hit those auto attacks, even though when all of your skills are on cooldown, it gives you a little bit of extra damage to put on, and it's just generally a really good item for Twisted Fate to just try and throw those gold cards, trying to make those really clean pickups, and it looks like it might be a fight here.
Wow. And speaking of which, he tried to actually go in for the flank. Chili now will follow back. That's where our heads looks to pick him off though. Kazo in the front lines there. That charm will not hit any members of BJD. Immediately they shift the party back on top of our hit. They only lose one member right across. While of course Rapid Fire can also adds up to the stack where they could easily go in for that split push. And that's what Axilla is going to be up to. But they're now hopping right in to put a little bit more stack on top of Swap. Oh, he's on the dangerous level of health bars. He has to fall back. Snare landing upon Winter, but they won't be able to take him down just about yet. Oh, true jump barrage and Swap survives. And this is where the first hit goes down to the hands of Berjaya Dragons. Here for the second over the mid side, they are just tanking those blows, but they will wait for the minions to show. How could they actually hold on? And this will be second inhibitor in the back for BJD as well. Right now being popped. He tries to move right in, but he will go down nonetheless. Kuzzle already fallen, and the rest of Berjaya Dragons seize that opportunity as they march down towards the mid lane, taking down one member after another. 7-9, leaving only Soft behind. This might have just been the game. Berjaya Dragons back to back, 2 in a row, where Scylla didn't really have to go back to me, because this is over. And well, comes back to his own work, and that seals the deal.
Scylla!
Berjaya Dragons, 2-0.
He just made it in time for the family picture too. Well done, Scylla. GG, well played indeed to Berjaya Dragon. Of course, another phenomenal fight. And of course, I gotta hand it down to you, Contra. I lost my prediction. But let's be honest, I was really hoping that 7-9 could actually have an edge on this one. But it just goes to show us that 7-9 really needs to go to the drawing board and really need to reassess on their strategies and also their picks, their picks and drafts as well. Looking at these stats right now, you can see that Asila just did really, really well together with Chili as well. I mean, of course, you can see that during the early game he was struggling. He was struggling a little bit to try and trying to hold out those turrets. But coming to the mid game, you can see that Chili managed to show his fang, managed with that Lich Bane and also a rapid fire cannon pickup. It just shows that it's a really core to valuable item. But at the same time, I just wanted to point out how Winter was just valuable, in most of those fights, where he just there in the front, soaking up all those damage with the unbreakable shield, and just managed to negate most of the damage that Sem9 was producing, and managed to keep those Berjaya Dragon's key target alive.
Right, and you just look at how clean Berjaya Dragons was playing. Syndicate is willing to really give a lot of room for the rest of his members to really work upon on what he always goes into start off the fight, and the Scylla always backing up Syndicate when that moment is chanced upon. So Arhedge, as much as he tries to really land his hands on towards either Chili or Sagi, he doesn't seem to have too much of a follow-up coming in, and I honestly have expected maybe a little bit more coming in from the side of Ravens. He did do a little bit more damage as compared to Chili, but of course that was all that they have managed to come up with, because Berjaya Dragons, they've been playing extremely cleanly coming towards this series, and we just can't help but to be in awe. Now, coming to join us and grace us after this first series victory, it has to be Berjaya Dragons, and I believe that Sagi will be hopping on to an interview alongside with us in a few moments from now. So let us welcome Berjaya Dragons Sagi.
Hi, Sagi.
Well, Sagi, of course, great to see you once again. We can't really hear you just about yet. Are you muted? Checking 1, 2. Okay, we'll give you a few.
He's saying, hold on.
From there. No worries. Of course, we give him a little bit of a time out there.
Hello.
Yes. All right, we can hear you now.
Yes,
love
hi,
your
Sagi.
hairdo, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, like,
hey.
probably hasn't gotten a haircut out there, but you probably don't want Eduardo to shave it off anyways, right?
No,
So
I don't want to shave it off.
not at all. So, Sagi, let's talk to you about that series. Congratulations. It's another clean victory for the side of BJD and Sem9. They come up with something really interesting in game number 1, and somehow it didn't really throw you off. It's like, gotta ask you on your opinion on game number 1, because they look to invade you guys into the red camp, and later on try to do a little switch up where they tried to punish Asilla. When was the moment that you guys felt like, oh, we still have this in the back if we do something? And what is that point? Yeah,
Actually,
of
this situation,
one.
right? This situation in game 1 where they just lane swapped and they invaded our jungler. We actually prepared for this. As you see, there's like a ward on the right side of the bush. It's like a common tactic when you're on blue side. So we were prepared for it, and then we told like, okay, we just skip the red buff. We just ask our jungler to go to the underside, and then we'll play cross map. And then afterwards, the Asilla death at bottom was kind of tragic. If I recall earlier, maybe I could have saved him. My timing was a bit off there.
Well, of course, you guys managed to recuperate as well, and further, of course, play quite a clean game against the side of Sem9. But do you expect that, it would be a 2-0 clean sweep against the side of Sem9, because they had certain momentum coming to the first half of the season? Now that, of course, Wild Rabbit being brought back in, what are your thoughts? When it's Wild Rabbit that you're going to be facing off as compared to Dazzle, who do you feel? Just your opinions, of course, without offending any of these marksmen. Which one do you feel is a lot more challenging to you?
So for the first question, I feel like we already expected a 2-0 coming into this week, so it was not a surprise towards us. Yes, we wanted a clean game, and yes, we showed 2 games of clean games, so I'm actually happy about that. For the Dazzle Me and the Wild Rabbit thing, I don't think only marksmen the Dragon Laner matter. It's more on the dual lane synergy. For me and Winter, it's like I can play all these utility supports, and he goes on these like tank carries. It's because we played together for a long time, and it's different for Swak and the 2 AD carries. If you swap them in and out, it'll kind of affect the synergy, and yeah, that's on my part on this take. Yeah.
That's really a good
That's
take.
true.
Of
That's
course,
very
you
true.
have faced them professionally for a very long time, and there is a very good point that you mentioned that can definitely affect the chemistry. But you guys are absolutely on point. So once again, I want to ask a fun fact. Any sort of
Sure.
fun fact about yourself? Okay. Do you have any sort of pet peeve when it comes down to when it comes down to your teammates, and sometimes what are the things that irk you the most? Maybe outside of the game. Yeah.
Oh, this thing. I am a last minute worker on assignments. I'm so sorry to my group mates. Yeah.
I guess that affects them as well.
But wait, it's a trade off. my work is last minute, but the quality is there. You know, it's trade off. It's a trade off. It's quality.
Ah,
It's
okay,
quality.
okay.
It's quality guaranteed, but the work gotta wait. You know, you gotta wait till the last. I'm gonna show up like, hey, here's my work.
Most definitely, most definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, that's great to also know you a little bit more, and of course, we hope to actually see you coming more in games to come. But that's all that we have for now for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us, and of
Thank you,
course,
Sagi.
Thanks as well.
congratulations
All right.
once again.
Thank you to both of you. All right.
All
Have
the
fun
best
casting
for
the
the
following
upcoming
games. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, Sagi.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
There you go, Sagi. For now, the best ADC in Malaysia at the moment. But of course, I was gonna ask what was his takes on Coffee as his rival to take down that title. But I don't know. What do you think, Contra? How about you just answer that for me?
Well, I unfortunately, of course, that moment has passed, and I do believe that we will still have more opportunities to ask Sagi or even Coffee.
Of course.
Last time we didn't ask Coffee about this question, but I just like that he has emphasized on more on the assignments part that he did not skip any sort of the assignments. Yes, it may just be a little bit of a last minute hurdle, but he makes sure that it has to be perfect when it comes down to the deliveries, just like how Berjaya Dragons
definitely
have been able to deliver into the scene. Now, it's time for us to look at who the MVP is in that past series itself. And well, take a guess, Flicker.
I think I know who. I think I definitely know who.
Right, so I'll let you spill the blink to all of our audience out there, and this is the match. Is this
I
what
was
you
wrong.
expected?
No.
Well, to me, I felt that it is definitely appropriate because he's been taking every sort of team fight, enabling many of the Berjaya Dragon members to really get their hands on major objectives, as well as to, of course, come up with a strong pace with that Xin Zhao. So it's great to actually see
most
this
definitely.
pick coming back into the meta. I really wanted to get the thoughts of some pro players of what's the state of Xin Zhao coming to this brand new patch, because we see the popularity coming in, and Syndicate has been able to dish out very consistent damage and an average of 2,300 in that series itself. So we just want to see if this is going to be the trend being set for the entirety of day or so, because Sem9 has picked up the Xin Zhao, Berjaya Dragons as well. And I wonder how many more will be going in for that Demashing. But once again, we would like to remind you guys who are heavy enthusiasts on taking part in some of these tournaments out there. And you guys might wonder, where do we start? There is a Baggy Hot Cup community tournament going on, and all you have to do is register with your bunch of friends. And don't worry if you don't have 5 stacks, you can find players by registering into that link provided on your screen at this moment. And if you want to register as a Lone Ranger and be paired up with some of all these other players out on the Rift, you can do so and make some friends along the way. And that's what this is all about. And of course, this Community Hot Cup is brought to you none other than Maggie Hot Cup themselves.
Most definitely. And not only you can reach some cash prizes, but who knows, maybe those newly profound friends, or maybe you and your friends who go to S5 will be the next, maybe the next Titan of Malaysia who will take on maybe on winter season. But of course, we'll see how it goes. And of course, hey, and if you guys are still here, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. And of course, we're gonna have some more spicy games in the upcoming, and I believe that it's going to be, who's going to be, I believe that it's going to be SDGR EA going up against Assassin Academy. So I would say I am quite excited for this match. But what do you think, Contra?
Well, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a close one out there. Assassin Academy has been trying the ways to find footing, but SDGR, they have been able to really go out there pretty much proving themselves to be one of the top contenders. So we just really have to see in moments to come. This is the ESL Mobile Open presenting you the Sea Icon Series Malaysia, and you will be able to catch even more League of Legends Wild Rift in a matter of minutes.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow, wah bakar bro.
Itu petangkan alamat.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken, did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. But I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow, wah bakar bro.
Itu petangkan alamat.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back once again. This is the ESL Mobile Open, of course, presenting to you the C Icon Series Malaysia for the fall season of the League of Legends Wild Rift. And we are having some of the top talents hailing from the Malaysian region to get all out. My name's Contra. Alongside with me is going to be Flicker, as we are your caster for the entirety of the evening. And we're expecting for another explosive one. Berjaya Dragons, they managed to win 2 against Sem9. Let's know whether if your predictions have been right or wrong. But don't worry if you get it wrong. There's still many more of these games to go. So yeah, you guys will definitely win some brownie points. And who knows, Flicker and I might send you guys some Maggie Hot Cup along the way. Shout out to them.
I still got 2 boxes, by the way.
Oh, 2 boxes. Now you're just flexing, my friend. You're just flexing. Okay. Let's talk about a little bit of what just happened in the early of the past 2 games. It was a very clinical finish coming from the side of Berjaya Dragons. Now we are going to go into another series very much quickly so, as SDGR EA will meet Assassin Academy.
Now, SDGREA. We all know they are, I mean, they came into the series as an underdog, but now they have proven themselves that they have got what it takes to go up against these titans of Malaysia, such as Geek Fam and also Berjaya Dragons. And it's going to be Emotionless, one of the strong Baron laner as well, is going to be on the Baron laner. Fallen will be going on towards the jungle. Williams, the prodigy of SDGREA, is going to be on the mid lane. And of course, the dynamic duo of SDGREA, it's going to be Gat Gatsby and also Zephyros. One of the two, I would say, a really quite strong dragon laner. But what do you think, Contra?
Well, I definitely think that there is a lot of all these great room for them to prove themselves. But Fu sits right here is also a great Baron laner itself. So I think that we're going to see very tight competition between the two of them. And also, All-Seeing Eye as the newer addition into its Assassin Academy, hoping to change the tempo alongside with Nash now being the staple mid laner for Assassin Academy. Zen as well as support, Flash is going to be going in towards the Dragon lane. So when two of these teams collide, I do expect that SDGR EA has already come up with a significant plan on how they want to approach this situation, because Assassin Academy, they like to play fast pace. It's all about stopping them on their tracks and preventing that tempo from happening into, of course, snowballing out of control.
Yeah, I mean, we all seen that how Assassin Academy, they had the idea of what they wanted to do every time, but it's just that sometimes what I think that what they lack is a little bit on that macro, as in like their word placement, their timing on what they wanted to do. But that was what I've seen on the first half of the season. I mean, coming into the after the 1 week break, we can see that they improved a lot on their gameplay. They did improve on their macro skills a bit. They know what to do when some of their plans fail. But it's just that sometimes they just need to learn when to pick their fights carefully. And generally, I think that they are, they're looking pretty solid now. But we'll just have to see how it goes, because but still, I predicted that maybe SDGREA is going to do a clean 2-0 in this game. What do you think, Contra?
That's right. Well, SDGREA, I do believe that they have the capabilities to do so, but Assassin Academy, they've been hungry for that win, and I do believe that there is a point for them to prove that they're not really the underdogs coming into the scene itself, and they have definitely all the talent it takes. It's more of, have they been able to synergize well? And according to Sagi, it's all about that chemistry. And now that with all these roster changes that have been coming into effect itself, this is where it's going to be a lot of questions to be pulled out. Whether can Assassin Academy pull through?
I think that they do have that. I think they do have, what it takes. But we're just gonna have to see how. But for now, we're just gonna see how they're gonna draft in the, Champions League now. Brought to you by Maggie Hut Cup.
And of course, we start things off here with a potential Gragas ban, and we know for a fact that this has been that pick that Emotionless has always gone for, and it's definitely a little bit surprising to me that they opt to go for that when they are on the blue side. But that also opens up a lot more room for them to actually look into many of all these areas where they get them. So of course, target onto priorities to open things up for the likes of God Gatsby to really snowball, making some cross-map plays. But without Twist of Fate, it's going to be a little bit difficult. There's already a ban on a Camille, so I don't think it's a double Camille ban. So we'll wait for production to, of course, show us what exactly that final ban is going to be. On top of that, Olaf as well as Galio making sure that this not going to be a smooth course for SDGR EA.
Yeah, I can see that from the bans itself. They're trying to remove that, from Assassin Academy side. They're trying to pull these pocket picks from Williams because I don't think because they wanted to deny that global presence that shown by SDGR, but it seems that on towards side of SDGR, Illusion has already been picked up here, and Assassin Academy is gonna opt for that Pantheon, and of course Pantheon being a very flexible champion, he can go on the mid lane, perhaps maybe go on even on towards the support or jungle. So I'm assuming that this is going to be a support Pantheon because you really need as much crowd control as you can to try and lock down this solution to prevent damage, because we all know the culling can be really hurt, and also not just that, even the auto attacks can be really crazy.
Yep, and I definitely think that this is going to be really interesting when we look into a very heavy early game composition coming in from both Assassin Academy as well as SDGR EA, and Pantheon now coming up available. This is going to be able to at least trade decently well in towards the early game, but if you hit late game, there might just be a little bit of trouble coming in for Pantheon if he does not scale. Now that you secure a Darius on the side of Assassin's Academy, that's where we are seeing this Pantheon most likely heading in towards the jungle role, unless you want to come in with cheese strat by putting that Pantheon into that support. But against the Brawl, I think it's very unlikely so. So I'm thinking that this is going to be a back and forth trades of kills happening across this whole map itself. Now, I'll keep my eyes on Emotionless on that I really am most likely so. And to top off what we are getting, we are seeing a Jungle Fizz, support Senna, and AP bottom lane 6. Okay, they've been messing around with us for a little bit. So, Senna AD, Pantheon support. Like I called it, I'm stoked. I'm excited. This is where we see an all-out warfare between SDGR as well as Assassin Academy. They both have met before, and they have definitely shown us a great game. I'm ready to see what comes up here in the best of 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how this game is gonna go, because I haven't seen Fizz in the jungle for a really long time, but bringing up this unique composition, you can see that Assassin Academy has been really doing their research, and also they've been really trying to step up their games. And I'm foreseeing that with the Fizz in the jungle, it gives, with the playful trickster in Fizz kit, it gives him a lot of maneuverability around the jungle. Even with the war places all around the map, you can still, a Fizz can really do so much. You can really catch those key targets off guard from the back. And look at the invades right now coming in from Assassin Academy. You can see that these guys really do want to win, and I really respect that. And yeah, it's really unique. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, and me too. And we definitely expecting this to be very fast-paced. Both sides opting to go in for the red buff snatch. So it's going to be pretty much of a vertical jungle that will be happening for both ends. Now that they've already scouted out a few SDGR EA members out there with the Squires, Bloom, Nash will just stay safely in lane. Well, I'm not too sure if Usits is going to be disturbing a little bit of the snatch of the Raptors, but Zafarov now opting to just give a lot of party. He's still level 1. So I think that this is going to be Assassin Academy coming with a very neutral start. But it may impact in such a way that All-Seeing Eye may not have the best sort of run to get to level 5 as quickly as he needs to be.
Yeah, right now you can see that the Lee Sin is already, grabbing all of his neutral creep, and he's just playing around in the river right there. He's looking a little bit confused right there, or he wanted to go for the Scuttle that early. Okay, that's pretty good. Having that Scuttle really early in the game is going to be really good, and it looks like God's Gatsby and also Zephyros are going to answer that and try to... Oh, very nice smite right there, but it might be at the cost of Zephyros right here. Zephyros running really low, and first blood goes to God Gatsby, and William will be there going for the assist, but it's just not going to be enough for the players of Assassin Academy is going to stay alive very longer.
What a beautiful way to actually start off the very first pickup out there on that Scuttle. Yeah, they might have actually get a little bit of room, but that also puts them a little bit further behind Assassin Academy. If they don't juggle this sort of pressure, they might actually crack under it. And just look at the bottom lane. You can already see them hugging the turret, playing it a little bit more passively. Zed now soaking a little bit more gold coming from Sephiroth. As much as they won't be able to land more pokes, SP no flash now exchanging blows, trying to take on, well, her other half. That's why I really want to say. Since God Gatsby is on the opposing end, will take a while before they both get their hands on towards their key item. Most likely opting for the Murana Mana as a start. Now Fallen though, setting up.
Oh, a very nice knee right there. Ultimate right there goes on to refuse, but Fallen did not fall indeed, and Emotionless almost died right there on the third shot. But there you go, Nash managed to throw the Infernal Bomb, but it just wasn't there. He missed the Fallen right there, and it looks like it's going to be another kill for SDGR, and it's going to open up a really nice. It's going to put a really nice gap between the gold leads right now.
And look at this current situation here. It's already 2-0 in favor side of SDGR. So it's going to be a little bit more of a situation where Assassin Academy, they have to actually pull something off here. And from the top side, we are already seeing a visit coming from the side of All-Seeing Eye. And this is where it's going to be a little bit more of the time where it's just seeking for opportunities in towards either the Dragon or the Rift Herald here in order to gain that sort of advantage. If I were to be on the side of Assassin Academy, I would look to eventually group up and force a little bit of a dive, maybe on the Aurelia, after taking on the Rift Herald. So leaving SDGR with the first streak is also going to be a tad more difficult because Infernal pretty much valuable, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but then looking at the current situation right now, we can see that most of the member of Assassin Academy has already converged onto Nash. Oh, Fallen with the very nice Dragon Rage kick right there. Nash with the very nice flash and escape with the satchel charge. I just gotta say that it was such a beautiful play, and this opened up a really nice opportunity for Assassin Academy to pick up this dragon. And now that Lee Sin does not have his Dragon Rage kick, oh, very nice pull right there. Aurelia is not available, pushing on towards that top lane. Calling is out, and All-Seeing Eye managed to get on God Gatsby, but the key will bring him to stay alive. A very nice move right there on towards the Ari. Noxin Goldstein is not be able to finish that off. Fallen is trying his best to stay alive. All-Seeing Eye go back in, but dies instead. Nash trying to dish out as much damage as he can, but knocked out as well. There's going to be 4 members of Assassin Academy for 2 for SDGRA, and Emotionless is just going to grab this very, very easy Rift Herald.
And I guess that this is where, SDGR further solidify their chances now, coming off with their key items where you are seeing the Blithering King, Yumu's Ghost Blade, Ludens, alongside with Essence Reaver. They're looking to be really scary about Assassin Academy. They take that opportunity here to actually start off with a break. They might just be able to steal it.
Oh, very nice knee right there, but still, All-Seeing Eye managed to grab that knee as Sephiroth going really, really low, but managed to take out as well. But Fallen managed to take out All-Seeing Eye, and SP No Fly is going on a run. A very nice charm right there, managed to take out managed to take out SP No Fly immediately. Meanwhile, Emotionless was just there to try and pick up this Nash. A very nice ultimate, and also with the backup of Fallen as well. Takes out Nash, and now that's going to be 3-0. 3-0. Looking at the instant replay brought to you by Maggie right here. Look at the position right here. I mean, I don't know what All-Seeing Eye did right there. Using that playful trick very preemptively. A very nice kick on towards All-Seeing Eye. Going very, very low. Managed to take it out. And Sephiroth, although he did fall immediately, but look at the position of God Gatsby. God Gatsby just goes in really ham even without Sephiroth, and managed to take out Neo with the calling just available for them as well. Managed to take out Neo as well. And this just solidified God Gatsby. Apparently he falls to the turret, but Zen did manage to ignite, just enough to take out God Gatsby, but Emotionless is still there, managed to crack down the first turret. It's going to be really difficult for Assassin Academy right now, Contra.
Yeah, and really to add on top of what really happened, right? Like Assassin Academy, as much as they managed to just take that opportunity to snatch that Drake, it wasn't really a steal that's coming out from the side of SDGR, but they've been able to really put a little bit of dent towards members of the side of Assassin Academy. I did mention that it's going to be Assassin Academy here running on a ticking clock, because Pantheon hitting into the late game, he only does one thing well enough. Take one member off, and then probably soak as much damage as possible, waiting for Fuse or even Pulsing Eye to come in. But speaking of which, a pickoff happens, and I just mentioned Zen. He's having a rough time right now.
He's definitely having a rough time, and I can see that the Ninja Tabi has already been picked up by Zen, and I just don't think that it's a really good item. Oh, Fuse get caught right there by the concussive blow. Chum the Water has been used by All-Seeing Eye, but did not manage to get onto God Gatsby. God Gatsby flashes in with a very nice hit to take out Fuse, and now Super Inferno Bomb goes in, but Zen in the back managed to, with a very nice Grand Skyfall, managed to take out Niazel, but Nash is in trouble behind, gets knocked out by Fallen, and that's 3-for-1. Assassin Academy is just losing their footing right now.
I honestly think that there's not too much reason for Assassin Academy to really try to challenge back on the side of aggression that SDGR is currently displaying. As a matter of fact, like, there's no objectives to take. They have to defend the mid lane turret. And of course, SDGR, they force a dive, waiting for Assassin Academy to respond. And it's kind of like a bait for SDGR. They're going to be able to capitalize on that, and now they open up the mid lane turret as well. Now, it becomes a lot more difficult for Assassin Academy to really focus on who exactly should they go in for first. It's going to be hard to catch Williams. So therefore, it's either they try their very best to lend a hand on Lucian, but Zephyron's not going to give them a free pass. And Emotionless, he can go on a 2 versus 1 as he may, and we have seen it many times before, that he can't pull off those plays, and by the time he do so, the rest of SDGR can follow up. So I like the way that SDGR has been able to manage most of all these pressures, not only when it comes down to the individual lanes itself. Now, they have pretty much the map control. Assassin Academy have to give way on the entirety of their rightmost corner of the river, and of course their jungle. And that was a very, very risky play coming from Fallen. Not getting caught under turret, thankfully enough, but Assassin Academy, they have to just wait for one minor mistake from the side of SDGRDA, and they should be able to actually one up Nash, alongside with a member of the side of Assassin Academy having the Dragon Straight Shard being utilized, but they won't get any access to this Drake. This will fall to the hands of SDGR easily.
Yeah, and looking at the current situation right now, it's going to be very difficult for Assassin Academy to try and come back to this fight. Now they know that William and also God Gatsby is the key target here. But from what I see, All-Seeing Eye positioning, I mean, he has the damage already. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, his damage is really good, but the situation is that Zephyro is always there to protect the key target. So it proves really difficult for All-Seeing Eye to just go into the back, because the moment you got hit by an auto attack or an auto attack or the concussive blow, it applies that frostbite stun immediately, and sorry, the frostbite stack immediately, which gonna be part easily. But hold that thought, it seems like All-Seeing Eye is a little bit of trouble here, but Emotionally managed to pick up here. The Noxian Guillotine is going to finish up Fuse, but Fuse in trouble as well, gets knocked out immediately. Ultimate goes out. God Gatsby with the calling going really, really low, but Zen gets knocked out as well. Falling is behind, covering the flank, but there's nothing that Nash flashes away, trying to get in, but gets taken out immediately, and that's gonna be 4-for-1 for SDGR, and it's going to be a very easy crackdown on this inhibitor turret.
Look at the way that SDGR just keep on forcing on all these sort of objectives, and they're not just trying to open the Nexus just about yet, but they do open a wide door over on towards the top side with the inhib takedown. Now, going back to the base, they are going to be going on a shopping spree. Zerilda coming out for the Lee Sin. Interesting build. He's going to hit pretty hard from here. And we are already seeing the Infinity Edge coming up online on the Lucian as well. So this is going to amp up on that damage department. And God Gatsby could possibly go on a 1 versus 1 and win enter trade against AA. Now Zen getting caught out.
Oh, look at that. Very nice Dragon Break. But that kick right there goes on to win it, but there was nothing in it. Nash with the Mega Inferno Ball did not manage to get it. Fuse gets stunned, gets knocked out immediately, and there goes Zen as well. And that's going to be 2-0, and it's going to, and this just, that fight just opens up the door really, really wide for SDGR to grab this Baron and then just, just stroll down into the mid lane and just, finish up the game immediately. It looks grim for Assassin Academy Contra. I'm not gonna lie to you. This looks really grim.
It looks really tough, and the only way they can snatch it right now is good setup. Oh, no snipes coming in. SDGREA, another free passage. Now, that's 56k goal lead. I don't think that Assassin Academy will be able to respond anytime soon. All they can do is hug tight towards the inhibs that they do have. And right now, that's going to be a really good stop. One more kill for Assassin Academy.
Yeah, that was a... I don't know what Fallen was doing there, but I'm guessing he was just trying out his luck, but it get hooked on instead. Oh, very nice Inferno bomb right there goes towards by Nash, but did not deal as much damage as he can. Oh, but Fuse gets charmed under the tower and get knocked out immediately. And there's going to be inhibited turrets onto his Dragon Lane, out to the mid lane as well. And looks like SDGREA is going to look to close down this game. But Charm comes in on towards SP, no flash. Had to flash away. He does have flash, and he had to flash away to save his life from any further damage. But with all 3 inhibited turrets down, it's going to be super minions on all sides, and it's going to be flooding with super minions anytime soon, and it's going to be really, really difficult for Assassin Academy to come back to this.
Well, I am just looking at the current standpoint. It's only 2 major items coming out from Assassin Academy. They are really on a struggle. As much as Pantheon's doing decently when it comes down to the numbers, but they have really lost out on the entirety of the momentum. Now, maybe a last hurdle will be able to actually end the game. And SDGR in the pole position to just march it down. Baron power play coming on towards the cannons, and I don't know if this is going to be a full flush, but here comes Glacial Fisher.
Look at that very nice Glacial Fisher with the bomb coming in right now. But look at Fallen going on towards the side, trying to keep these people's zone away from trying to get some of those attention on the fight. Emotionless trying to miss the blade immediately, but Fuse goes down really, really low. Look at Fallen just goes into the fountain, grabs 2, but Gots gets me on towards the side, managed to take out 2 with the Nexus as well, and that's going to be GG for SDGREA. I'm not gonna lie to you, Contra. That was a little bit heartbreaking to watch, to be honest, because that was just a total stop from the side of SDGR, or from the merchant or Saudagar themselves onto the assassin. Whew.
Yeah, and I really felt that they come in with a really optimistic mindset where they were just hoping to bag it all on plan A to really play ultra aggressively well. But SDGR, they're just not giving any room for that to even happen. But I like the kind of approach where they're going for vertical jungling. But now that we look into some of the other stats, right, it has definitely been a little bit of a challenge for them from the early game. I don't see that much of an impact coming in from both Fuse as well as Nash, unfortunately, for this game, because they're getting shoved upon from left, right, and center. And I just felt like Fallen was a key member from the side of SDGR to enable many of all these takedowns, especially with those beautiful Dragon's Rage, and Zapharov is on fire, giving room for God Gatsby to just pop off. And look at that, almost full items on his arsenal. Honestly, at this rate, does he really need to pop his status enchantment? And Fallen, he just went in for a full damage build on his Lee Sin. So you kind of know that in one way or another, you can't ignore his Lee Sin when he dives in. And if you focus him down, he can buy a few seconds of the clock with the stasis. And just look at the damage go. Nash, honestly, have been doing the most amount of damage, trying to really pull strings, as his 6 has been able to find a few of all these sort of openings. But it was All-Seeing Eye that was being depleted from the early game. And when the Fizz gets a really rough start in the jungle, you don't really expect him to be able to contribute too much on the map. And I think that that's the problem by putting Fizz inside of the jungle.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, I mean, for me personally, because I do play Fizz, you know, in League of Legends, you know, in the PC version, I mean, Fizz jungle does work, but I just think that, you know, if he could have, like, you know, perhaps maybe, you know, do a little bit of, you know, help the laners a little bit earlier, beside, you know, without relying on your Chum the Waters, it could have proved you know, really, really well. But at the same time, SDGR with their strat, forcing team fights just, you know, contributes, you know, to their victory very immensely. And I really think that it's a really good job for, as you know, for the merchant, for them to just, you know, to just dominate the lane. I mean, usually we heard the story of assassins killing merchants for money, but this time the merchants is the one killing the assassins.
That's right, and you know, there's only a matter of time for the likes of Assassin here to really put all of that sort of the aggressiveness to be displayed. Like, they shouldn't hold back anymore. Just go all in, put a mess
most definitely.
towards the Rift, and hope for something to come out of it. But all they can get out of game number 1. So we come back in about a few minutes or so. We'll be bringing you more to come in this entire series to see whether or not Assassin Academy will be able to find the first pointer in the Rift.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow! Wah, bakal bro!
Itu petangkap alam mata.
Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill. Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow! Wah, bakal bro! mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadruple kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and all you summoners out there across Malaysia. This is the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Fall Season 2021 of course, this is all made possible by ESL and also Riot Games with me, Flicker, and also Contra, and not to forget your official tournament partner, which is the Maggie Hot Cup right here behind me.
That's right, of course. Not only behind you, they're always accompanying us throughout the long nights, as well as your assignments if you guys are working on any of them, on even the burning the midnight on some of all these projects that you guys have been running. And even better yet, when you're playing League of Legends Wild Rift and you're just craving for even spiciness in all of your matches. So now that we have already gotten mid-best of 3, and we saw SDGR once again pulling another great fight against the side of Assassin Academy. It seems like Assassin Academy, they struggle on towards playing towards their win condition, which to snowball out of control. And I want to see that happening throughout this entirety of the series, where we were expecting of a back and forth rumble. I didn't really felt like that was an even fight, to say the very least.
Yeah,
of course,
most
not
definitely.
throwing shades over the side of Assassin's Academy, but honestly, if they are going for something that's so aggressive, they really need to make sure that the key towards the win con will be met in most of all these point of the game. But it seems to be only the Pantheon that has been able to pull most of all these kill securance, or even yet as much as they took the Inferno Drake. The recovery from that fight was a little bit lackluster, to say the very least. And I really hope that they could look back into game 1, see what they could actually do better coming into this upcoming game. And it will start from the picks and bans itself, where they really have to fix a few things. Fizz in the jungle, honestly, I was expecting them to be able to get a little bit more of a stronger start. But of course, with the invade, it has put a dent on the side of Assassin Academy. Maybe they might look for something that's a little bit more stable inside the jungle. Hopefully, I want to see them at least get it at least in for themselves, so that they can easily move around the map with ease.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for a couple of times now, but before I forgot, don't forget, if you guys would like to have, a taste of what a tournament feels like, there's always the Maggie Hot Cup Community Tournament. Link is on screen right now, bit.ly/hotcup7. And if you guys wanted to win some cash prizes with your friends, go ahead and register as 5. Or even if you are a solo player, of course, you can register as a solo player, and ESL will match you guys up with those, with the other solo players as well. And who knows, you could find your future team there, and you could be the next Titan of Malaysia.
That's right. And now we're looking back and towards so many of all these opportunities that you guys can also seize. You guys can win stuff coming in from all these community tournaments, and it has to start somewhere if you guys aim to go for glory. So with that, Maggie Hot Cup Community Tournament has presented you this perfect platform. All you have to do is register. Whether if you don't have friends, it's no problems at all. You can go as solo or as a team. That's the best way to, of course, kickstart your career as a pro player, or even as a hobby that you can snag a little bit of that extra cash prize, or maybe some great Maggie Hot Cup.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, going back to what the point that I was making just now, I have been saying this for weeks now, ever since the first day. Assassin Academy always had the idea of what they wanted to do. Their drafts are, sometimes their drafts are quite bad, I would say, but when the time they did pull out a really nice draft, they really know, like, they get the idea of what they wanted to do. But it's just that sometimes the execution was a little bit too poor, as in, like, if they wanted to go for this, or for the early aggression kind of composition, they didn't manage to pull that very well. They did wait up to, they rely mostly on their ultimates, just like, for example, like the game just now, they had the Fizz in the jungle, which, for me, it's already a really good pick for a Fizz, because Fizz has a lot of maneuverability around the map, but it's just that he relies, chum the water a little bit too much, and it kind of cost him his life, and made him put a lot of pressure on him to just farm up safely.
That's right. So this is where we are going to be looking at so many of all these possibilities as well, where if they're going for something as aggressive as what they picked up early on with the Pantheon, maybe some slight improvements can also be met when they have things like the Renekton over the top lane and then hitting it towards the jungle. Olaf honestly isn't in the bad state, especially with all these brand new items out there that can actually help him going with a better jungle clearance, with even more attack speed, aiding the Olaf to have more survivability when he's going to be going at a low. And just heading towards game number 2, I do want to see, them really going all out on this one, because it has been a streak of defeat and not even a single game has been won yet from the side of Assassin Academy, which is going to be very concerning. But this is where, every chances that is being left on the table, they have to seize it, or else they may not be able to even consider themselves a contender when it comes down to the playoffs.
Yeah, most definitely. And let's take a look at the ban. We can see that, from the bans we can see that the Gragas has already been, has been taken away, and also the Lee Sin as well. It looks like Assassin Academy does see the strength in Lee Sin. It looks like the Lee Sin and also the Olaf has already been banned, Camille as well, and also Graves, and it looks like it's going to be a Galio as well. Now it looks like the focus for Assassin Academy right now is going to be on Fallen instead. Fallen and a little bit of William, I would say. And SDGR still opting for that Lucian first pick, and it's going to be Irelia for Fuse.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the Irelia here, which is going to be pretty much a very good pick against the likes of SDGR. But then again, Emotionless, he plays a whole lot of that number itself. Now, a Yasuo has come into effect online. So mid lane Yasuo, top lane Yasuo, it can go either ways depending on where the Lucian goes. Of course, there's a potential that it could still be flex pick. Timo is being hovered, and there's only 10 seconds on the clock. Is this gonna be locked right in? And it seems like Evelyn's gonna be the answer here. So once again, going all out as usual. This is the SDGR we know and love to play very aggressively. And I have been missing out on great Evelyn's coming in with the last caress, just snagging all these sneaky kills out in the middle where they least suspected. So heading into the support role, we are seeing a Braum versus a support Rakan, most likely than so. Back in PC, we do see mid lane Rakan cheese, but that's obviously not happening. So now, Riven to go alongside either the Irelia or the Yasuo over on towards the top lane. I think it's going to be a good counter if they were to put the Irelia to face off against the Yasuo, because there's not too much that the Yasuo could actually do.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a Riven going up against a Yasuo, a very skilled Riven can take out a very skilled Yasuo. I mean, of course the Yasuo gonna need to rely a little bit on the enemy, on the enemy's minions to try and actually, make use, fully on his kit. But we'll just have to see how we're gonna go. And it seems like it's going to be a Yasuo. Wait, hold on, I'm a little bit confused here. Is that going to be a Yasuo jungle?
Yasuo jungle?
Apparently it's going to be a Yasuo jungle. Wow. I mean,
okay. I don't know what to feel about it. I think that the clear speed is going to be decent, but if he's going to get invaded, I think at least he can try to outplay it. I don't know if you were to face off against an Evelyn, it's going to be any good. So I gotta really have to witness this to find out if this is gonna work out, because to look at knockups, you really have to really back on towards this Rakan to come in with a good grand entrance alongside with the quickness in order to get everybody clumped up for that last whisper. Well, not last whisper, but the last breath itself. But last chance here. If Assassin Academy did not pick a win against SDGR, but if they do, we're going into game 3. Now, for the moment, it's just going to be game 2, and we're already seeing a battle of the mid lane. Let's see what this Rumble will bring out.
Yeah, it seems that, Assassin Academy, did not manage to pull off what they did, in the last game, so they decided to everyone to just back off. Fuse really, at the spect of, like, a little bit of health loss right there is going to be really difficult for them. But it seems like SDGR is going to answer that by going in ham as well. It's going to disrupt the Yasuo. It's going to disrupt Yasuo really, really, really bad, and it's going to make Yasuo struggle just by a little bit. And now he didn't even finish the wolf right there, and he's gonna opt to take Berjaya instead. But Sephiroth with a very nice grand entrance right together with William on towards the side, and now that the grand entrance is no longer there, now Fallen. It seems that the blue buff kept on resetting, so neither of the sides are going to grab this. And now that All Seeing Eye is very, very low, he had to go for these reset right here, and it's going to be Nash with the Aurelia onto the mid lane. Oh, a very nice stun right there, very nice aggression onto his William, had to pop the exhaust, and now it's going to open up a really nice opportunity for for Nash to go on aggressive a little bit more now that the exhaust it's already out.
Of course, SDGR Iblis, they had a little bit of a party into the jungle, which have resulted in just a little bit of slight disturbance for All Seeing Eye, but he's still going to be a-okay. Already using the smite into the Raptors, so he's going to take his sweet time with the scuttle, but then again he's not challenged. But over on the bottom side, a little bit of a skirmish that brings God Gatsby as well as Sephiroth, and I do think that it's a smart choice. But over on top side, a solo kill happened with Emotionless surviving with a tick of health. Can All Seeing Eye get this one in the bag?
I don't think it's not gonna happen because I mean, Fuse was already pushed up under the turret, and we all know how Riven is, but hold that thought. It seems like it's going to be a little bit of fight here. Espino flies in the back, gets killed by Dini, and it's going to be 3-0. That's going to be Zen and also Espino Flash taken out immediately from that little bit of skirmish right there. Fallen didn't even have the, the passive from his... from his ultimate, and he's already doing really, really well supporting his team. Now he already got 1 kill, and of course together with God Gatsby as well. Now this of course is gonna put a lot more pressure on Assassin Academy on how they want to pull it off, because you have a Yasuo in the jungle, and the only way... Nash had to opt out for the flash right there. Really good gank right there, and now Nash is backed up to a wall right here. Now, as I mentioned previously, I mean, it's going to be really difficult for a Yasuo jungle to actually, gank, because you don't have a really, a really strong kit to actually do a lot much damage besides relying on your team to actually try and hit the dice. A very nice ultimate, a very nice last breath right there. Emotionally with a very nice stun. Hammer is already popped, and the Noxus Guillotine is gonna finish him out immediately. A very well gank right there.
Yeah, and I really do like that they are giving a little bit more focus onwards Emotionless, because Riven definitely needs to snowball, and now that it has made to be even 1-all onwards the Baron lane, helping the Darius to further cope with that pressure so that he can slowly get back his Trinity Force without too much hassle, I hope. And I guess Emotionless is just going to be buying a lot of more attention, and in hopes that Assassin Academy can further solidify the chances over bottom lane, but that also opens room for Fallen to make a play. Now, speaking of making a play, he's going to be moving right deeply inside, and somehow Fuse has already made his way towards the dragon outskirts. So I'm just going to be seeing whether or not can Assassin Academy ensure that they will be able to take the very first Drake of Game 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, even without Emotionless there. In the fight, it's going to be really difficult, for the side of Assassin Academy to really try and take this fight, because, of course, they have like a lot of late game champions available, so they won't have that much, damage in the early on, so they really need to, pick this fight. But a really nice grand entrance right there with the last whisper, with the last breath, managed to goes in. And meanwhile, on towards the other side, Emotionless just goes into the back, take out Espino Flash, and God Gatsby was just in a really great position, flashed in. William managed popping the Destiny and goes in with the gold card, and that's going to be a clean ace for SDGR, wiping Assassin Academy, and this just gives them a lot of opportunity and widened the gap for SDGR to just have more control over this game.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that team fight that definitely went in towards this part where it was a good knockup that was being set by the Rakan support, no flash. As much as it opens up the room, it was the inability for them to really prioritize on what's in front of them first. They were all rushing for that Drake. And yet again, that didn't result too much because SDGR, they didn't even have to smite the dragon in order to snatch it away from the grasp of Assassin Academy. And not only did they get that dragon, now Assassin Academy, as they were trying to actually flush the mountain towards the river, but at the very least, they managed to get the hands on the Rip Herald. But here comes Fallen, the rest of SDGR. They're ready to dive right in, and oh, here comes a package.
Oh, a very nice Valkyrie right there. Now Zen really had to flash away from there because if he does not, he might get hit by the concussion blow right there. Meanwhile, oh, looks like Nash tried to go in with the ultimate onto his Fallen, but oh, a very nice grand entrance with the last burst, but Fallen going really low. Glacial Fissure managed to hold Zen in behind, but Zen is struggling right now, trying to take down God Gatsby, but was this not there? God Gatsby is just in front of their face, going ham right now. Managed to take out 4 members of the Assassin Academy. Of course, not everyone, not everything is on God Gatsby. A very nice gold cut right there with the exhaust as well, but God Gatsby is in the turret range with the Noxus Guillotine. It's gonna finish him up. Fuse did not manage to catch onto Williams, but the flash though was amazing.
Yeah, that actually gets him into a better room, but then again, how long can he last though? There's still more members coming out of SDGR, yet he has fallen to the hands of Fallen and Williams.
Oh, that was a really nice pickup right there. Oh, almost a nice stun right there onto his neck. Espino Flash trying to go in with the grand entrance, but missed. As Emotionless managed to go back into the river and grab some of the honey fruit, and now he'll be making his way onto the dragon lane right here to push that even further. And of course, as always, their plan is to send Emotionless just solo, trying to put a pressure on towards the side lane so they can relieve the pressure, on towards the perhaps maybe Zephyr or God Gatsby, who is trying to siege on any other lane, which is a really good strat, by the way.
Yeah, and now that also allows the side of SDGR to take full control on towards the mid lane. Taking down tier 1 already, and tier 1 is gonna be riddled. Again.
Looks like it's gonna be the ultimate. Managed to take down God Gatsby right there, and also Zephyr. Zephyr is now out. That's a double kill for Nash. And is this going to be a little bit of miracle that Assassin Academy need to try and actually siege down on towards this mid lane turret? They do have the Ray Feral, and meanwhile a very nice last breath right there. Go on to a very nice grand entrance as well. Fallen managed to stay alive at the nick of fell. Zen had to flash away because he was under the aggro of the turret, and Fallen and also William managed to get in. Meanwhile, Emotionless going in. Ultimate already ready. Oh, a very nice stun right there on towards the 2, and it's going to be 3 out. And oh, look at that, William with a very nice gold card onto it. Onto with All-Seeing Eye, but with the Ignite, it's going to take out entirely, and that's a triple kill for Emotionless. And SDGR just showing it how it's done. Meanwhile, Fuse, oh no, getting caught right there in it, and that's a godlike. That's a godlike for Emotionless, and this is just too heartbreaking. I'm sorry, Contra. Take it away, Contra.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm into that team fight that was a beautiful turnaround coming in from the side of SDGR, and I was expecting Assassin Academy to at least finish off what they started, because that mid lane turret is still hanging on a thread, and it's gonna stay for a while longer. As much as they wanted to first land the final blow, they have understanding that Emotion was already going on that rotation, so it gets a lot harder for them to really pull that off and survive. But then the result remained the same when the Destiny came in. So we really gotta give it to Williams. And there's a reason why we have hyped him as one of the better Twisted Fate players out there. And even some of the best players have commended on how well he executes the Destiny plays from time and time again, with some really good gold cards being thrown off and finish off with that Ignite that was being popped by Emotionless. Now, initially it was a 1-1 on that ribbon. Look how Emotionless just snowballed, and he's got that sheer confidence to really pull up some spectacular finishes, and he could possibly bring the whole party to this bottom lane and get away with it as well. And as much as Nash is doing very well coming to these past 2 games, honestly, too much is on display if the teammates of Assassin Academy don't really gang up on the members of SDGR. this is going to look even harder for them to really secure all too much. Now, needing to defend, Assassin Academy here need to quickly find that answer. And if they can buy time into at least 20 minutes of play, that's where Aurelia, Yasuo, as well as Corki will have this crazy scaling, which might overwhelm the side of SDGR. I do like this draft as compared to the previous one, but another challenge arises where SDGR, they threaten to start off with that Baron, and nobody from Assassin Academy is even responding.
Yeah, and okay, before that, I just want to add on top of it. I remember that, I had the honor of, interviewing William, and he didn't even say that, Neil, but hold that thought. It seems like, oh, very nice Glacier Fisher onto an Espino flag, and look at Emotionless going on towards the Fallen, goes towards the back, trying to take out those key targets. But in the meantime, Espino flag is just struggling right now, and that's going to be 4. That's going to be 4 for one God Gatsby who is sacrificed. William with the gold card right now, and it looks like it's going to be an easy Baron power play even without God Gatsby. Look at the health on that Baron, just goes down way too fast. And I was hoping that God Gatsby gonna get it as well, but it seems not, that they're gonna grab that Baron immediately, and it's just going to be a smooth stroll on the towers right now. And I just wanted to say that, for William, I remember that he said that, Twisted Fate is not exactly his pocket pick. Look at that. He's just showing his corky butt right now for God Gatsby. But it's amazing how William could pull off, something that is not even his, his main champion. Look at that, God Gatsby, with a little bit of taunting right there. And yeah, it looks like sorry, go ahead, Contra.
Yeah, I guess that itself is one of the favorite emotes that we all love to spam when you just really want to flex on them. It's like, show me what you got. You got any more dough for me? Are you gonna throw your bodies at me? Because I'm ready to take them on. That's what God Gatsby is subtly saying without needing words, but here comes the last trap though.
Oh, very nice gold card onto her all-seeing eyes, going very, very low. Espino Fly managed to go in, but Nash with a very beautiful ultimate onto the 3. And oh, Fallen with a very nice last caress right there. But meanwhile, Fuse under turrets, getting knocked out by Emotionless, all-seeing eye, and Espino Fly. And also Zen is the only one left to defend this. Package is already available for Zen. Is he able to utilize his package very, very carefully? Looks like Zen's on side already with a very nice position, but 2 gets knocked out as well. And Zen is the only one left alive. Emotionally even gets knocked out, but SDGR here is gonna close out the game immediately, and that's game number 2 for SDGR EA. GG, well played for SDGR EA.
This game itself is bringing me all smiles because we are having some of the rowdiest fights, or it can actually get rowdier, of course, but Assassin Academy, he definitely lacked a few finishing touches. Like, when it comes down to pickoffs, they're looking great. Laning phase is going to be decent at the very least. But team fights, I was hoping for more. I'm looking at Support No Flash trying to pull every string he can. He starts off with the Rod of Ages, which honestly is very costly as a support to hit on towards this sort of item build. That AP ratio is not going to be benefiting Rakan's in general, but I guess he can only try to get himself tank here if it all works very well. And All-Seeing Eye, once again, didn't really have a really smooth cruise in towards this match because, Yasuo in the jungle does take a lot to pull off, and there's nobody else other than Rakan to supply that setup for him. Although there was times where Support No Flash was begging for that last ref to come out, but it definitely needs the Yasuo to be in range. And most likely, SDGR has been able to either zone All-Seeing Eye completely or just shut him down before anything does happen. And yet, you look at Emotionless being once again one of the best, if not the best, Baron laner that we have in this moment. And I'm pretty sure that there's going to be fans of other teams that's going to be flaming at me. Is like, are you sure about that though? Like the rest of SDGR EA, you just look at Fallen here, who has that sure confidence to look for those clean dives. really getting emotionless back ahead, although he was being shut down initially to even the score for Fuse. And Fuse, you can't blame him because how much can the Darius actually take? As we saw him
Yeah,
getting
most definitely.
shoved around, 3 members, 2 members, you name it. They can throw the kitchen sink if they want to, but it's all out a very good coordinated play coming out of the side of SDGR, and I kind of wish I see the same from the side of Assassin Academy. Although they started better off on that early game, it's more of that late game which they always find problems to ever get things swinging on their back. The only chance we saw,
I agree,
was that Rift Herald over the mid side, and that was not well handled too.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can notice that some of the itemization from the side of SDGRA, they not only itemize themselves not only for for the champions that they pick, but to counter the enemy team as well. You can see how Fallen picked up that Morello, even though I would say the Void staff or maybe could be a little bit better. But with the Morello, it denies a lot of the healing that comes from Irelia and also Yasuo. So it's just a well performance in terms of how they see things throughout the game, how they're going to build themselves. So it is a really well deserved win for SDGREA. But on towards the side of Assassin Academy, like I said, they had the idea of what they wanted to do, only their execution is a little bit low. I kind of got the hope that they could do it. It was possible that they could pull it off, what they draft here just now, but it's just that they just got shoved in most of the time, and it was really difficult for them to really maneuver around. Like how Espino Fly was always trying to go in with the grand entrance, but Zephyros was always there with the Glacier Fisher to just knock out, or maybe just hold Espino Flash on towards the side for a bit.
That's right. And I just felt like there are so many things that they still need to go back into the drawing board to really hit in towards the late game with a little bit more of quick reflex onto how to approach the very certain situations. But SDGR really not looking to put any sort of breaks, especially when they have winning lanes all over his side. So it's time for us to have some words alongside with Zafarov of Saudagar EA. So let us welcome Zafarov. So
hi, Zafarov.
You guys have been able to
Hello.
win a convincing 2-0. How are you guys feeling right now about that series?
It's a predictable series, I guess. It's a series that I think everybody would think that we will get a 2-0 against AA. I don't think we would be losing that game. If we lost that game, I think our morale would be really bad.
Of course, it's great to, of course, go in with that clear mindset of what the goal is for today to come off with some clean wins. And we saw, like, of course, Yasuo in the jungle, Fizz in the jungle. Back then, it can be pulled off. But do you think that in this brand new patch, is there any room for such a champion to really excel? Or is there just too many ways to punish such a pig into the jungle?
Personally, I don't think, because with this patch, right, I don't think Yasuo jungle is viable because you have so many much stronger jungle in the lane. Like, I mean, you have so many different picks of the jungle right now, right, which is so much better than picking like a Yasuo or maybe what do you call this? What was the other champion that they picked again? But, I mean, like the Yasuo jungle isn't a really good pick. Like, to be honest, like, there is so many other picks like right now that it's like there's like Rengar, there's like Kha'Zix, and then there's like Lee Sin. All these early game jungle champions, right, is good just gonna like invade or just gonna like straight up win against Yasuo jungle. Like there's no point picking a Yasuo jungle right now.
Well, that's definitely a very fair point. And Zafarov, I think that you guys been going on a really good roll, and of course, you guys want to end up at the very least on the upper brackets, heading in towards the playoffs, which I feel that you guys are definitely in that really good position. But whenever you face against any sort of bottom lane challenge out there, who do you think is currently some of the toughest opponents when you look into a support role or any sort of the other matchups that you felt that there are certain things that you guys felt could have done better from the side of SDGR?
I think for us, out of all the other 7 teams that fought against us, I personally, me and Gatsby personally feel that the only other duo bot that could be able to, probably win and have a even matchup against us would be BJD, Sagi and Winter himself. So I think, like, even the match for us against BJD, I think that we actually underperformed really badly, and hopefully on the coming up playoffs, we will be able to perform better, and at least we could show that we are at least on the same level against them.
Well, we definitely want to witness that because I've been rooting for you guys, and honestly, I've been pretty much big fans of how you guys come up from the qualifiers and now storming through your way in hopes of securing those slot in towards the Southeast Asia Championship. So, any last words, Sephiroth, before we, of course, end the interview?
Just like to thank everyone who is supporting Saudagar EA, as well as family members who are supporting their sons or their family members who are playing this esports tournament and whatever esports endeavor that they are in. And we'd like to thank everyone that is supporting us since the beginning of Saudagar EA, even before Saudagar EA, during when we were in Vida as well. We'd like to thank everyone for that.
Yeah, I'm so happy for you guys. Of course, we will have more matches for all of you. We don't want to hold you for too long. Thank you for joining us in this interview, and all the best for all the matches to come.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Well, that was Sephiroth, and this is definitely one of the stellar performers of the side of SDGR that has been able to really be the backbone, the support of the team to enable them to go in for those leads. And we've already heard from him himself that they want to go up against the match against Berjaya Dragons in, of course, weeks to come. So honestly, I think this is going to be one of the biggest games that we are going to get out of the whole season itself, because the last time they met, we see some incredible display from both ends, and well, it always comes to some really close series. So hopefully by then, that's where we'll be able to see which bottom laners will be able to dominate. So now that we have already got this series done, the SDGR now puts another solid 3-pointers in, and they are definitely well on their way to race to the top against UndeRank, against Berjaya Dragons, and many more of those names out there. So we want to see what comes next in our matchup, because we still have 2 more series to go.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at like how, I mean, we can see like from the from Sephiroth as well. But before that, let's just take a look at the player of the match. And of course, with no doubt, I always thought that he's gonna be the MVP, and he's gonna be it. We can see that Fallen did some really well ganks right there, not only in terms of helping his team, but the animation that he did as well, which is really impresses me to the core. And it's a really well deserved MVP. Even though with the 58% kill participation, he wasn't there most of the time, but then he was always there when he was needed, and managed to carry his team and support in team fights.
Yeah, and Fallen has always been able to really arrive towards very critical moments of the point where it's either getting advantage for themselves or even going in towards a certain scenario which he could really make some spectacular plays. And with emotion usually at the ready over on the barrel lane and the bomb side, it has some beautiful setups to really go in for some engages out there. I think that SDGR definitely stands a chance in the global scale to really take on some of the best teams out there if they keep riding on this sort of momentum. Against the side of Assassin Academy, they know that, this isn't the challenge that they're looking for, or are they even at the same par of level, to be fair to them, Like, there's so many things that the team of Saudagar EA here still has to prove as the ones who have just qualified, previously known as Team Rita. Now, with a new revamped look, this is definitely a huge wave coming in from the ones that have emerged from nothing into the heroes that we are seeing here in the ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series Malaysia. And there's more of all our champions to come here with League of Legends Wild Rift, so don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back after 4 minutes.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wah, bakar bro. Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Yeah. It ain't nobody, nobody that say nobody, nobody that say none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody, nobody that say nobody, nobody that say none of my business.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wah, bakar bro. Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and to all you summoners out there, this is the ESL Mobile Open presenting Wild Rift C Icon Series Fall Season, and of course this is all made possible by ESL and Riot Games as well, and not to forget your official tournament partners, and of course my name is Flicker, together alongside with Contra, who will be your casters for today. And of course we have seen some very spicy gameplays between Berjaya Dragons and also me as well, and also SDGR EA going up against the Academy. We have seen really some spicy games. So on the next one, we have Silent Killer going up against UndeRank. One of the matches that I'm looking forward to as well. What do you think, Contra?
I definitely think that this is where it will ensure that if there's going to be any sort of shift when it comes down to the ladder itself, where we will be looking at Geek Fam whether if they can actually get clean games off of the matches alongside with Silent Killer, who wants to actually take down the likes of UndeRank and cause some motion of upset in order to match up against all the other teams that are currently rising out there. So yep, I definitely am looking forward for this sort of matchup where we look into the sort of talent that UndeRank feels. It definitely is a very scary roster, but it's not to say that it's all too perfect just about yet, where there is still a little bit more room for refinement, but they are definitely well on the way to become the very best. So Silent Killer, as much as they seem to be having some certain struggles heading towards the past couple of games, but they have been able to really take certain games off from some of the Titan teams out there that we've already been able to see coming on the very first half of the season. So just heading in towards the next few matches here, I think it's even more so important for the side of Silent Killer to really snack up all those sort of points, because if they look at the downfall of the side of Assassin Academy and Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX not really in the best position as well, they're one of the next few teams to be able to really rise up to the occasion. So really, it's all coming down to this match where they will have to win against UndeRank to prove themselves that they are worthy to get into that upper bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, most definitely. And I definitely think that they still have a chance, because over the past course of the throughout the entirety of the Icon series, they have been showing some really great synergies, some really compositions. But of course, before that, let us introduce the team that will be playing for Silent Killer. It's going to be Paddy on towards the Baron lane, RSSG on towards the jungle, Dan will be going on towards the mid lane, Astral and also Haz will be going on towards the Dragon lane. Now, these guys, they have shown some really great performance, but there are some that, perhaps maybe some of their the strategy that they're trying to put out wasn't there, and I can see that some of their games they did struggle. But hey, we'll see how it goes.
That's right. And of course, UndeRank now getting more games in, and Steezy is going to be making his appearance over on that barrel lane, and he has been brought right in to really amp up on that ammunition of power that UndeRank has been able to fill out. So Arashi in the jungle, Kagami, Coffee as well, Shang will remain to be their staple heading into this matchup. So Steezy, as we saw last season, that he has definitely been able to really show himself as one of the powerhouses over on towards that barrel lane. So now that he's coming up with even more things to offer here in the fall split after being picked up by UndeRank, I'm pretty sure that he is looking forward to tear down some opponent in the Rift.
Yeah, and not only is Steezy, I mean, now with UndeRank picking up Arashi as well in one of their roster, in their main roster. So it's going to be a really nice, interesting, see how UndeRank's, story goes throughout the entire the Icon series. And of course, with the players to watch, we are looking at Dan and also Kagame, who's going to be on the mid lane, because both of these players have been very, very well versed with the mages that they played. I've seen Kagame on his Ari, which is really, really crazy. He did some really insane charms. But not to forget Dan as well, who has been very well versed, I would say individually skilled in terms of using the utility mates such as the Oriana to pull off those really nice shockwaves, to turn those fight arounds. And these are definitely the players to watch in these upcoming matches.
Yeah, and although we look into the difference when it comes down to the KD ratio, you look at the kill participation that is being offered out there, you know that Dan himself, over on the mid side, has been able to also offer many of all these utility mage pickups out there. So it's more about how he contributes to the team than what the damage output is for the side of the Silent Killer. And looking to first ensure that the bottom side will be able to cope against Kagami is going to be a very important factor. So it is definitely a very big, well, I call Kagame towards the bottom lane because he used to be a marksman. I do apologize. Of course, he has already shifted towards the mid side. that's the difference coming in towards the fall split, where so many changes out there, and even Silent Killer honestly have some really good chances faring in towards any sort of a best of 3 format. And I really hope that one day we get to see them really rise up to the top, because some of these players, they have been playing on the esports stage, coming from different titles as well, hitting into WoW Rift to give another shot to prove their worth in order to fly the flag for Malaysia, and of course for the players who are also outside of Malaysia joining into this region here to really come in with some really fantastic performance. I just think that it just gets better and better. But here are our casters prediction. I think this time around we are on the same page that UndeRank is not looking to be stopped. But I like to be proved wrong, which is why my prediction rate is low, by the way, guys. Like, I like to go for the underdogs, but I can really kind of call everyone the underdog in many of these situations, because I see them as equals, because every new game is a new equal opportunity to, of course, win it all. So, against the side of course, there's none other than side, it also meant that you cannot afford to slip up in the early game, or else you just basically give a lot of space for them to really punish. So let's have a look at the picks and bans real quick here. Maggie Hot Cup presents to us Champion Select.
Yeah, and of course, I'm predicting that it's going to be perhaps maybe the Gragas ban or the Camille, and it looks like the first ban from on towards the side of UndeRank is going to be that Twisted Fate shutting off that global presence, or with that with the Destiny plays, and it seems like it's going to be a Rengar ban on towards the side of Silent Killer. We all heard how Chili said Rengar is OP, and for me personally as a Rengar main myself, so it's a really good ban. Camille and also Listen has been locked out as well, preventing those heavy lockdown, and even playmaker as well. Lucian and also Ziggs has been banned as well, to prevent locking away all those position, because Ziggs has always been very good in poking. But it seems that Gragas is in fact open and picked up on towards the side of UndeRank, and I'm assuming that this is going to be a Baron lane Gragas, because TZ has always been shown a really good proficiency on towards the Gragas, and at the same time Diana and also Braum is going to get picked up on towards the side of Silent Killer.
Just the other week itself, or days, if you want to count, UndeRank has been able to show that Coffee can also play AP Gragas on that bottom lane itself. So it is a little bit of a question, and that's why I'm looking at a Fiora, a Renekton, that kind of throws us the question, who exactly is going to the Baron lane? Either one out of the three, and honestly, like, Kagami can play it, Steezy can play it, Coffee can play it. It's more of like, who is feeling more likely to be able to stash this up? Now we're seeing a Vayne alongside Wukong. We're going a little bit more old school. So Silent Killer will need Dan to bring in that $1 million Moonfall in order to really disorientate the side of UndeRank. But somebody really has to respond towards Gragas. If in the case that he gets early picks, he's probably going to go maybe either more damage or even tanker as it goes. Pantheon as an answer. What do you feel about the Pantheon coming to this place? Because it may go in the mid lane, it may challenge the Gragas overall. So perhaps a little bit switcheroo coming up, but Fiora most likely will stay inside the jungle. But yep, it will be changed up for Steezy. He's going to be moving up in towards the Baron lane with that Fiora.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good draft for both teams. You have the Renekton and also Fiora, on towards the side of mid lane and also Baron lane. So these two fighters are really good in terms of sustaining in lane very, very well. But we have to take a look on towards the side of Silent Killer as well, where they did pick up that they did pick up that Pantheon and also that Wukong and also the Diana as well. So it's going to be really tough for UndeRank in terms of team fighting, because you have a lot of people that can go towards the back line, eliminate your key targets, and you're just left there, a little bit clueless. But then you do have the Fiora and also the Renekton to go behind as well. So we're just gonna see how these compositions are gonna go for both teams, and how is it going to work well. But then Shanks is on the Lulu. I was expecting that he's still gonna go for the Nami instead, because Nami has always been his pocket pick. But going for the Lulu instead here, that means that he's going to have to play it really, really safe, as in, like, you really need to keep your key players alive, perhaps maybe Coffee, or even Steezy, or even Kagame, because you have all these really good fighters, and the wild growth is going to be really good. So, getting into the first game of UndeRank versus Signkiller, we'll see how it goes.
Astral, already flexing on the brand new Sentinel skin. I wonder if you guys have been able to also get this one in the store. There's a bundle going on. And yeah, I haven't made my top up just about yet, but probably after this whole series is done. And look at that damage though. Kagame is having some good time against Dan. And I don't think it's wise to challenge him right now, but RSSG is coming for the gank. And with a beautiful stun, this might just be first blood. Flash being popped. Ignite being dropped onto Kagame. This is first blood. With the final blow being done by RSSG.
Oh, that's a really nice gang right there. A really great opportunity. I mean, RSSG perhaps knows the information that, Kagame doesn't have his dash anymore, which he already used against, Dan just now. And it does have quite a long cooldown. So taking that information into account and goes in for that gang was actually was a really good choice. And now it looks like they're gonna have to battle it out for the Scholar right here. Oh my god, Shanks going in a little bit too ham right there. Heal has already been popped. Dan trying to make it worthwhile, but Shanks managed to flash away. But Coffee managed to get taken out. RSSG Kagame is still trying here, but Arashi managed to pick up the double kill right there. But Astro is still there. Astro is still healthy, and with the Thunderbolt, but Shanks goes in on towards the side, but gives the kill onto it. Astro, Shanks, what are you doing right there, bro?
Wow.
That
is.
I'm confused.
There's a little bit of a mess going on for the sake of a Scuttle Crab, and that shows you that Silent Killer, they're not gonna give way to even the slightest of advantage to be given inside UndeRank. And look at how well Astro positions himself in many of all these fights. Yes, he may have soaked a few barrels coming in from Arashi, but early game he is definitely going to be able to fight, despite the fact that there is a potential body slam, but the cooldown is pretty high. The moment that he misses that body slam, or even dodges it with a tumble, that's opportunity out there. And you start off with a Vayne 2-0, where you don't want this guy to go into the late game with so much advantage. Now, advantage being given, and after looking for another pick up there, chasing against Kagame. This looks to be pretty bad. He lands that stack though. Kagame, he does pop that one out, and that's a killing spree.
That's a really nice pick off, by the way. I mean, Kagame, I think he went a little bit too ham right there, trying to put a lot of pressure on towards Dan, but it's not working out for them. And now UndeRank really need to reassess their situation right now and rethink on how are they going to approach this. Of course, you have Coffee in the back line, can still dish out a lot of damage on during those team fights, but they have to remember that if they are not careful, Paddy and also RSG and even Dan could go behind, do a lot of Moonfall. I mean, you have the Wukong and also Diana combo, which is the Moonfall and also the Cyclone. If they could pull off that combo, UndeRank can just be demolished entirely.
Yeah, and this is a really rough start for them. Arashi now picks up the Rod of Ages in order to scale better in towards the mid game, and that's where we do see a little bit of a challenge here. Split decision on either the Rift Herald or even the Drake. But we see that UndeRank, they've already set sight on towards this Drake, but they're hoping to punish Kagame for round 3.
Oh, Moonfall has already been used right there. Ignite has been popped, but it's not gonna take Kagame out, even without the ultimate right there. Kagame still have ultimate available in just a bit. RSSG with the very nice Grand Skyfall to save the tower just in time. But now they are looking to get this Drake easily, and it seems that UndeRank is gonna opt in for the Rift Herald instead, or perhaps maybe the top, perhaps maybe the Baron lane turret instead, and it looks like it's going to be a dive here. Coffee goes on towards the back, but Shank gets knocked out immediately. Oh, Rocket Jump has already been popped, but look at Astro. Astro is just going ham right there. Haas managing flashes in with the stun, slice and dice onto his Haas, but oh, it seems like the concussive blow is going to take Kagami out, and it's going to be a killing spree for RSSG, and there is no way that Coffee can answer to that.
But then again, you look at UndeRank who are parting towers, that's the way to go when it comes down to 5-man rotation over to the bottom side. Silent Killer, as much as they got those kills going for them, and Astro now is just having the best start of the Vayne hitting it towards 5 minutes of the game. I want to see the items right now. Look at that. 5 minutes and a half. He's already working on his second item. Clear the Ruin King being completed. UndeRank, I think it's actually decent that they managed to get 2 turrets off in order to compensate the loss that they're making on Kagami. Like, he on that Necton, you can't justify that he's playing badly, but then again, he didn't expect to be camped out so much. So for the fact that it's already 3 kills and 2 assists, Astro now with 5,000 gold, it may not be too big of a significance if you compare it to the likes of the Fiora, who's only a few hundred goals behind him and already completing that Trinity Force. It's just that hit start that can give him edges when it comes down to making things happen across the map. So 2 turrets to 1, honestly, decent trade, but we're seeing them pretty much did even only like what I mentioned, 300 gold in difference.
Yeah, and I really think that it's a really nice strat for UndeRank to try and, you know, because you know that these on towards the side of Silent Killer, they have a really good, you know, strong pickoff kind of, you know, composition. So I would say that they kind of expected this kind of camp, or perhaps maybe this kind of, you know, heavy team fighting call on towards side of Silent Killer, but they answered that with a very nice, you know, tower pickup right here, because they, I mean, you have a Fiora who could really push tower really fast, and also the Tristana, and at the same time, now that, you know, Silent Killer is now seen like this, so they have to answer this kind of play by sending at least one person. And Steezy, I mean, Steezy is going to have a really easy, you know, he's going to have it easy, but it seems that the Grand Skyfall has already been used by Nia. Dan, really nice moonfall, almost died right there. Shan is almost there right there, but Coffee onto his side, still trying to him, barely hanging on to his life, but that flash just saved Shank's life. And it seems like Coffee almost take out Dan as well just now, but it seems that... But yeah, before like, that...
Yeah, like...
even Paddy get knocked out towards the side of Dragon Lane just now.
Yeah, we saw that there was a sort of the hustle that was being pulled out from the side of UndeRank in order to establish an exchange heading towards the turrets, which not only did they walk away with the kill onto Paddy, they managed to break it down. Silent Killer still pretty much even things up, but UndeRank has been able to get 1 up, just in terms of 1,000. Now, the highlight is once again on Astro, because this guy is playing aggressively on that Vayne, but it's also being followed with Kagami getting picked. Now, Flash has already been popped. He could have actually utilized the dominance here to buy a little bit more time, but then again, he needs that spacing in order to survive, because the rest of Silent Killer, they're moving right in. Now, the next point of focus that I want to highlight here is mostly onto Steezy, because that's the winning lane that I want to consider, but here's the fight before we get to that. Okay,
yeah,
confused?
I think
it's all right.
I think they wanted to fight right there. Yeah, I think they really wanted to try and fight right there, but it just wasn't really great at the moment. But look at Haas zoning out that name. Meanwhile, Kagami on towards the back, goes in for the Dan, and it seems like Glade's picture has already been popped, but a very nice moonfall on towards Coffee, but Coffee is still alive, trying to take out Ni. And here you go, Party comes in, Cyclone has not been popped yet. Oh, Kagami's trying to go in on towards Astro, but gets stunned instead. The shield, the flash is in. Astro, what are you doing? Party finally with the Cyclone. Coffee had to rocket jump away, and it seems that it's going to be a very easy pickup, but then he goes, but then again, he managed to pick up that Ni. Grand challenge is already been popped. Steezy trying to stay very fast and stay alive, but almost stay alive right there. RSSG survived in the nick of health. Astro just was there to save the day.
Oh,
what
boy.
a game, Contra.
Some interesting interaction between the two of them where they are just going for trades after trades after trades. Honestly, now I don't think it's benefiting Silent Killer already because they're losing too much of a structure. And they lost an inhibitor. Steezy, he gave his life up, and it was a, what, 3 versus 1. He almost get the life of RSSG, if I'm not mistaken, by popping out that grand challenge. But even if it goes down, it's considered a win. So despite that negative scoreline that UndeRank has been faced with, they are just looking at objectives, objectives, and objectives. It's not really about the kills, but Silent Killer is here to, of course, overwhelm them. But UndeRank, they're really not phased about all this sort of the commotion that they bring in towards the river. And on top of that, UndeRank managing to steal away that dragon is going to big produce. Here comes pretty much a big barrel. And that explosive cast has been able to set it up with that kill.
I mean, they have done really well to control this game. UndeRank is just on top of their game right now. Look at the goal lead difference right now. It's 5,000 even though they are in the negative in terms of kill. But seems like Baron has already been started. Dance try to go in, but it looks like they're gonna leave that Baron alone for now. And it looks like Arashi just trying to zone out Dan as much as he can to prevent him from ever reaching Coffee. And also at the same time, look at Steezy picking up, cracking down on these tier 2 turrets. And there is no way for Silent Killer can answer to this because they need all 5 men to try and start this team fight. Meanwhile, Coffee going into the front. Dan had to flash away to prevent the damage from this Tristana. This Yordle right here is just a beast right now. Look at Steezy. He's just going really ham right now.
Yeah, I mean, even if he goes ham or not, like, you just look at the sort of position that he always puts himself in. He's just trying to pull members towards the side. And once they do bait members inside of Silent Killer to focus on towards the Fiora, that's where they call in for another sort of call. Either it's going to be Baron right now, or focusing in towards that mid lane. But Astral, he's already hitting it for that Stormrazor and completed that Phantom Dancer. Astral's gonna be able to survive on his own. Probably needing to complete his boot to get a little more movement speed. Now, focus on towards Steezy. He flashes away. Proto Belt for the Vayne to, in hopes, reposition even better. Not needing the Quicksilver Sash or even the Stasis Enchantment because of the fact that if you're playing efficiently on Vayne, it's all about creating space, getting in towards the noses of those fights. And speaking of getting into certain fights, Sneezy holding up himself very well, but here comes member side of Silent Killer turning golden.
Oh, looking at Coffee right now. Coffee's just trying his very best to try near Party. Managed to do a really good cycler right there. Kagame is trying his very best to stay alive, but Arashi went in with a very nice body slam onto with the 4. Coffee is in the back, just trying to hammer down these people. But there you go, managed to pick up Nate. No, Coffee just went into the dive, but did not manage to take down Astral. Coffee! That is a very bad decision, but it's fine. Looks like Steezy is on a roll right now, trying to take out Dan. Ignite's already been popped, but it just wasn't enough. Astro was just there again to save Dan in the nick of time.
Well, Astral just channeling the power of Uzi right now, but he needs to really go harder than usual to even settle the score straight. With Miniwiz crashing in, Silent Killer comes in with a very risky attempt towards this Baron call, but here comes the teleport. I think they know what they're up to this time around. Kagame, Coffee, they're already on a hunt. They're already chipping on towards the Baron. Can they actually manage to steal? No, they won't. Silent Killer now battling back, and Coffee may actually fall dead, trying to chip in to help find time, but he's got more coming low. The rest of Silent Killer, they are going for the chase.
Oh, but look at that. Look at that. He just now a very nice glacial picture. Astro is barely trying in, but Coffee just jumped into the front. Party is there trying to save the day, but they did manage to grab that Baron. Now it's going to make, Silent Killer have at least a chance to try their very best to try and sustain in this. But not only that, UndeRank now winning that team fight, it gives them a really nice opportunity for them to grab this dragon. Not just, providing buff to the Omnivamp, it's going to be really good for everyone. Now that if you can see, the Vayne Ryan already picked up that, the executioner calling. It's going to be really difficult for the Fiora to try and survive very long in the front with the Gravy's wound applied to him. Sorry.
Yeah. And, sorry if I do get a little bit more of the different kind of room, but we are seeing a little bit of a pick up here against RSSG as he drops the wound to Starfall. But it's not going to be enough, even if it's Moonfall being brought up. This is going to force Sonkiller into a fight that they don't really want to take. Rocket Jump comes in.
Oh my god, Coffee!
But he's trying to chip a little bit more health. Potty now holding back. He does have the GA available, but here comes Grad Challenge on top of Astro, who's still surviving. How long can Potty take? He flashes available, and he will go back to the base to recuperate. The rest of UndeRank on a 2 versus 5. They managed to still pull through, of course, with the numbers and bringing down the inhib. Silent Killer is playing such an impeccable pace that they're going in for an equal amount of pressure when it comes down to team fight. Now, with nothing left on that base, it's going to be so much more difficult for them to even come up with anything at all. So, looking back at the items, first damages will be available on that grab that's going on the full AP route. And now, with the final item being pretty much the executionist heading into the last whisper or so, or mortal reminder in the actual fact. I think once the mortal reminder is up, he's going to be able to really shred down that Gragas. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. And and look at that, the Vampiric Scepter has already been picked up by the Tristana, so I'm assuming that it's going to be a Bloodthirster build. But look at everyone right now. Look at on towards the side of UndeRank. Look at the damage on Coffee going for that solo kill. Coffee, calm
just disappeared. He just disappeared right there. Potty has got no response, no Cyclone being popped up, no flash. And what's the clone gonna do?
He has
no jungle, no
nothing.
It might just be the final fight right here that's gonna be happening right now. And Flicker,
oh,
this is where it
look at that Moonfall! Looks like that Moonfall managed to knock down 4, but then look at Arashi managed to disrupt the enemy team. Astro is just barely staying alive, trying his very best to try and go for this new 2v4 here. But look at that RSSG just trying his very best, but Steezy gets knocked down. But Nexus is down, and UndeRank takes the first game. GG, well played to UndeRank.
Whoa. That was probably the most intense series of a match that we are getting for today so far. While the rest of it looks to be very much excited. Silent Killer has been showing that they can really come in really strong when it comes down to the early game, but priorities coming in from the side of UndeRank has been able to put them back into this match where they come in closely 18-17, and Coffee just showing up once again as he's completed the build on towards mostly on the critical pathway, which is why, of course, Tristana has still been one of the picks that pro players love to choose to hit into battle with. And, if you compare the range into Astro, who needs to only focus one party target, that's where Coffee has been able to also scale very well on his build. As much as it's the attack speed that matters for Astro to shred more of that true damage coming with the Silver Bolt. So I felt that, they were playing very, very well already, but Silent Killer kind of lose members in some of these team fights a little bit too early. I'm looking at Potty here. As much as there was great opportunities for him to really go in for setup, he was picked off in one of the toughest of timing when the base was being left bare-boned. And Kagame, this is the first time I'm seeing him on going 1-7, to be honest. And I guess the plan worked well, but not well enough because Steezy has been able to really open up the map and then UndeRank just apply pressure on that open wound. But we look at the damage output, just heading into his late game, Coffee has been able to put the numbers back to show that Astro, as much as he popped off early, is the damage numbers that almost hitting 4,000 to really bring the pain towards Cassette. They were overwhelmed. You just look at Shank. All you have to do is just to speed up Coffee and let Coffee do the job.
Exactly. And I really love how Coffee always makes 22k doesn't seem that much, you know, like previously we've seen all these games like 22k almost like filled up the bar, but coffee just make 22k. It doesn't seem like, you know, it's only 22k, I can do more. And he did manage to, and I love how everything just falls in very nicely. This just goes to shows how important objectives are in League of Legends, and UndeRank just, you know, they just showed it really well. You take down turrets even though you're losing, you win games.
That's right, and for those of you guys who go to your rank game and you just press that surrender button when your team is behind on kills, shame on you. This is how you win games. Objectives first,
Turrets.
and then work with your team to secure more of that lead, and UndeRank to show you how it's being done. So I guess we're going in for perhaps 3 games in this full series. So in the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, we're presenting to you some of the finals that Malaysia has to offer in the C Icon Series MY. So after the short commercial break, we'll be back with Silent Killer, hopefully making a splash to equalize.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. See
Itu petangkap alam mata. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. My name. This is the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Fall Season, and of course, this is all made possible by ESL and also Riot Games. Of course, with our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, your best friend during your midnight gaming sessions. My name is Flicker, and alongside with me is none than my brother from another mother, Contra. And of course, Contra, we have seen some pretty exciting. It's a pretty exciting game for game number 1 between Silent Killer versus UndeRank, and this just goes to shows that perhaps maybe we can expect the same thing maybe on game number 2. Contra, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that we're going at an equal pacing at the release, or even a higher octane pace coming out of both UndeRank as well as Silent Killer. But secretly, I'm now rooting for the side of Silent Killer to bring it to game 3. Like, yeah, I'm going against my vote, but because of how well they're playing, I kind of wish I could change it, but don't worry, I'm just going to stick to it, because UndeRank has been able to show that macro play that has worked out for them, despite Kagami going on that 1-7 negative ratio. But it's alright, his team got his back, and he was ready to take the beating in order to, of course, get a lot more room for the team to, of course, make the plays. But here in the Sea Icon Series Malaysia, there's so much of all these great plays that has been brought up by all the players out there. And now we're going to Champion Select to see where not can Silent Killer even the odds here against UndeRank.
Okay, I'm expecting that perhaps maybe I'm expecting maybe the bands are going to be perhaps maybe on towards the side of maybe a Tristana or maybe on Illusion, or perhaps maybe we could see a Gragas band coming in again, because you can see how Arashi was very well versed, very individually skilled on that. Gragas managed to disrupt some of the enemy team that was pretty much ready to do a wombo combo. You have the Diana who did hit. I mean, to be honest, Dan did his very best to try and go through the back line, try to do a really good moonfall. We did almost see a really nice moonfall go towards the back just now, on the last fight just now, but it just wasn't enough. Try and clump up the enemy team when Paddy was just going really, really low, and makes them lose the fight entirely. And at the same time, Coffee was just Coffee was just a monster just now. We see that he was struggling a little bit in the early game, but he managed to come back. He managed to turn that around, and Shangu was just there to help him out immediately with the with the Pixie. Managed to just make him go Speedy Gonzalez. But at the same time, of course, if you guys would like to have a part of all this, there's always the Maggie Hot Cup tournament where it's all starting. Links is on the screen right now, bit.ly/hotcup7, where you could win some cash prizes with your friends, or if you're going solo, hey, you can register as a solo player as well.
That's right, and of course, just having some weekly tournaments that you guys can participate at. While you're already playing Wild Rift, why not give it a shot? Like, you might not know that whatever rank you are, even if you're gold, if you're plat, or if you're just all the way down into iron, there is a chance that you guys can only know your limits when you put it to the test. And if you manage to win all this sort of challenge against all the other players out there, you can get yourself some cash prize. So why not go ahead, try it alongside with your friends, or even better yet, make friends, join in as a solo member, and that's how you want to build the community all together. And of course, Maggie Hot Cup is bringing everybody all together and bringing this Champion Select on top of it. So Silent Killer this time moves on towards the blue side. On the red side, we've seen that intense ferocity that they brought out. And I was expecting Astro to be able to make that crazy play. And from start to finish, he was just chasing people down with his Vayne with almost no remorse or even no care to be shown for his very own life. Expecting his teammates to protect him, but they definitely did a very good job. Bands coming in. They are focusing on Steezy, on that Fury band, no rank, as well as Galio. But guess what? It opens the law of all these great picks, and that Camille is going to be something that UndeRank doesn't want to deal with. And they try to negate a little bit more of that champion pool going towards the jungle. And that's where Lucian is going to be a very safe pick for the side of Silent Killer. As much as we were talking about Lucian that can flex in towards mid lane or even the marksman role over on the classical Dragon Lane format, I haven't seen many of the players put him over on towards Baron Lane and mid lane, which can be done if in the right scenario allows it. But it also is opening a lot of room where calling for the enemy jungle to kind of cap it on that Baron Lane. So gonna stick to the usual. Very stable start for Silent Killer, but what do you think about Kaisa as well as Redectin? Because this seems like a very steady start for UndeRank on this conflict pace.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it's going to be pretty on towards the last game, whereby going into the mid lane, try and pull in all those attention as much as they can to provide a lot of cover for Coffee and also Shanks on towards the Dragon Lane to try their very best to try and farm up in snowball early in the game. But it seems that Silent Killer do have an answer for that, where they did pick up that Garen right there with Garen has always been really strong against not just Renekton but pretty much everyone, where you can just silence, you can do you can have that Demas Injustice as well, and a Kazik picked up. Yeah, a Kazik pickup, and it seems that it's going to be the answer. The answer for that Kazik is going to indeed be a Jinzao, where Jinzao can really do a lot of disruption, where you just go in and pops in those knees. So this is actually a really good, I would say, a really good draft goes on the side of UndeRank, where you focus mainly on these mid to late game heavy fighting composition. Meanwhile, on towards the Silent Killer, they're still trying to go up for that early aggression. Maybe some pickoff composition. I mean, you do have that Kazik right there, and of course UndeRank need to be really careful, because if you are not careful, if you don't have the information on where the enemy Kaziks are, he could be in the shadow just lurking around to take out your key targets.
Yeah, and I just see that there's also very good stability coming into UndeRank's draft. Yes, you may have the Sinzao that is going to be a little bit more linear, but now that with the help of Lulu, there's going to be the wild growth that can help him get out of it safely to initiate fights a little bit more efficiently, or you have Steezy to start off the fight. So Silent Killer, they may have certain counters coming into the lane. I want to see how they fare when it comes down to team fights, because UndeRank is now looking to build a lot more team fight oriented sort of play in hopes of getting Coffee snowballing out of control, just like how he did heading into the late game of game number 1. Now heading into game 2 of this series, UndeRank is just trying to secure a very solid start into this lane with that sort of stability. I think the only sort of challenge that they will possibly have is going to be Astral over on towards the bottom side here, who will be putting a lot of good damage numbers if Shank or even Coffee goes a little bit wide in terms of position. But look at Steezy. He's already chunking a little bit of health boards on the side of Potty, forcing him to not go in for the last hit. And it might just be a little bit of a power struggle going on, but like you said, Garen should be able to hold flat against Renekton in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Garen. You have the passive whereby you just, I mean, if you avoid getting hits from Steezy or even the minion, you can actually gain in it. But it looks like RNG is good, picked up right here. Arashi spotted out, but Arashi will be able to fly away. And Ignite already been used by Kagame, but it seems that it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, onto side of Dragon Lane, it seems that it's going to be a little bit of fight right here. Oh, shield barrier coming up for Coffee, trying to go for that kill, but Coffee is in. Go! Oh no, minions!
Wait a minute.
Almost taking out. Arashi on towards the side, trying to go for him, but Shanks goes in, trying to go in, but Arashi decided to back away, but managed to get the first blood on towards Haas right here, and Coffee! Coffee!
Wow,
what was
that?
Back
and forth. He was so low, and then again, both of them were taking very huge risks to get those initiation done, and they know whoever gets the first blood or the double, they should be able to get the best of head start. Now Astral will have to take an L on this lane, and those 2 kills, it goes back towards the side of UndeRank. And Coffee can slowly work towards snowballing that Captain Rain. 1 for Coffee, 1 for Arashi.
Yeah, most definitely, and you can see that the coffee hammer has already been picked up by Coffee. So with that, a little bit of extra AD and also the ability as well, it's going to be really good for him to keep on pouring out those Icathian rain. Even though it's in the early game, it's always like a little bit too low, but this is going to be really good. It's a really good head start for Underrank, but on the other hand, they really need to be careful for Silent Killer as well, because you really have a really strong carry as well on towards the side of Ziggs, which is really strong in terms of providing that damage with the Infernal Bombs. And meanwhile, on towards the top side, it seems that Party is in a little bit of trouble here, trying to go back in, but the Masin just picked up, but it just wasn't enough. Steezy, meanwhile, Steezy managed to fly down, but got killed instead by RSSG.
Sick setup.
Oh dear.
Party though. That is.
That is just a really nice setup. That is just a really nice setup.
I apologize, but the sort of tenacity, the sort of bold statement that this Garen is pulling out with the Damascus Justice, with the flash, and walking out of that, he calculated it also well, meaning to say that he timed all the spells that has been rotated coming from Steezy to make that play and set it so instantly well for the side of RSSG. It's also important to note that when you get a Kha'Zix ahead, that's another good win condition to enable Silent Killer to move up ahead. Because if Arashi is the one that has been able to go in for many of these picks, then Kha'Zix got no business here. Now, UndeRank, we send 3 members over mid-side, and he's trying to sneak his way into this Drake where UndeRank doesn't have vision, but they are already moving right in. They're popping over the wall with Blast going, and here comes that Infernal Bomb.
Oh, but there you go. Dragon still get picked up on towards side RSG, but there you go. Coffee managed to take out Haas right there, and it looks like Silent Killer will be going on for a retreat right here. I mean, Silent Killer got what they came for. They came in for the Drake, going for the late game, so it's fine. And now it seems that UndeRank will opt in for the Rift Herald instead. Already gets spotted out. Paddy at the same time. UndeRank spotted Paddy and also Dan as well on towards the side. Paddy going really, really low, but with a very nice Damascus Justice right there. Arashi can't do much right there, but look at Coffee just trying to flashes over, managed to get 2 instead. Coffee is such...
This man is on a mission to really prove that he is the best ADC that we have here, at least in the series that we're talking about, right? Astral, they really have some really smart ideas, especially when they go in for the Dragon. Come in with a Blast Cone, which both Haas as well as Astral made over the wall. All they have to do is for Astral to move back in over the wall in order for Haas to hop back around. So it is a very smooth way to secure the Drake efficiently so. Now, that also will be applied for all these upcoming objectives in the near future. As much as Silent Killer, they might just be slightly behind, giving a few kills towards the side of Coffee. And in that fight, in that pit itself, fighting for the Herald, they managed to get it resetted, so it does not really go to the hands of Silent Killer so long as they actually shut down RSSG, which we saw that Silent Killer were kind of negated that opportunity because Coffee went in for that killer instinct. Now, stuck in between, UndeRank, they're going to be making decisions here to opt for a push over the mid as well as the bottom side. They have to give one up, but the members of UndeRank, they're low. Here comes the Glacier
Whoa! The Glacier Fisher missed just by barely, but Shanks with the Wild Growth and also Shield managed to make it still alive, but Astra flashes forward for that, and Rift Arrow has been dropped on towards the side of mid lane, and Kagame is still on towards the Baron lane right there, trying to push that as much as he can. Meanwhile, Arashi. And the second charge right here, it might go neat, but there you go. Coffee still trying his very best to try and stay alive. But look at Party just going into the front right there. 2 turrets already been gone, and now Silent Killer will go back and recuperate, and also try his very best to try and. But overall, it evens out really well. UndeRank still has that 3k gold lead by taking out 2 turrets on towards the Dragon and also the Baron lane side.
Yeah, and interesting enough, this trade is actually going very well for Silent Killer. They win that small little fight that they had over mid-side because UndeRank tried to attempt to break down the mid-side. I think they were a little bit overzealous and misjudged for the fact that they count out that Mega Bomb to easily clear off the wave, while UndeRank had to really squirm their way out of that situation, and hence why, with the Rift Herald takedown on towards the mid side, they got 2 in a row, and we don't really see too much of a significant hyper roll of a lead for the side of UndeRank. But yeah, but this is where it starts!
Kagame. Kagame with a very nice Spirit Rush and also Charm as well. Managed to pick out an easy kill on Dan. And now UndeRank is the one going for the pickups here. It looks like Coffee. But also Shank needs to be really careful here. He's isolated, but oh, Coffee was just there in range. Wild Growth had to be used on Shank. Shank is still getting pounded right there with the Glacial Fissure has been popped. Boat Rush is still available. Sorry, Boat Rush has been used by RSG. So now Silent Killer has that's a lot of ultimate expended for support, to be honest. I don't think that that's actually a great idea, but hey, it seems that they really want this dragon, and let's see how UndeRank is going to answer this. Dragon has already been started, has in the mid bush right there, and it seems like they will be trying to go for the tower instead. Coffee is already on towards his side here, trying to siege that mid tower as much as they can. Meanwhile, Steezy goes on towards the Baron lane as well, and it seems like they have to go on a retreat here first.
Yeah, like, this is where I really think that Silent Killer really have very strong priorities. They don't mind giving a few objectives in order to secure a certain win condition of theirs. Like, they're hoping for UndeRank to eventually answer many of all these things that they will slowly claim from the side of UndeRank if they don't attend to it. So much as UndeRank, they are going in for those 1-3-1 formation pushes. It's not really the best scenario when Kagame, he can only push for so many of these ways, but here goes RSG.
Oh, bad idea, Kagame. He gets it, but then at the cost of his life, where Coffee just goes in and Paddy had to flash away, and Steezy just had to use his dominance over here and managed to push in really, really well. And Steezy is going for that cheeky knee as well. Shanks managed to flash away, but Kagame has... Oh, sorry, Kagame has already been called out. But look at here, trying to go for this kill right here. Astro trying to siege as much as he can. Wild Growth is still available, but oh, he did not manage to take out the turret with the satchel charge. That's gonna be a little bit disappointing, I would say. Now UndeRank, Silent Killer is trying his very best to try and counter all these pushing lane right here.
So Silent Killer right now, yeah, they are trying to find ways to break down the certain turret, but if they don't answer back to the side of UndeRank, it's also going to be another problem on their behalf, which they kind of asked for it. Like, if you give too much root, it's going to be just like game 1 where Steezy just take turrets after turrets until they start to arrive at the inhibitor. Then that will be a little bit too late for them to actually do anything at all. But Silent Killer, these hands to actually manage majority of all these situations due to the fact that they are rotating all together. And UndeRank finally coming over on towards the bottom side. This should be an easy securance to sabotage. But how long can they survive though?
But it looks like Calling has already been popped in by Astro. They wanted to escape here, so they saw the rotations came in. The ward placements were great. They saw Arashi. They saw Coffee Shangne. It seems that RSG trying to go in, trying to take out Coffee, but Coffee is still there. Glacier Fish already been popped, and Arashi with a very nice ultimate right there, trying his very best to stay alive. Coffee in the back, trying his very best to deal that much damage, but Steezy is getting knocked out. Kagame with a very nice charm right there, but Paddy with the Demon's Justice on towards Coffee, but it just wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Dan, Coffee with a very nice ultimate right there. This is going to be a triple kill. Is it going to be a quarter kill? No, Coffee with the quarter kill, but just wasn't enough to stay alive at the face of RSSG. And that's going to be an ace.
Did you just see how they managed to turn it all around? It's only one member that survived, and it's RSSG. This is huge for Silent Killer. Despite that they are behind in gold, this is where they finally nail it down over on the mid side, taking only one plating. And Silent Killer, although there was so little room, they made it happen, waiting for that beautiful leap. And oh no! I kind of assumed, but he will be able to use a little bit of the Void Rush in order to make an escape. Had to expend the ult. there's no way that he could actually survive the full rotation of spell that can actually come in from Kagame. Now that they have to go in for a reset, UndeRank understands that they have the advantage on this Drake, but this is just a cloud trick which Silent Killer is willing to give up if they can. And now, with a ping going on towards the Baron, Silent Killer is just waiting for UndeRank to make their move, to say, I dare you to do Dragon, I'm going to go ahead and stat the Baron, and I could easily push it all the way through. Now, hits are on towards the Baron. Renekton nowhere near on site. This is where UndeRank needs to respond. There is a battle available, but can they steal it though? So little help left. Let's see what happens.
Looks like teleport is gonna come in. Meanwhile, RSG managed to pick up Neo. Very nice dominance right there. But RSG had to best away. But Kagame managed to go in, deals a little bit of damage there. Meanwhile, Coffee is still trying to dish out that much damage here. A charm, very nice on towards Paddy right there. Meanwhile, Coffee is just trying his very best to do. But RSG managed to get a pickup on Kagame right there. Oh my god! But then, Coffee just wasn't enough to do that much damage. And Paddy and RSG they just can't die. They just won't die.
They refuse to give way to UndeRank, and even so, that Steezy is trying his luck to just slowly secure that Drake, the TP's available. Now, Silent Killer is going on level terms, and in fact, they have been able to first amp it up, secure the Dragon without needing the help of RSG. If anything goes wrong, he could always come in for a smite anyways. So, momentum going on for the side of Silent Killer. They're playing the way that they're known for. And this is what I absolutely love about Silent Killer, that they're going neck and neck against UndeRank. Now they spot out Arashi. Now going on a 2 versus 1. Not really the best scenario, but the rest of them will come right in.
Oh no, Coffee!
Already popping.
Coffee goes in towards the flag!
Right in.
No!
And that's where Silent Killer, they managed to pick off 3 members off. Silent Killer should be able to equalize, and this will bring them to game 3. But can Zhang defend? Is the Low Ranger alongside with Ari here just holding on? Kagame doesn't have resources. He's already used Spirit Rush. So, FK, they got the Baron off, but can they nail down the Nexus?
Oh, RSSG going in for the amp right there, managed to get picked up, but a beautiful Glacial Fissure right there. RSSG is still going out. Triple kills already been picked up, and Silent Killer is for game number 2.
RSSG, with the significant plays, has been able to level themselves up, and now goes on par to challenge the likes of UndeRank yet again. And I told you this, that this series, honestly, is where I am willing to, of course, lose this prediction because this game is so good. It's honestly 50-50 at this moment. We saw those fights. We saw the priorities. UndeRank ought to give a little bit more room to the side of Silent Killer for them to, of course, pick up a couple of dragons as well as objectives. But I think that they forgot about the fact that this is where there's another problem if you were to enable a Kha'Zix in the game. And he just leaps in, leaps out, just secures easy kills. And if they get isolated, that's where things get even worse. It's a 14 kill streak on this Kha'Zix. And did he need the final item? I don't think so, honestly. He's gonna build towards that Guardian Angel, but it was not even needed. And what's also amazing to note for the fact that this build that Silent Killer is going for is about cross-map plays on top of what they're already doing. Getting pick-off after pick-off with 3 teleports being built. It's just potty buying time, making sure that Steezy won't be able to really get that big pop-off that he always wanted to do on that solo lane. But Shanks, he has tried to ensure that Coffee gets a good game off. And also to note that this game, Coffee managed to get a quarter kill, but all that effort of getting the quarter did not make it seem as if he was that biggest playmaker in the map because Silent Killer had RSSG.
Yeah, most definitely. And they did it really, really well by zoning out that Lulu. And you see from the last fight that Coffee did try to go in with Arashi, but they were just getting slowed down multiple times that it was just difficult for her to go into the back. I mean, Kaisa did with the Void Seeker as well, but it just wasn't enough damage that he had to really take out RSSG. And, you know, going to the back alone right that it just makes her isolated, which gives even more damage to Kazik, which I really thought that it was a bad idea. But overall, I think Silent Killer did really well. They're really, able to adapt to UndeRank's, strategy, going down for the turrets, and just managed to win the game entirely. So well done, and GG, well played.
Yeah, and this is probably the closest series that we have gotten the entirety of the week. And oh boy, I just felt that UndeRank now really have to pull out some trump card, just like how they did on that Monday run to secure this series.
Definitely.
So let's see if Silent Killer can actually end this week strong and may have just secured a 4th place slot if they can. Of course, topple UndeRank here. But then again, it's going to be really hard to say, so we'll leave to you guys to judge. Put your predictions below, and we'll see you after a short commercial break.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
You see it through. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Whoa. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Whoa. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't feel a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill menjadi yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And wow, what a series that was. And you know what?
Yeah, and this is the, of course, the Wild Rift Icon Series Fall Season 2021, brought to you by ESL and also Riot Game with me, Flicker, and also Contra, and also, of course, not to forget your official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. What do you think, Contra? The first two game has already been epic. Are we able to see the same kind of momentum on game number 3? What do you think?
I think that it's definitely going to be very explosive, just like how Game 1 and Game 2 went. This back and forth of trades going on, it has eventually benefited the side of Silent Killer, which we had a little bit of a chat with the other casters from the Malay sector as well, where they were saying like, oh, well, what's with the option of Renekton coming for a split push composition? I think that Renekton can still do split push as well, but I wouldn't say the same for an Arion towards the side lanes, whichever the top or Dragon lane is concerned. I felt like she's better off going in for certain pickoffs when it comes down to certain team fights, and there were moments which we saw it was really down to the wire of who gets to outlast in that team fight, and after a pretty solid ace that has been secured by RSSG, that Kha'Zix went out of control and has been running rampant in the map. I expect UndeRank to eventually ban out that Kha'Zix, but that also leaves room for the other predator that's going to be left out in the open in the form of Rengar, because there's been a lot of shout out coming from all the pro players that Rengar is in a really good state, but we have yet to see it appear for this week itself. So let's see. Well, I believe that Sem9 did pull it off once. But speaking of Rengar, I think that's going to be a ban coming from Silent Killer. And UndeRank don't really want to actually go ahead to ban that Kha'Zix that we mentioned. What if UndeRank pick it for themselves, because Arashi is capable of playing it, but the left guards in the open is too hard to pass or to give it away towards Silent Killer.
And it seems like Silent Killer's ban opened up. I mean, based on these bans, it really opens up the Gragas, which is, you know, we can say Arashi played some really good Gragas just now, and that very first pick is very, very valuable. And looking at on the side of Silent Killer, they do have an answer for that, which is going to be the Lucian and also the Braum picked up, which is going to be really good. We can see that even though Braum did receive some, some nerf, it's a really valuable pick. You can still soak up a lot of damage, even, with the Unbreakable Shield as well. Meanwhile, onto the side of UndeRank, Akali and also Renekton again has been picked up. Probably goes to Steezy, and it's going to be an Akali.
Yeah, I think that when you put a Galio against an Akali, Galio can still soak in quite an enormous amount of damage, and if the opportunity comes, there is that last second hero's entrance to be able to escape out of certain skirmishes if your allies are nearby. But Coffee says that, hey, I saw you going on that Vayne Astral, you went on 14 kills, but perhaps Coffee can do even more than that. Shank's gonna be able to, of course, go in to provide him a lot more of a cover, of course, by giving that speed boost whenever you go in with the ebb and flow. Up. Now, that's gonna be RSSG feeling confident on this Kha'Zix once again. Gragas is gonna be man-marking him, of course, saving that body slam or even that explosive cast to negate any form of a threat coming in from that unseen predator. So this is where, we have to go into question who's going to take this win based on that draft alone. I like that Gragas pick, and I think that UndeRank here has a few sort of conditions to be met in order to, of course, stash this win. But Silent Killer is basically sticking back to the usual. Almost the same draft that we see back in game number 2 that has worked well for them. And they are definitely confident to just fill this once again. And UndeRank honestly wasn't doing too much to stop this kind of bans or picks that's coming out for inside of Silent Killer. The difference being that mid lane right now, and the Kali versus the Galio. And I honestly want to see if this time around, well, I guess I'm wrong. Kagame will opt to go for Renekton. The last time he went for it, it was a negative score Renekton. He kind of went on a very miserable streak of death. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think this time against Scalio, it's a little bit better.
I wouldn't. I mean, to be honest, in my personal opinion, I think Kagame is going to struggle a little bit because Galio has the gap closer and also the taunt to and especially when you have a Kha'Zix as a jungler, this opens up a really good opportunity for the Kha'Zix to try and snowball early, and at the same time you see this it's a really good thing that you send the Akali on towards the top side or the Baron lane, because if you go up against the Galio, that's going to be even worse for an Akali. Akali can even sustain, and even if you have an Akali on towards the side of Baron lane, you can actually pretty sustain really well. You can poke Paddy as much as you can to prevent that passive from healing him back up. So for me, in my opinion, based on the draft alone, I think that UndeRank can still back this game. But if their execution is poor, then it could call disaster for them.
Well, it could be a masterpiece or a disaster piece, whichever one it rocks for both. Arashi as well as RSSG is going to start their contest on towards the Scuttle. Instead, focuses on Kagami, easily moves away with the slice and dice. So 2-man up over the mid side. So they say, okay, go ahead, get that Scuttle. I have one more over on towards the bottom side of the river. So this one goes on a no contest. Coffees as well, Shank, they don't have that priority, as Silent Killer has already had the Dragon Laners to be able to shove that wave. Now going in for an invade, they've already been spotted out by that Tri-Bush ward. Now Coffee as well, Shank, they managed to land that perfect bubble, and that's going to be a condemn over the wall, while the rest of Silent Killer, they're looking for Kagame. Wise moves, but that actually forces a flash coming from, Barrier, just Barrier coming in. And I guess he definitely kept that slice and dice for the exit.
Yeah, and I think that Haz did a little bit of misposition right there, whereby he was on the other side, so he had to force the flash on that wall. And with the dragons coming up in about 1 minute, it's going to be really difficult for him to try and help the team with the absence of flash. So he's gonna have to be really, really careful here, because we're talking about a Vayne here with the silver bolts could actually shreds down even the tankiest tank. So you just need to be really, really careful.
Yeah, and speaking of taking precautions right here, Rashi is already moving in towards the corner of Rush, but the next person is going to be warded out by the side of Silent Killer. So if he moves anywhere forward, that not only his position will be revealed, that also allows room for RSSG to plot the next move, either to play a very invasive jungler on this. But for now, Coast is pretty much clear. Oblivion Orb being purchased by the side of Steezy, going for a very early setup of that Lich Bane. So I do like what I'm seeing right here. So even if Potty goes in for a little bit more magic resistance or so, well, honestly, it's also going to be applying a little bit more of the stacks, where there is a little bit of changes coming from Oblivion Orb, where some of the stats have already been removed. So Dan now, he's going pretty even against Kagame, which is quite impressive, because on this matchup, usually a very well-skilled Renekton will be able to bully off a Galio. So Dan, as much as he has the opportunity of knocking out or going full rotational spell, you will have to trade against this Renekton that can still have a lot of kill pressure. But this is where you start off with the Reparo here. It might just be a steal. Easy!
No!
Oh my word! He actually managed to take it away from the noses of Silent Killer. Explosive pass is going to be utilized for an exit. Stacey gives his life in order to get advantage for UndeRank.
I saw it just now, Contra. With the slight, I would say it's a very bad mismight, I would say, because RSSD, when they smited, the Rift Herald was only in 3 seconds left, and perhaps maybe we're going to see maybe a fight here, but it seems going to be nice. It's going to be a very easy dragon pickup right here, and it just goes to show that even under a lot of pressure, you can actually make those kind of mistakes. It does lose you the objective, and now they not just only you lost the Ocean Drake, but the Reef Arrow as well. So this is gonna give UndeRank a really nice opportunity for them to, you know, pick a lane and then just drop down those Reef Arrow and then just try to push it as much as they can.
Yeah, Astro was just getting too many of that shots coming in from Coffee, and he's been able to really position in such a way that he won't get blocked off by the shield itself. Astro goes in to pick up the Essence Reaver, so there is a little bit more power spike going on for that Lucian. So when we look back at the Eastern replay, let's highlight back to what you just mentioned. Maggie Hot Cup doesn't give this as easy. He went in for that last hit, and he tries to make an exit by taking on RSSG, but they were already cornering him. And most often than not, the rest of the members of UndeRank were just forcing their way in, but the Silent Killer members, they were more focused on towards stopping the rest of the members from moving in than to really put everything on the line to catch Akali, because she still has the Shroud that she could easily navigate through it. So I guess this is where UndeRank giving a lot more priority back on towards objectives on to the neutrals have been benefiting them overall.
Oh, and it seems like this game, RSSG decided to go for that claw and wing evolution. So it's going to make, you know, it's going to make Akali's life a little bit easier, because if actually RSSG decided to go for that, you know, the missile evolution instead, it's going to be really hard for Akali to stay in the Shroud, because, you know, it reveals. I mean, if the Akali is isolated, RSG can actually reveal with that evolution, you know, with that you know, missile evolution. But then I'm assuming that RSG, you know, thought process right now is he wanted to have that wing to go in, get a kill, get the reset on the fly, and then just jump back out immediately. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, indeed, and here comes DZ flashing up, but he'll be returning with the perfect execution once again. Now, Body's gonna be low. Blast is available. One pick of Ignite will be able to secure it for Steezy. Outside, having 4 of those shots being fired at the turret already. Looking for escalating, but it will just save it for the next blow at the release. Now, interesting response coming in from UndeRank when they managed to go in to pick up that kill against Potty. We did mention that there was certain nerfs going on to Garen, where he's not the same Juggernaut that was unkillable going in towards the Summer Super Cup, where we see high popularity going on for that pick. So this makes this Garen here going for a little bit more diversified build. You see a little bit of a AB, a little bit of a MR, because honestly, Akali offers a tad bit of both the damage, but alongside with Arashi that chips in a little bit more of that burst going on full AP. That's where maybe he will need to build a lot more MR, and that's where Coffee shines best. If Potty commits towards more of that magic resistance.
Yeah, I would say that is actually true. That's actually correct, because if Paddy decided to shift his focus onto his magic resist, like, you know, this early on in the game, then it's going to be a really, I would say it's a really nice pickup for me, a really nice pickup right there. But it seems that the first turret is going to go down on towards the Silent Killer, and they have been spotted out right here. Receive one of the concussive blow. RSSD, they are trying their very best to try and get this Infernal Drake, which is going to be really, really good for both sides of the team. But on towards side of UndeRank, they cannot let this one go, because if they actually give it to a Kha'Zix, that even that slight 3% increase in damage could be proof fatal, you know, for the key targets, like, you know, perhaps maybe like Coffee or even Shanks and even Steezy as well.
They lost pressure though. The rest of UndeRank, they managed to flush them up, but that also resets the Drake back towards full health. So that's Silent Killer trying to re-engage. That's gonna be the culling. Only tackling very little health bars of the members of UndeRank. Brawl, Honey now trying to soak into a little bit low. Body slam has already been utilized. Good bubble, knocking it up into the air. That's where they try to lock them down. The Master Justice finds that Renekton. And now with perfect execution, they find to going for a collateral blow. 2 members down. Coffee now goes under the turret, and all 4 of them get crushed out. UndeRank now with ease secure this Infernal Drake, and I gotta commend UndeRank for trying to cost this array on Silent Killer's positioning. After a good bubble coming from Shank, that was the cue for them to go all out, and hence why they managed to successfully get 4 kills without not taking too much of a blow on many of their members.
That is correct. And I gotta say, looking at these instant replay brought to you by Maggie here, look at the bubble from Shank just now. A really nice bubble right there. The Glacier Vision already been popped. But look at how Arashi was able to use his cast to cause the chaos. Meanwhile, Steezy just goes into the back and finishes off whoever is like, super low. And Coffee was just behind there safely, knowing that RSSG was already taken out. He was able to dish out a lot of damage so many times. And meanwhile, a little bit of skirmish here on towards the mid lane.
That's some good damage is being done, but explosive cast will disposition them yet again. That secures a kill for Coffee for that killing spree. Now Coffee moves right back in. That's a fatal mistake that might actually cost him, but the rest of them will falter with a flag coming out of Kagami, but he gets taken down as well. How did Dan survive out of that? Beats me. But overall, Silent Killer, they're not going to be giving much room for UndeRank to push down this turret as well. They both go on a reset. Only 2,000 of a gold difference sets them apart. Yet again, it's not supposed to be 2,000 if you look at 2 Drakes being taken by the side of UndeRank.
Yeah, I mean they do have all these Drakes, but for me, in my personal opinion, I think that you know, the way that the fight happened just now was just a little bit too, you know, UndeRank shouldn't have like goes in for that fight immediately. You can't mess around with the Lucian who already have an SS Reaver and you know, with the Solari, you know, Solari Blade as well. So I mean, Coffee just went a little bit to ham right there, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit of skirmish here. Steezy trying to go in to kill on his body here. Oh, Steezy showing us the moves on that Akali. Managed to take down Party, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Party as he expend like a lot of, you know, flash and also barrier right there just to escape Steezy, but it just wasn't enough to escape that insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and Steezy is one of those Akali players that really uses the perfect execution in the perfect timing as how it's supposed to be. Like, one of the team fights we saw them being stuck over on towards the back end of the fields of the river. Silent Killer were hoping to slowly navigate their way, but because of Steezy already moving in with perfect execution on that second strike, they have been able to, with ease, secure those 2 kills. Solo actually coming in, that will be joined by the Galio, but no results coming in from the side of RSSG, and they understand that there is going to be a risk involved if they were to commit. So, not willing to take it because the rest of the members of Silent Killer is nowhere around. And as we proceed towards mid-game, look at the items once again. We are going to be seeing pretty much a lot of flowing mana for this Shanks to be able to help assist his teammates by providing heals after heals, and of course supplementing the likes of Coffee with even more of those heavier shots whenever you pop that turret skill. And well, UndeRank, they're just waiting to scale in towards the late game with this Vayne, while Silent Killer, they will scale up if RSSG does not really get opportunities, but he's looking for one. That's where
Kagami!
He survived.
Yeah, he managed to survive there very, very well. Oh, but is he going enough to be taken out here? But Steezy, there you go. Steezy tries to go in right there.
Oh boy. He's going to be able to find one. He's looking for the second one as well. Tidal Wave goes by the edge. He does knock out Body. And the rest of Silent Killer, they were caught out of position, overextending for far too long. Now, UndeRank has a chance at the Baron. What can they do with only Has as well as Dan? Maybe buy a little bit more time and stop them from adding this hot pursuit on towards Baron. Is it going to be a steal? Apparently not just about yet. Jack now will be able to utilize that heal, and that's where they try to do the challenge. Get back in for the Baron himself, and seems like he managed to steal it away!
Oh dear God! Silent Killer with the steal! And okay, let's be honest. And here I thought only RSSG was the only one that could, you know, make the miss smite, but it seems that Arashi actually misspotted as well, and this gonna open up a lot of window of opportunity for Silent Killer to take this Mountain Drake and then just try their very best to try and roll down towards Melee and trying to end this game with their Baron power play that they just obtained. And Arashi seems like
But Silent Killer is going to be able to secure it once again. This time with the jungler around, it's not going to be any sort of the commotion for them. But Arashi, how could he actually miss that smite? Perfect execution on top of Galio, already getting pretty much 2-man over on towards the top side. Looking for a little bit of exchange, but I don't think it's going to be wise for them to really push over to the top side. 0-2 now getting obliterated in a matter of moments. Body slam on top of Paz. Be able to buy a little bit more time for the side of UndeRank. The rest of the members of UndeRank will be able to find its tidal wave connecting onto its Has. Not the right target that they really wanted, but RSSG on the corner, waiting for that perfect opportunity. Although with only 4 members out there, they can still manage a play. 15 seconds on the clock for Dan to rejoin. He will have his ult available, but oh my goodness, good pick! And with that Glacial Fissure, they're all being stuck. They're getting slowed down as well. SK, they're trying to pry things open, but when they clump up all together, it's not going to be all too easy. The bubble will not land, and that's where it has. Tries to go over double calling, hits over members of the side of Silent Killer. Now they look for the turret, and the rest of UndeRank will have to give way. They're 2 down. Looking for the inhibitor. Silent Killer still out the way with the count minute as well. I think that this game might actually be won by Silent Killer if they keep advancing forward. But here comes Perfect Execution, dropping on towards members of Silent Killer. And Anyone's entrance will not be able to buy all too much time. And once he arrives, he falls again. Second tidal wave coming right in. That will connect on towards Has. Has can still fall right back. But how much flow can he take? Unfortunately, Astro gets caught out. This is looking so too bad. And they have blocked this team fight. The belief coming out of there, and RSSG is making his way out. That was a real awkward fight that Silent Killer should not have waited around for far too long.
I think there is one fight that Silent Killer, either you commit or you don't commit at all. But you can see that from the situation that happened just now. It's like they're hesitating each time they're trying to go in. Paddy already went in, for the dives. Ended up taking a couple of turret shots right there. But they just were hesitating most of the time. And this, it gives it just gives UndeRank the opportunity to just try and chase him around. But look at RSSG. Oh, very nice tidal wave right there. But RSSG is still going for the chase right here.
Well.
Gets slows down.
Opportunity. This might just be it, and he managed to actually dodge many of all these sort of shots. Now, Coffee tries to reposition. Twin Shadows being utilized from the side of Silent Killer. Well, I would say from the side of UndeRank as well. 8 more seconds on the clock. Now they're shoving Coffee back in towards the base. Now they can call for yet another Baron on 18-minute mark. Getting the blue buff beforehand. No wards available, but UndeRank, they're going to try with the TP play. This is where Potty, they catch them all out, and the rest of the members, they may actually move right in. Timing in for a perfect hero's entrance, and they won't be able to actually find one in the form of Shikami. He dashes out as well. A little bit more back and forth. They finally catches on towards Shikami. Now it's the Q time. UndeRank is now looking to catch everyone of Silent Killer and Shambles and burn them all to the ground with that perfect setup. And as much as they climb to the top, they may have to fall. UndeRank fought hard for this victory with an ace. And finally, they have managed to hit the final nail back towards the Nexus, and UndeRank pulls this one back.
Oh my goodness. But okay, I'm so sorry, but I just gotta say that was the most epic fight I've ever seen. And Shanks, I gotta hands down. I gotta give it to you, Condra. Hands down. Shanks' bubble saved that game. That bubble that catches onto an RSSG was the call, was the cue for them to just it's time, guys. It's go in and Coffee just do what Coffee do best. It's just downright amazing. Look at the score. I wouldn't say that Silent Killer wasn't they were struggling a bit, but then they managed to hold on their own. They put a lot of pressure onto its underrank with RSSG, but like I said, the Arashi on the Gragas was just perfect to be the answer for for this for the Kazakhs. It was just perfect. I just have no idea what to say. Go ahead, Contra.
And like UndeRank, they also form a little bit of wall around Coffee so that no members of the side of Silent Killer can easily engage on top of their main marksman. And Steezy was just looking for opportunities for pickup, but Shanks, this guy definitely deserves that credit over here. But Steezy, on his run here after joining UndeRank, he will be able to secure that MVP title in this particular game. Wow, I want to hear their thoughts on this very sweaty series, because RSSG honestly was giving them the run for the money until this Baron call happened, which kind of was a little bit of a split between Paddy Dan, which was looking for a little bit of a death brush camp. There was only 2 men, and it was Arashi alongside with Kagami that was buying a little bit more room when they were moving forward. And once they did, you just gotta consider the fact that Kagami could still slice and dice away from all these scenarios, and Dan didn't really have the best of games. He went in for the Twin Shadow on his mid lane Galio. And I felt that many of these occasions where the hero's entrance should be utilized a little bit later into the scene, but if he takes a little bit more time, it becomes technically a 4 versus 5 for the side of Silent Killer until he arrives to the scene. Paddy was basically just a meat shield, and UndeRank has to find this very, very final opportunity with that insane bubble to be popped onto RSSG, isolating that lone unit, and they know that this is the golden ticket. This is the golden ticket to the series.
Most definitely. And I really like how, everyone just, Steezy was just going in just to peel for Coffee. I mean, to be really honest with you, for me personally, if only Silent Killer would have been a little bit more patient on their Death Brush camp strategy. I mean, you can see that Arashi did try to go in, but then Paddy and also has just decided to go out, and then just, they just blew out all of their ultimates in here as well. So it did not bring an impact on towards that fight, and then it gives an opportunity for Shanks to keep an eye on towards that Kazakh, and RSSG going in from the front, from behind the team like that. It's a little bit, I would say it's a little bit too risky, or a little bit too gambly, because the moment he went in like that, it you reveal yourself to the enemy, and then Shanks just happened to create, to land a really beautiful bubble that gives the cue to everyone to just go ahead, let's just end this, and they did. Coffee stayed alive most of the entirety of the fight. No one was able to go into the back, and that was a well-deserved win, I would say. That just goes to show that how well UndeRank synergies with each other.
Yeah, and you know what? With all that being said, we've got to hear it from the players themselves inside of this match that was absolutely intense. And Arashi will be joining us for this interview. Congratulations,
Hi, Arashi.
You guys have made it through that very sweaty series. I wanted to hear your thoughts. Did you guys expect Silent Killer to really go at you guys at this rapid tempo and that final game? When you guys managed to catch that Kazakhs, what was the first few things that you guys were shouting?
Actually, everybody just shout the Kazakhs the moment our shanks land the bubble, We just keep on going and go shout like that.
I'm pretty sure that you guys may have actually give a lot of great comments to his side of Shanks to be able to actually land that one, because he was being so sneaky. Arashi, I really want to talk to you for a bit, because you joined into UndeRank this season, and of course you've been showing great strength in the jungle, and now meeting up against Silent Killer, they have been able to pressurize you guys in game 1, and you guys managed to find back that momentum in game 2. Let's talk through about, each match by match, the mindset going through it, because you guys managed to win game 1 with some really good macro plays. And, well, was everything going according to plan, or was it like a little bit of a setback being brought by for the side of Silent Killer?
On the first game, we just focus on playing on our side lane strength because we know that Fiora can just keep on pushing and we just try to buy time on the objectives because we just play on our strengths just like we practice on our scrims. And on the second game, we just also do the same thing. We play on our team comp that works best. But unfortunately, we have some miscommunications. But luckily, on the third game, we managed to come back with a difficult game.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard-fought victory for you guys out there. But there's still more challenges up ahead since you coming in towards the C Icon series, Malaysia here to compete with so many great talents out there. What do you feel is the difference when you have been able to play on different scenes itself, and what do you think are the strengths of UndeRank that you guys are having right now?
I feel like we can bring a lot more of our different graphs next time because we have different playstyles also that we haven't shown yet to everybody.
All right. I guess we'll be looking
Oh.
forward to a lot of all these special strats that may actually come out from either you as well as your teammates out there. I honestly don't want to hold you for too long because you guys definitely had a really, really tough series that you guys have deservingly won by the end of it all. Anything that you would like to say to people back at home watching you guys make some insane plays, and of course, those that are cheering for UndeRank?
I would like to thank our sponsors and our fans who supported us throughout our journey, and I would like to thank our manager, Awon, for watching us scream every single day and help us grow. That's it. Thank you.
Mhm. Well, of
All
course, we
right.
thank you too, and we also thank all of you guys who are behind UndeRank as well as the management team. So, well, we hope to see you guys more in all the upcoming interviews. So, take good care, Rashi, and do stay safe. All right.
Thank you, Rashi.
Well. After that
Well,
real tough series, and you could definitely tell that Arashi, he's been ecstatic about it, but also there's still a lot of things that we have yet to see from UndeRank. I believe that will be saved for that playoff run or against the likes of BJT and the rest of them who are on the top side of the table. So UndeRank now still secures their series win. But with one loss right there, will that actually shift them on that table? We really do wonder, as we will have to add up the scores at the very end of the day. So we'll be bringing up you the
Yep.
screens eventually, not just about now, because we still have another series to go, and we also would like to see who exactly won that MVP of the series, because there's so many great plays that was coming out of Steezy, Arashi, Kagame, and the rest of it, and honestly, even from the side of Silent Killer, they really were putting their best level of play against UndeRank, and there's just so much to, of course, witness even more coming out of the side of this extremely talented side.
Yeah, I'm still wondering. I mean, I think I have the general idea of who's actually going to be the player of the match, because he's been showing some really consistent play and performance as well. But maybe, I mean, I have been proved wrong before, so I don't know. Who do you think it is? I mean, for me, to be honest, I think it's going to be Shanks who's going to be the player of the match. He did perform really well ever since the first game, the second game, and even the third game. He did Q, but well, we just have to see who it is. And it is going to be Steezy with the Akali. And of course, he has been showing some really consistent play, I mean, throughout the entirety of the game. He managed to hold himself really well against the likes of Garen and managed to, peel, a lot of damage for Coffee to just finish them off.
You can definitely feel the killer instinct with the stare down that Steezy has on this magnificent photo here. It's really not about the kill participation, because after all, he's pretty much the pure Baron laner that goes into look for opportunities, going for split pushes back in game 1 as well as game 2, and eventually making a mark when it comes down to those big team fights. And I think that is definitely well deserving of him securing this MVP spot, because we saw in multiple team fights, especially the early ones. He pulled off some great, perfect execution and also managed to take out Body as a Garen, which usually is a very tough lane to crack as an Akali. So we got a few questions for those of you guys back at home or wherever you guys are at with, you know, a little bit of a trivia from Maggie Hot Cup. So question is, who did Rengar lose his eye to? I think you guys might have actually seen some plays early on. Hashtag Maggie Trivia, write down in the comments below. And of course, hang out in the chat. And guess who? Tip.
I mean,
is it RSSG?
Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely RSSG. But of course, I mean, whoever into the lore of League of Legends, you guys would have known the story behind Rengar and how did it lose its eye. And I think it's a pretty interesting story coming from a Rengar main myself. Hey, I do have 850k points, mastery point for Rengar in League of Legends PC. Not to brag, but I do know everything about Rengar. I mean, even my logo is, even my logo for my for my channel revolves around Rengar. But hey, who knows? If you guys do know the answer, please write it down in the comment section wherever you are. If you're on Facebook or even twitch.tv/ESL_Asia. Hey, hashtag Mega Trivia. Give out your answer, and who knows? Hey, if you guys are correct, maybe you guys will win some Maggie from us, from Contra, not me.
Well, you managed to say that you have 2 boxes out there, so I guess maybe we can share a little bit. So this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific as we present to you the C Icon Series Malaysia, and all of these League of Legends Wild Rift action is brought to you by ESL as well as Riot Games, and also supported and by our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. We also can't do it without you. We're not saying goodbye just about yet. We still have another series upcoming next. And I think that if you guys have been wanting more, and that series of a 2-1 that UndeRank has just secured was so close to call, now we're getting Geek Fam that will step right into the Rift to face on against INSOMNIAX. So a few moments from now, we will be seeing what can these guys do, because we talked about this before. Geek Fam, they may have a slow start to the season, and they are still trying to make their way out of the rut. But INSOMNIAX, they are just slightly above Geek Fam right now. So with this win on either side, it will be a transition when it comes down to positioning. But you know what? We'll let all the action do the talking in a matter of minutes. So we'll see you guys. So don't touch that browser. Don't touch that remote.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill!
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. Bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause all blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu alamak! Larikan di Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, Summoners, and we are here for our final series of the evening. I'm sure that you guys are pumped up after that mixed feelings of a match, and first, that was an intense series that was well secured by UndeRank at the very end of that fight. My name is Contra, alongside with Flicker. You're currently tuning into the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift, the Icon Series Malaysia, brought to you by Riot Games as well as ESL, and not forgetting our official tournament partners, Maggie, Hot Cup. So Flicker, you know, we got to set the expectations straight because we are now looking at Geek Fam here, who are picking up where they left off, because on Monday they managed to secure a 2-0 victory, and now they will take on INSOMNIAX. That is going to bring them a little bit of challenge in order for them to, of course, get ahead of the pack. But we had a trivia early on, so I'll let you take this one as a Rango main.
Thank you. So of course the question is, who did Rengar lose its eye to? Now it's very easy. If you guys read the lore, it could have been a very answer, and there it is. It's going to be Kha'Zix. As we all know, just a quick summary, Rengar and Kha'Zix are actually rivals. That's a really quick one, isn't it?
there is that challenge when they manage to hit their third ultimates or so. So that's where we will get that special ping where the hunt is on, and we always see whoever gets the kill on towards the Rengar or the Kha'Zix will be able to secure an extra buff in addition to, of course, what they could level up into their stats.
Yep, and for Rengar, you get additional buff, but for Kha'Zix, you get the 4th evolution point, which is only available if the Kha'Zix are able to take out Rengar. But hey, let's just move on. Let's talk about the next game, which is going to be Geek Fam and Splatzone INSOMNIAX. So we have seen Geek Fam had a really slow start, they're coming into the series, and Splatzone INSOMNIAX as well, who's been showing some really some really good composition. They do have that, the idea of what they wanted to do, but then sometimes I would say their executions are poorly executed, as in they weren't able to expect the unexpected, which which makes them sometimes I can see that they fall to these kind of traps. So what do you think, Contra? Who's actually going to win between Geek Fam and also INSOMNIAX?
Well, between the two of them, of course, it's going to be a really close call. I do think that Geek Fam, after changing their roster for a tad bit, they have been able to, of course, solidify their shot calling. Now that Nyx is back in towards the support role, unfortunately, Ego will just be taking a little bit of backseat for now. And heading back in towards the jungle, that's where they managed to recruit a brand new name. So if you guys may have missed some of all these details coming in towards the mid-season of the group stages, let's of course check out both teams right now on who will be fielded by both Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX. So with that said, I do have a certain expectation on the side of INSOMNIAX to be able to also come up with a certain performance, just like how Silent Killer has been able to bring the fight back towards their side of turf when they were heading on against UndeRank. And honestly, that may have looked to be one of the most explosive games that we are getting for the entirety of the day. But today, I mean, with this very last game here, it may just be something of another epic proportion that will be shown by both Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX. Just waiting to introduce to you guys the 5-man roster that will be fielded by both teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be shown very very soon. But before that, let us take a look at here the next matchup. Of course, it's going to be Geek Fam against INSOMNIAX, and for now, I really do think that this. I think that both teams really do have what it takes to try and but of course, in every game, there's always going to be one winner and one loser. And on towards the side of Geek Fam, of course, they're going to bring out the same roster, which is going to be the Shang on towards the Baron lane, 69 on the jungle, Hockey on towards the side of mid lane, Momo and also Nyx will be going on the Dragon lane as the dynamic duo for Geek Fam.
That's right, Hockey has been able to cruise take over a role of the mid lane where Ozarveki kind of left a big void to fill, but finally Geek Fam have the answer of their own by bringing in 69 to also join in the staple tree that we have the Shang, Momo as well as Nyx on both the Baron lane as well as the Dragon lane. So now that they're going to be taking on INSOMNIAX, we want to see what else can 69 bring to the table, because we've seen him going on very aggressive jungle picks out there. So to really fulfill the role of where Rumple has left off, which we saw Rumple being mainly a Lee Sin player, can he pull off the Lee Sin even better than Rumple is also going to be the call for us to find out, as they will find a little bit of challenge in the form of INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, most definitely. And I really do think that INSOMNIAX does, have the capabilities to try and with the new fresh rosters that they introduced, which is Wrath, who is going to be on the Baron lane for this time. Linus will be going on towards the jungle, and of course you have the Wadu on towards the mid lane. Ceres and also Evolution will be going on towards the Baron. The Dragon lane. My apologies. I got a little bit of stutter there. But of course, I really do think that INSOMNIAX, individually skills. If we're talking about individual skills, they do have what it takes to play. They have quite a wide champion pool, and of course, the players to watch. Of course, again, in towards the mid lane, you have Wadu and also Haki, who has shown very great performance on their respective champion mains that they have, which is of course Haki will go on the Ari, Wadu playing on the Ziggs. They both shown some really great skills on these two champions, but of course we're just gonna have to see who is going to be better.
That's right. Now that we are already having both sides being all lined up, I like the head-to-head matchup between both Hockey as well as over onto the mid lane, which we have already seen a lot of exemplary plays coming out of Wadu as well. So when we really go into really compare some of all these way of play, there is a lot of significant champion pool that INSOMNIAX have fielded over on the mid side that is going to be a Swiss knife against Hockey that is more of the roaming kind of mage. So when we really put 2 and 2 together, this is going to be a little bit more of a question of who really gets those advantages first, which we saw Six being featured against the Ari. But if it's going to be that specific matchup, and Ari should be having no issues whatsoever to be able to dodge majority of the bouncing bombs that will be lobbed all across. Now, it seems like there is, well, a little bit of a difference between the two of us. I couldn't choose between Geek Fam as well as battling INSOMNIAX, to be honest. And I guess this is where it is shown that INSOMNIAX themselves have been able to really get a few good games off back in the early days of the week. So that's where my vote actually went on towards this side. But I'm not, of course, discounting that Geek Fam overall is still a very strong team and should not be looked down upon.
Yeah, and as you and I previously mentioned, Geek Fam coming into the series with Ozora Veki already out of the roster, it really proves, they have been, quite struggling to try and get into, the games where we did see that some of the flops that they did, their strategies and also their execution was, poorly executed. But coming into the before the midweek and even after coming back into the mid-season break, it seems that they really found their footing again, and they did manage to pull off some really great performance, going up against some of the teams. And I still actually do believe in them. They can actually win against Splat Zone INSOMNIAX today.
Yeah, and I think that they definitely have a certain sort of the fighting spirit in them, where there's a lot of pride at stake for the runner-ups of the summer season here, that they may have actually fallen from grace for the first half of the group stages, but it does not mean that they will stay over on towards the bottom side of the table for all too long. So if they can make sure that all the matches from here on is just going to be win streaks after win streak, they may be able to eventually catch up against the top 4 of the table at the moment.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, they just need. I would say they really need to win all these 3 more upcoming matches, including today, if they really want to have a chance to try and get into the top 4 spot for the playoff. And they cannot afford to lose even a single one, or else they're going to stay at least in the 5th place, I would say. And of course, we're just see how this one is going to go as we are in the Champions Select. Brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, of course. And as you can see, first ban the Twisted Fate has already been banned on Twitch side of Geek Fam, denying that global presence. And of course, INSOMNIAX is gonna go ban the Gragas for the it's a good flex pick, I would say. And apparently Geek Fam will be denying that Ziggs from Wadu. And of course, again, Camille is banned for the heavy lockdown. And it seems like Geek Fam is trying to deny that global presence, but then again, Pantheon is still available. So I'm predicting perhaps maybe Geek Fam is gonna pull out something like a early aggression like they did in the previous games. But what do you think, Contra?
Well, there's still a few picks that's still left out of the open. The Shang can actually opt for the Akali, which he has been playing from time to time. Fiora is also a really good shout, where you can put her on towards the Baron lane. With certain changes coming on, I think that it may not be all too great to put her in the jungle anymore, but the Shang went in, locked that Lee Sin for 69, and we saw 69 being a really exemplary player. Last season, he was playing more on that ADC role, and now that he's being placed in the jungle, he has been showing that he has some of the right moves and the great call for those early lane gank, and that's where Lee Sin definitely excels at that. The problem is that there is a Lulu in the way, and INSOMNIAX is hoping to really go in for some full protection mode for Ceres to stay alive. And when we look at Momo versus Ceres, both sides have been showing that they have been great ADCs overall. Momo as well as Nyx being the more experienced pair to really come right into the scene here is going to see whether or not can they come up with a very solid foundation. Now that they've already got the Senna on his side, what should they actually pair the Senna with? It could also be a Senna ADC. So we just have to wait to see what's the final 2 picks remaining for both Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, and I'm really liking that Olaf pickup on towards the side of INSOMNIAX, because that is a clear answer for the crowd control that Geek Fam is bringing out. They have the Diana with the Moonfall, Senna with the Root, and also Lee Sin with the with the Dragon Reach kick. And of course, Olaf is the perfect answer for that. He could just get out of get into Ragnarok and then just go for the key target. Meanwhile, on the side of INSOMNIAC, they did pick up the Kaisa and also the Darius, which is, I would say, is going to be really difficult for them to sustain quite in the early game. But we'll just see how it goes. And Momo on towards the side of Geek Fam, they did pick up that Ezreal, so perhaps maybe that Ezreal could stay alive and try his very best alive against the berserking Olaf.
That's right. And there is a few sort of ways that INSOMNIAX really won't approach this as a team fight. But if they were to actually go in for small little skirmishes for pickoffs, Geek Fam definitely has a certain edge when it comes down to the early game. Generally, a Kyle can survive against a Darius, but it's more of a skill matchup. So long as he can prop pretty much all these passive that can enable him to solely harass Darius, and not forgetting that there's going to be the apprehend that may be able to give a little bit of edge when it was being timed right. Phase rush for the Darius, and you know that this is a Darius that like to go zoom into the fight. So I wonder, can Shang hold up his lane well enough?
Oh, a phase rush Darius. That is actually quite interesting because by far we have seen a lot of like Conquer Darius, but it seems like Rad did some pretty decent damage out there with the Hemorrhage as well available, with the Hemorrhage passive stacked on it. But it seems like so far I'm predicting that for the first 3 minutes it's going to be a passive game, or as in like for all lanes, where everyone is just going to farm out for a while, trying to get some of the core items and prepare for maybe a huge skirmish, which is going to be happening at the 3-minute mark, provided that both team would want the same objective. Like, I would say the first Drake, which is the Ocean, is going to be really good pick up for on towards the side of INSOMNIAX, because you have Ari, who can heal from the Orb of Deception, and also Dareth as well from the Spinning Axe. So it just falls down on how are they going to handle themselves in during those team fights. And it seems that Evolution is getting a little bit poked down here, and it's going to be a really hard, I would say, quite a hard matchup on towards the side of Dragon Lane here, because you have Momo, you have Nyx, who is who is on a poking champion that could prove quite troubling for INSOMNIAX.
That's right, and this is where we look back and towards this matchup here, where we did mention about how Momo as well as Nyx have already had this very strong synergy going on. And when Nyx went to the jungle, it felt like the synergy was lacking between Ego as well as Momo. Now that they have this really solid poke composition, Ceres will really have to be very careful alongside with Evolution here, which they are just playing a little bit of dancing in order to dodge some of all these movements or these shots. But 69, they're already on the setup.
Oh, it seems like 69 trying to go in for the dive right there, but the Shang, it just wasn't enough. But the knocks in Gulatin, the turnaround. Wrath picks up that very nice double kill right there. The shield, the barrier was just enough to save his life from the ganks.
Oh Lord, Wrath was just playing a perfect game right under the turret, and they got both 69 as well as the Shang all stuttering to make their way out of that turret range. Let's have a look at the instant replay on this beautiful play brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. So he starts us off, he gets that perfect stack on towards 69, and that turret aggro went on towards that Lee Sin first, and he hit level 5 already, so that means that he was perfectly in range for the Shang to be caught with that Noxious Guillotine. A perfect way to really start off his dominance over on the top side, and the Shang will now start to lose a lot more pressure and has to give him a lot more room to respect, and he doesn't really have that perfect execution anymore. went in back to purchase the mask. So he'll be starting off with perhaps the Lion Reese first, so that he can just match up with a little bit more damage. The kick does not really connect towards Wadu. That's a little bit of a range to be, of course, covered up by that Sonic Wave. But all in all, he doesn't really have to commit even if he does land, because that's some really tough Ari to catch, as long as she still has Spirit Rush available. Now Momo, Nyx, go hits to just yoink this with Scuttle back towards their side. So 69 can then definitely secure another visit on towards the towers in hopes to bring a little bit more opportunity back to the hands of the Shang.
Yeah, and it looks like both the Geek Fam managed to, take control of the Scuttle, which is actually really good for them. But at the same time, they have a really good ward placing inside the jungle, which I really like. So they would have all these information on where the enemy jungles are for them to try and actually contest it. And it seems like it's going to be perhaps maybe another dive on towards the side of Baron lane, or it's going to be a little bit of skirmish there on towards the Dragon lane. And it seems like Geek Fam is gonna opt for that Rift Herald instead. Meanwhile, on towards the side of Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, they're gonna opt in for the Dragon instead. Momo and also Nyx gets a little bit rooted right there, gets a little bit poked down, but Smite is available for them, and it seems that it's going to be a very easy dragon for them. Meanwhile, on towards the side of Neil, Wadu did try to go in for the assistant here, but did not manage to get a kill on anyone here. Ooh, with the last second on the Spirit Rush, managed to escape safely. But meanwhile, on towards the side of Dragon Lane, it seemed that Momo got caught a little bit there and paid with his life. Oh, very nice jump right there.
Exchanges going on. Moonfall does not connect. Flash available. Wadu might have actually burned Spirit Rush, but this leaves Hockey in an awkward position for 69's here.
Oh no, the charm connects on towards Wadu, but a very nice Dragon Kick! Dragon Rage Kick right there! Oh, 69 with the play! Managed to kick Linus into Hockey, who was on Slither health, but the Crescent Moon was already there, waiting for the assistant, and managed to get, a decent enough damage onto his Linus, and Linus had to pay with his life.
Yeah, and overall, I felt that fight was already disadvantageous for the side of INSOMNIAX. Flashes have already burned. That's already a win by taking some of the utilities off of Hockey. But with that further commitment, with the Ragnarok being set in place, he thought that, okay, there might just be a way that they can turn this around. And they disregard the fact that Nyx can easily provide this take shield in a split second, and it has managed to also give a little more coverage. Not to say that it is going to be too impactful as well. It's just a little bit of a insurance in order for Geek Fam to still stay alive in that sort of fight. As much as Geek Fam has managed to pick one, INSOMNIAX is still having that lead. They have the dragon, they have 3 kills to book, and they're still holding on towards a very minuscule lead that may still snowball to something because they've already got a little bit of setup. But Geek Fam with the hindsight, they know that something's up, and that's where it catch.
Oh, 69 trying to make a little bit of play right there, but Momo pay with his life. 69.
Wadu though.
With a little bit though, but Wadu on the side probably gonna try and pick up Nyx here. Nyx already been harassed a little bit here, but they know that Hockey is not there. Wadu already see that Hockey is already there, so he's not gonna make any further move. Meanwhile, on towards the side of the Dragon lane, both of these players are just Wrath and also the Shang. They just don't want to give up on each other, and they both both of these guys are actually pressuring each other.
But on top of that fact is the way that this Darius is playing very aggressively, so that the Shang doesn't really have too much of that room. Now that they have advantage towards Shang, he still has perfect execution. Let's see if he can survive. He's already used the first strike, moves right back in. Dashes out with the second as well. Flashes! Oh boy.
Oh, that Senna's ultimate might save his life. And indeed it shall. The Shang did survive right there. Oh, with the very nice moonfall right there. 69 get a little bit got hooked right there, but with the very nice Dragon Rage kick right there, managed to stop Darius from using the Noxing Guillotine, and but then at the same time, INSOMNIAX managed to crack down the tier 1 turrets on towards the Dragon Titan. It seems like Wado is going to have a little bit of pressure here by himself.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be a good catch. Quick charm! Oh boy, they're catching on the Momo. And they kind of overstepped their welcome as well. Nyx should be able to survive. The question is there going to be any sort of the response coming from the rest of Geek Fam now that they're also heading back at the tier 1 turret? The Shang has already arrived to the scene. He does not really have perfect execution. They'll be available in a few moments, but oh, a lot of damage being done.
Oh, very nice right there. Oh, Ragnarok has been popped onto the side of Linus. Linus trying to go. Ceres goes in the face of trying to grab a kill on towards their 69, but at the cost of his life. But that's gonna be okay because that is 2 for INSOMNIAX. I mean, 2 kills for INSOMNIAX and only 1. And it seems like Haki is trying to go in with a very nice moonfall. Managed to catch us on to Wadu and is going to equalize that fight just now. And it seems that Linus and also Evolution is trying to grab this dragon right here. But moonfall is not available for Haki. Exhausted has already been popped. But there you go. Haki is just struggling. Meanwhile, Momo managed to get a kill on towards Linus right there, but Evolution had to back away as he did manage to get a kill on towards Haki.
We can see that communication channels for side of Geek Fam has been on the clear. INSOMNIAX almost dropped the ball right there where we saw Evolution was on his way to exit. He doesn't really have that much mana, and he saw that it's actually winnable for a little bit of a trade, and he's also thankful to be able to walk out of that alive. With Momo still being around, I felt that this trade definitely still has INSOMNIAX here smiling because they managed to walk away with another Drake, but here comes the Shango.
Oh, look at the Shangs trying to get a kill on towards the Wadu here, but oh, looks like the Shuriken flip did manage to connect, but he will not opt in to go in as he was very, very low, and Spirit Rush was still indeed available just now. And it looks like INSOMNIAX is going to try and crack down this tier 1 turret on towards the mid lane, but then 69 is already standing by on towards the side here, trying to make some plays here. And it looks like the Shang is coming to help, but it seems like Ragnarok has been popped. They're trying to go in, but oh, Wildgrowth has already been used. The Wrath trying to still take some damage there in the front. Managed to pop that face rush, but did not able to catch anyone. So now they are going to go on a full retreat right now as they already got what they want. And now it seems that Baron is in the priority list for INSOMNIAX right here.
Yeah, INSOMNIAX is just managing to juggle every sort of pressure that's coming out of Geek Fam well enough, although they do drop a few members from a few of these skirmishes out there. The concern to me is that Momo is honestly not having the best time as an Ezreal getting into this early game, but once he does get his items up available and look at the build he's going for a Trinity Force instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet, which benefits him since that you do have pretty much an Olaf on the other side. It doesn't matter if you have an Iceborne Gauntlet just to be set into place. Maybe it may help to really kite against Wrath and to really slow him down, but he goes ahead to get the big Command's Blade, which can easily stop a lot more of all these high damaging shot and of course filter it a little bit necessary. So here comes the charm.
Oh, there you go. 69 gets charm a little bit there. Void Seeker is out, but it's not going to hit 69 right there, and that's going to be 1 GA down for 69, and he's going to have to be really careful with the engagement right here. And it looks like Linus on towards Sire, goes on top, jumped on to Utaki. Ragnarok is still available for Linus, and is he going to be used? But no, it's not gonna get. He's not gonna finish that up because he knows that 69 is already there, and that could be the end of him if he decided to dive that.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough run in from time to time. Wrath now eyeing on towards this red buff. 69 is giving a little bit of room here, waiting for Nyx to provide support. Might comes through. Wrath gets it over on the corner. And here comes
that Ragnarok
connection.
That Ragnarok pop was just amazing. Momo gets taken out by Wadu right there, but at the cost of his life as well. And it looks like Geek Fam is still in it here. I mean, of course, Cyrus and also Evolution is still alive right here, but most of the ultimate has already been expended right here. It seems like both teams are just on neck to neck right now, Contra.
It definitely is. 9 points of kill on both ends. Only about 1,000 or less. Easily chaseable. And it really boils down to the sort of the establishment of control that INSOMNIAX have gotten from the early game. But that invade definitely have cost them quite a whole lot. With shutdown gold being distributed towards members of Geek Fam, this wouldn't be any sort of chance that they would be able to snatch away that Mountain Drake, judging for the fact that the rest of Geek Fam, they're already surrounding that Dragon Pit. So they really have to send too many members here to even commit towards the fight, because they know that INSOMNIAX is not going to take it, because Linus is probably way too far to even get anything done. Spirit Rush, well, Spirit Visage is going to be one of the first few items on the back of Wrath, because he wants to ensure that he can soak some of all these damage output coming from both Hockey as well as Shang. Next biggest objective that we are currently staring at is going to be that Baron, where Dragon is going to take quite a while. And so ever quickly, we are going to be looking at an Elder Infernal Drake. Possibly the best Drake that you could ever get. And now, Linus now going on the chase.
Oh, it seems like the Shang managed to stasis just in time. Managed to run away with the flash as well. Oh, it seems that Ragnarok has already been popped. Oh, the Shang managed to save himself with the blast cone. But Wards has been put right behind there. Momo is struggling a bit, but taken out immediately by Ceres. And now Geek Fam is going on a retreat here. Nyx goes into Shadow Realm, trying to run away here. But it seems that INSOMNIAX is in a really good position right now. Most of the ultimate and also the spells did, was expended, but it's going to be really good, as this is a great opportunity for INSOMNIAX to grab this Baron power play right now.
There is a ward in place. They're taking a very big risk here. Geek Fam, they can get in position, but they have already spotted out 69. They immediately go in for a kick, but they won't be able to spot it. Oh, is it still?
Oh, but it's not going to be a steal. There you go. Ragnarok's already popped again for Nia, but Linus gets taken out in the back. Meanwhile, Wrath, who's trying to stop 69 just now, was not able to. Nyx, Wrath is going to chase after Nyx, but it just wasn't enough. Wrath is going really, really low on this one, and the whole lot of Geek Fam is going for a chase right now, and Hockey managed to secure that kill, and that's going to be a 3-man down for a Baron. I definitely think that is, is not exactly worth it, but then, hey, they did manage to grab the dragon, the Baron, sorry, and Ceres and Wadu still have that Baron buff available. So they just really need, INSOMNIAX just needs to play it out really, really carefully. Keep an eye out, or perhaps maybe keep Ceres and Wadu alive for them to actually do, do the siege.
Yeah, I really felt that the Olaf has been able to make the right calls, and it's more of the priority here. Once you get the Baron buff, you need to at least risk one member to give your life away to stop Geek Fam from marching forward, which they did. Linus is already on the deficit. He doesn't really matter, because he's a tank after all. He's supposed to take all the shots available. He's just hoping to really have this Kaisa going in towards the late game and showing up. That's going to be Queen Shadows being popped up, and Linus tries to bait them into really giving away a little bit more room. And INSOMNIAX, they open up the tier 2 up mid. There's a wave crashing in towards the top side. So 30 seconds from now, we'll see another huge fight that might erupt, but Geek Fam is already calling for one. Moving into the Shadow Realm, looking for Evolution. It's going to be a little bit risky, because if they were to botch this fight, INSOMNIAX could easily just crash right in, alongside with the Baron buff that is still currently intact. They shred those turret plating, and now 5 seconds from now, Infernal Elder, Infernal Drake. Anyway, call it. It's still going to be very crucial for Geek Fam.
And I think that it's going to be really good for Geek Fam right now to try and take this, but because True Shot Bra is already out with a very nice moonfall on towards me, but Sarah has managed to pop the stasis just in time. Meanwhile, Wrath onto the back trying to get some damage down here, but Haki trying to do some damage to Linus, but Haki did not manage to survive. But Wadu with the stasis, but Guardian Angel is available for 69. Oh, the charm connects, and 69 is fall, and the whole team of not whole of course, but Geek Fam has lost 3 of their members, and it's up to Momo and Nyx to try and see what they can do here. And it seems that Momo is not even in range for that Mystic Chucks to connect. Momo on towards his side. Is he able to get this? Dragon Hound falling down. 4,000 left, 3,500. And it is Momo going to steal in with the True Shot Barrage. No! Oh, but Nyx takes it with his life as well. INSOMNIAX is in a really good position right now. They managed to secure that Infernal Elder Drake, and Nyx is already fall as well. Momo, of course, is still alive, still are able to dish out the damage, but look at the goal difference right now. It's 20 minutes into the game, and this is definitely, the late game, and everyone. And look at the Kaisa. Kaisa is already fully stacked with the Guardian Angel and Stacy as well. He could just stay safe for the entirety of the game, during those team fights. 69 also been known to try and go to the back and catch to try and catch Saris, but Saris has proved really well done in terms of keeping himself alive, and with the itemization as well. I think INSOMNIAX is in a really good spot to try and close out the game right here.
So as well, now they are also challenging for another Baron call. They've already pinged it already. They will immediately have a head start on towards tickling down the hells of Baron Nashor. Now, Chang has already thought out. Immediately pops in that perfect execution. He flashes over the wall, but that's going to be the second connection. He still has the second strike though, with a beautiful recovery. And Evolution saves Wadu at that split second, and now inside. But top side, they can completely ignore it and just slowly crash it down with all 5 members and secure game 1. Geek Fam will suffer a loss, and INSOMNIAX needing one more game to get ahead.
Is it going to be another reverse sweep game? I don't know. I mean, back then Ozoraveki did pull up a reverse sweep, but then, are they able to continue on the legacy? I'm not entirely sure. We just have to wait for the next one. But GG, well played to INSOMNIAX. Really solid gameplay. I mean, the plans that they put out was just amazing. The composition, they managed to keep their key targets live. That's the most important part. Is they are very disciplined with their usage of their summoner spells, their ultimates, and it just worked out really, really well for INSOMNIAX. And it just goes to show that how well, INSOMNIAX, although they did have a rough start, in the beginning of the series with Geek Fam as well. But hey, they managed to come back. They managed to come back really, really good. And I'm really hope to see, perhaps maybe we can see maybe another the same kind of performance on towards the next game. Who knows?
Yeah, and of course, let's have a look into the stats real quick here, because it was a lot of back and forth going on. Nyx was really holding some of the backlines of Geek Fam, and there were moments that he also come in with the clutch way of saving his teammates with that take shield that was provided with his ultimate. But Wadu and the rest of INSOMNIAX were working wonders, and unfortunately for Momo, there wasn't honestly a moment where he has been able to seek that perfect opening to take on Linus and also the rest of INSOMNIAX. Most of the time, he gets focused upon, and perhaps that pro belt needs to be swapped out when it comes down to this marksman who could already safely poke from many of all these corners. If they were to change it up to either the Stasis enchantment, it may have actually helped them a little bit more. And I kind of felt that Geek Fam, they still need to really keep everybody at sync. As I look at Momo being the lowest damage dealer, and that is where it's not really acceptable for Geek Fam. You need Momo to really pop off. But everybody is putting numbers, for sure. But if you compare it to INSOMNIAX, putting evolution aside, everyone is dealing a lot more as compared to what Momo has offered in round 1.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, to be honest, Momo was. I mean, INSOMNIAX knows that Momo is the key target here, and the way that they have a lot of the champion in the arsenal that could just try and catch Momo off guard. And most of the time, if you can see like from the positioning from Momo himself, he was just all over the place. He wasn't really sticking to the team, and with Nyx trying to help out the entirety of the team, so it was just quite difficult for Momo to just try and stay together with the team because they need to farm up. But hey, we'll see how he's gonna go in the next game.
That's right. So first, we do have moments before we get ourselves into game number 2, where Geek Fam just needing to really go for a slight bit of reset, and when they come back, I do expect changes to be met in the draft here, where there are also marksmen that can give Momo a little bit more ferocity when it comes down to securing a little bit more of an area play on the bottom lane. So when we come back, we will take 4 minutes break and we'll continue with game 2.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall, and if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons so it's quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something happening to my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, recovery. And I know what you done.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! triple kill menjadi yang keempat dan quadra kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and all you summoners out there. This is the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Fall Season 2021, and this is all made possible by Riot Games and also ESL. My apology, it's the other way around. But of course, not to forget your official tournament partners, Meggy, Hot Cup, your best friend during the middle night, and of course, my name is Flicker, and also Contra. That will be your casters for today.
Well, of course, we have some of all these games here that really shocked us out there. I know you made the prediction on the side of Geek Fam, and it seems like I am quite on the streak for today, and I'm pretty happy for that. So I'm just looking at what is about to happen in this potential final game of the night, where we will immediately move in towards the pick and bans here. INSOMNIAX needing one more win against Geek Fam, but we have predicted that this may actually go all the way in towards the full series of 3 games. So it really boils down to how this really starts off with Twist of Fate being banned out, and this is a big respect going on towards Wadu. Haki can also pick this one for himself, but it really depends on the composition. When you run into Twisted Fate, you really want to make sure that you're the one making all the calls. And if you were playing on Twisted Fate and team is behind, it's going to be a little bit rough as well. So just looking at the bans, we also have many of these mid laners are now negated from Wadu. I'm thinking that they may snatch that Ari just to further negate that pool on to see what Wadu can actually get in towards the middle lane.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But of course, the timer is going down and the Shang hasn't picked up anything yet. They're still trying it. So, of course, I do believe so that Ari is going to get picked up from the Shang. But it seems that, you know, they're still trying to figure out like who they're going to pick. But it seems like it's going to be the Olaf instead, which is going to be really good going up against, you know, all these crowd control players. As I mentioned countless of time, Olaf pops the Ragnarok, goes in. You can even see how how Linus did pull off the Olaf just now, where you just soak up all the damage, just pops in the Ragnarok, deal a little bit of damage, try to peel for your for your key players. And it seems like it's going to be a Lulu on towards the side of INSOMNIAX. And I mean, Lulu is pretty good. I mean, you can see how INSOMNIAX plays really well with the Lulu, and it seems like it's going to be the very same composition that they're going to pull out, which is going to be the Lulu and also the Kaisa on towards the side of INSOMNIAX, which is actually not bad. You have the Lulu who can keep your key targets alive. You can see how valuable Lulu just now when the Shang did try to go in onto its goes on towards Wadu just now. And and it seems like going to be a Xayah Haki bot lane.
I feel like there's a lot of other party picks that they have already secured, because they don't really have to immediately go in for the pickup of the Xayah and Braum, since INSOMNIAX have already shown their cards. So that allows Wadu to immediately go for Ari, and that's kind of like a chance wasted to get a little bit more of that priority. Akshan being flashed, but unfortunately to say, it may not be locked right in unless if we do have the clearance, but Akali is being opened up, and that's also the reason why they went in for that multitude of bans over the mid side here, to see whether if Wadu is going to be sniffing on that option. It's kind of like one way or the other that they should be able to actually get this pick going on. But Nyx will go for another sort of the trial of securing that Diana, as they've already got all of the 5 key picks coming out there. So now that you have Xayah, that's going to be having a lot more safety net on Mobo. He should be feeling a little bit more comfortable. I'm honestly unsure if this is going to be the best way to deal with the bottom lane, which has a little bit more of a room of a safety net for the Kaisa once she does hit that level 5 as well with the Killer Instinct. So it's kind of like a mixed bag when we look into the way that they really want to approach things. And now that we have pretty much the top side here being a very relatively interesting battle between the 2 Baron laners, I want to see what's going to be the result, because there is going to be a heavy influence when it comes down to what both junglers can actually contribute in towards majority of this game. So Geek Fam, we got to start off strong.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with the I mean, of course, with the pickup of the Olaf is going to be really good. They're going to be I mean, the Olaf is going to be really good in terms of just running down into the enemy team. But at the same time, you do have Linus as well, who's already on the Jarvan, which is going to be really good in locking those key targets. Provided if they have the information that if Flash is not available, then it's going to be a really good. It's going to be really good. The Cataclysm is going to lock down those key players. For example, like Nyx and even Momo. And at the same time, Lulu gets a little bit of damage there. Managed to spot out that Linus is not going on towards the blue side.
I felt like this is kind of like the same game plan that INSOMNIAX is honestly going for. The only major change is going to be in the side of the jungle, and Wadu has been able to play very, very great finishes on that Ahri. It's something to really look out for, because somebody will have to commit a whole lot just to really burn the Spirit Rush away from the side of the INSOMNIAX mid laner. So that's where they come in with pretty much the double assassin setup of the mages on both of these solo lanes. Shang hoping to connect the shuriken cliff, but he hits on for a minute, and that's going to be Apprehend being landed on top of them. But Raph would rather play it a little bit more slowly, as he will be able to safely farm from a distance. So going back towards the bottom lane here, Nyx honestly would be able to really get too much of a solid setup in the early few levels. So that's where, even if Linus is going to be nearby on towards the river, they will be looking out for a challenge, because Xayah early game is relatively weak until she does get like her first item spike.
That's a really nice cheeky steal right there, but it seems like Geek Fam will be trying to go for the engagement right here. But first blood goes towards 69, but it's going to be onto it, but it's going to pay for his life as well. 69 did a single auto attack right there and took the turret aggro. At first it actually went to the Shang, but that's going to be a 1-for-1. I would say that was quite another bad dive, I would say, but hey, now that both players did actually get the kills on each other, I don't know. I kind of seen that.
It definitely benefits the Darius a lot more. When you are going to dive at Darius, you really want to make sure that it's going to be a clean dive, and that usually permits tree members to secure that one pickup, which is not ideal. But yet again, 69, because he's an Olaf, he doesn't really have too much to really rely on the exit, unless if he runs the goals on his summoners, which is very unlikely, which we obviously see Smite is a necessity, alongside with Flash that can really gap close when it comes to dire situations, or even escape, or even do a over the wall steal at the very least. Now Geek Fam, they only have very slight lead due to the fact that there is, of course, a little bit of a better run for 69 from the start as compared to Linus here, who really needs to start looking for some of all these solid picks. And even if you go in towards the Akali, the Shang should easily move away. So it's more of like a long camp to bait out this Akali to commit to another certain dive. So Linus is kind of hanging around here with nothing too much to do. Might as well just back up and reset and decide if he wants to go in for the Rift Herald or even go in for the Mountain Drake in particular.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at the situation right now, I mean, the Mountain Drake is spawning, so it's going to be really good for both sides, as in like for Geek Fam and also INSOMNIAX. I mean, if they could actually pick up this Mountain Drake, it's going to be really good, not just only for the Braum, but also for 69 as well, who can, who can soak up a lot more damage and have those, damage, resisted. But INSOMNIAX will be trying to contest this this Mountain Drake as well, because it's going to be really good for them as well. You have Linus and also Wrath, who could just just go into the front and it just soaks up everything. But at the same time, they really need to be careful, because right now they don't have that much ward placed on towards the side on the Dragon Pit, only in the middle and also on towards the bush right there. And it seems like 69 might be able to do something here.
Oh, he gets stunned up, and that's a really good snare to really prevent Linus from coming right in. But then again, they haven't really fully started on towards this Mountain Drake. Both of them opting to contest. Pro Belt being purchased from Raph instead of getting that teleport coming in the way. Wadu now gets supported up by another Watt, so there's not really too much of a great entry point as Haki has already been camping out on the Pixel Brush. So both of them chose to reset. Now there's a little bit more sign to call in for also the Rift Herald priority. Now, Geek Fam, they are still having majority of their members coming right through, and here comes the Ragnarok coming in for potential steal, but still it's Mike coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX. Now the T5 makes through, now comes the lock that in place. A beautiful Feather Dance, and that's going to be a beautiful calling of the blades there, where Momo, he might just be shredded up. The Noxian guillotine was not needed for that double kill going on the hands of Seraph, but the Shang now on the back line, so 3 members in Evolution does not really have mana. Voice Seeker does not really land as well. Shang, he will slowly make an exit as he cuts across the tier 2. Linus is also going to be looking out for him. He does have the shuriken flip. Now, it may just be a turnaround, but Geek Fam kind of committed a whole lot just to even get near towards this Drake in hopes of stealing it. Unfortunately, 69 was only 1 second too late. Raw Phase is already up, but the next priority here is going to be on top of this Rift Herald, and INSOMNIAX will have to give way. They've already had a lot of resources expended, and hence why Geek Fam will be getting this one for free.
Yeah, and on top of that, I just like to point out that I actually don't agree when INSOMNIAX decided to chase down the chase down the Shang, who is already making his way on towards the Baron side. When you chase them. When you chase that one particular enemy down, it actually buys time for the enemy team to try and to respawn and go for that Rift Herald. They wasted a lot of their time. If they could have just go back and reset and purchase some additional items, it could have given them the opportunity for them to actually try and contest for the Rift Herald as well. But as a matter of fact, that's not what they did. They wasted their time chase the Shang and ended up losing the Rift Herald. And now Geek Fam would have that pushing power that they need to try and crack some of these tier 1 turrets for them to have more control over the map.
Yeah, a little bit of support coming in from Linus, just looking around the back. There is already a ward being set up inside of the Tri-Brush, but Geek Fam needs to find a way to optimize the usage of this Rift Herald. That's going to be very crucial on how they will actually approach this upcoming setups. And there is also a way that they could wait until the next Dragon spawn and look for a double win condition if they could get a snatch on towards the Drake. But here comes the rest of INSOMNIAX. We're making a little bit of dive. Moonfall dropping right in as well, but Nyx is going to be joining alongside the way. Not looking all too good. All the minutes are gone and they are knocked up in the air. 69 is going to be moving right in. Ceres goes in with a very ambitious ultimate of the Killer Instinct. He does get one in the trade. It's going to be Linus and lost his life. The flash comes through, and Ceres the flash, and he walks away with a double kill as well. Nyx now still moving right in. Water's going to be able to punish. I don't know what he's up to, but he's going to be able to stand right behind Momo. But Wadu, he's on the lookout. He flashes for it, but now Momo will be able to punish right back at him.
Oh no, that is not.
Now here comes the Shang.
That is not one.
INSOMNIAX, they're kind of throwing this fight. Unstoppable. Oh my word, the Shang! What a beautiful shuriken flip to secure that beautiful shutdown alongside with a killing spree.
Yeah, that was Noxian guillotine pulls in, but I don't think that's what they wanted to do. INSOMNIAX again making these mistakes, wasting their time trying to get one player when they could have just go back and respawn. And now with the expense of and now it gives Geek Fam a lot of opportunity for them to actually try and get this middle turret, which is a really good, I would say, a really good damage onto the melee turret, because look at that, only 1,000 health left is going to give them a lot of opportunity. Look at it in the instant replay just now. Wadu is trying his very best to trying to get Nyx, which is, for me, it shouldn't have been done. Ceres, even though with the honey fruit still available, he needs to know that the Shang is already there. He did not have Void Seeker available, and even the flash as well. So it was a really, really bad move right there from INSOMNIAX.
Now we're going to be moving right back into the action with the next Drake already coming up online, and that big fight that has just happened. This is going to be another Drake coming in for the side of INSOMNIAX. Counters is blocking them right in with Glacial Fisher being popped up as well. Now going for a chase. Rap gun, apprehend. Now locking them in place as well. Wild Growth knocks them up in the air as well. Geek Fam, they're counter getting the members on the side of INSOMNIAX all stuck in the corner, and there's nowhere for them to hide as well. Here comes the clear state. 69 dropping really low. It will be a clutch coming out for a double kill. Sarah still survives. He still has the barrel though. But where can he run? Where can he hide? Hockey's going to be on the lookout for the next member, the final one on the back. But that Void Seeker does not land onto its Momo though. If it does, it most likely wouldn't be a kill. And Geek Fam, the way that they approach all these fights, they're looking cleaner as it goes, but they need to make sure they get first dibs on all these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to shows that, you know, these two teams really know what they wanted to do, but I'm assuming that both of these teams had a little bit of miscommunication here and there, because the way that they're taking this fight is just, you know, it's just not you know, what I would have expected, because it seems that some people are, you know, actually ready to commit to that, but there are some players who are actually do not want to commit. So I'm assuming that it's actually just a miscommunication, which I hope it's a miscommunication. But overall, both teams are, you know, they have, you know, they have the potential of, you know, winning those team fights. Like, but then they keep making these, you know, mistakes over and over again, which allows, you know, for them to, you know, capitalize on these mistakes on each other right here.
Yeah, and now with only 700 HP left on the mid lane turret for the side of Geek Fam, they honestly can still hold on to this. There's not enough new ways to crash right in. Now, Geek Fam being able to still have a little bit more room to wiggle with, but they need to send more resources over the mid side here. The wall's being brought up. Ceres walks backwards. That's gonna be a big root on top of that Lulu, but if you look at the damage output, the scaling for Momo is gonna be able to hit its optimal mark when he does get that third item on the back. So he's already working on a static shift. If he does get another item on the block, it's going to be pretty good, but Ceres has already arrived to the scene. And Geek Fam, they don't really have to fully commit, but here comes Purple Belt from Wrath. Looking for the Shang inside of the Shrouds, and one Oxygility will be able to do the trick. And can he actually get it? No! Oh my word, the Shang!
The Shang!
The Shang, the Shang. That itself is one of the nastiest final second perfect execution.
I mean, Wrath did came in really clean with that. I mean, it was quite an almost clean fight, but it's just, I would say the magic resist just wasn't there for Wrath to just try, you know, to soak up all those damage. He was 0.5 second away for hitting that Noxing Guillotine. If it did connect, that would have been the end for the Shang. But Wrath is just, you know, asserting that dominance, trying to, you know, just trying to put a lot of pressure on the Shang. But what happened just now, it means that it opens up the opportunity for the Shang to snowball even more, and, you know, being, you know, able to go to the back line during those team fights. But it seems like it's going to be Hake and Wadu now.
I guess no full commitments coming in, but here comes the Moonfall though. Won't be able to connect, and Wadu is just baiting out all the skills. And now this is time to punish. Whoa, my word! Outplays we're getting, but both of them will fall. Let's call it a truce right now from both mid laners, and they are just trying to outsmart one another. But I guess it's just a show off of what these two mid laners are capable of. Shang out, scouting out with a little bit of shuriken flip. He won't be able to dive right in though. Gives away the third dragon in the hands of INSOMNIAX. So that's not going to be enough for them to push over the mid side. But what's going on here is Linus connected with a shuriken flip. He's locking himself in, and he makes an exit, but he still finds the final blow. Here it comes, Noxing Guillotine. He finally gets the kill. As he flashes over the wall, he gets picked up by the undertow as well as the axe straight to his head. And I guess the dunks did connect. And 69 will also get one more pointer in for the side of Geek Fam. A lot too close for comfort. Look at them go. Both 50,000 already in goal.
And it's only 14 minutes in the game. And I just wanted to say the dunkster just now just got dunked. But anyway, jokes aside, we could see that, you know, the type of pickoff that, you know, both team are trying to do, which they are able to do. But it seems like middle turret will fall eventually. And now it looks like INSOMNIAX is trying to catch over onto with Momo right here. But oh, look at the damage here on for Ceres here. I mean, with the execution calling, it's going to be really good in terms of the healing. But perhaps we're going to see another fight here.
Hockey! Oh my word, that dream full! And now Water's going to be looking for the hunt. Sarah's golden. He does fire a little more time. Sarah's now looking for the hunt. He does get his hands on 69. The Shang will assassinate. Never down from the side of INSOMNIAX and still carries on. So little help left. Linus tries to fall right back. Fight a little more time. Hockey's gonna be pulled right back. Does he have the option? Yes, he will. First time connects. He does not get the performance check. Can't turn it around. And he does get stunned. Not enough.
No!
For the Shang.
The Shang pulling that quick moves on that Akali is just phenomenal. Look at him. He's just flexing right now. I cannot believe that he finally managed to pull this off. And we all know that he's always been good, very good with the Akali. But now looks like mid lane is going to get siege here. Twin Shadow already used in, but Evolution is trying to do a little bit of something here, but he's going to have to back off immediately. Now, looking at the fight, how the fight wages now, if they could have just put a ward on that one side brush, because you know that, I mean, they with the middle side here, they want to see mid turret, but there was no ward played. If they only could have put that one single ward right there, that fight could have been avoided entirely, or they could have just played it, you know, very, very well. But look at here, looks like Nick's gonna get caught up here, but no, Nyx will survive.
Thank goodness he wasn't denied this role, so he just walks off with a good flash. He had to spend 2 sums to survive. So I guess that is still alright. He's not safe his element, but the Shang will not be able to give any sort of room for Linus to escape. Second strike of the perfect execution brings Water down to 50%. Look at the output, and once he got that Lich Bane, the Shang is ready to take everybody on. Spots out double wards out here. Momo and the rest of Geek Fam, they're trying to threaten on this Baron, as they know Linus is not available, but this is where Raph, he tries to get everyone get caught up. He flashes away, he still survives. Water now is in the brink of death. He will get taken down. The Shang will be the next one to fall. Momo now to his girdle. This is a chance for Sarah to really pop up. And the rest of the members of INSOMNIAX will march it right down. And Hockey just buying a little bit more time. They can slowly march forward, but Hockey is just going to be pulling the tension away. 69. Managed to flash away. 2 members survive. And that's going to be Hockey just eventually falling downwards. Good attempt though. TP coming in. INSOMNIAX now in that pole position to secure this Baron buff. Evolution is going to be playing a risky game just to chip in a little bit more of the room. But he does have the Ocean just to get a little bit more back. But this is where the Shang, he sells his item in order to change it for a teleport play in towards the late game. So INSOMNIAX now needs to ensure that this Baron power play is worthwhile, because that team fight that they've been taking has been going on a 50-50 streak, and Geek Fam has been able to punish, and this might just be it.
Oh, very nice, very nice pickup right there. So this, I would say this is going to be a very easy Infernal Drake for them. But of course, Linus did expend his Cataclysm just now, so it's going to be really, really dangerous if he is not able to pull up the Shang right here.
But we're now trying to actually force him right back to a flip. He does find Wadu, and his health bar is burning low with the Laundry's Torment already in sight. And now, how long can Raph hold on? They do get that Drake though. So Elder Infernal with the true damage output will be able to shred upon members inside of Geek Fam. They overstate their welcome, and now Hockey's in trouble. He has to give way to the rest of INSOMNIAX, and with 4 members still helping him alive, 2 waves crashing right in, this might just be the game if they could not find enough time for inside Geek Fam. Hitting real hard, Q and hips are going to be falling right flat. Is this going to be a perfect defense coming from Geek Fam? We will help to see and find out. 69 now on the forefront. Will he able to cut it all off alongside with Chang? Now with so little help left, INSOMNIAX 2-0. crushing out Geek Fam.
What a play indeed that was. INSOMNIAX showing that they still got what it takes, even though at the face of a monster such as the Shang on his Akali, and managed to secure this really nice 2-0 victory on towards Geek Fam. And Geek Fam is gonna fall even lower into the leaderboard, and Splat Zone INSOMNIAX will be on the rise, ladies and gentlemen. And let's talk about the fight just now, Contra. For me, looking at the way that the Shang's trying to pick off, Wadu just now, for me, it just was not worth it. Because he already did manage to pick up on, Wadu. For me, what he could have done is just go on a retreat, go for the reset, and come back to the fight a little bit later. And I don't know, I think that Geek Fam, when they did try to take the fight just now, it just wasn't worth it because there was no one that was able to go behind to Ceres.
I think that there's a few factors here. I think going on Wadu wasn't really a problem. The focus on towards Raph was the one that really broke the camel's back, because Raph was basically blocking the way of their entry point in towards Dragon, right? So Shang, after committing many of all these sort of the utility another opening to actually get it towards the Drake, I think like stopping Wadu was an alright decision, because Wadu has been dishing out a lot of damage. But look at Ceres though. He only dropped twice inside of this whole battle, and he gotten a total of 14 kills. INSOMNIAX now will just further solidify that they are here to just rise up to the top, and Geek Fam will have to stay on that 7th place spot.
Yeah, most definitely. And it just goes to show that how INSOMNIAX really, they really, did really well. And look at the damage. Finally, somebody broke that 40,000 damage record, and Ceres is now on 40,450 damage inflicted onto his enemy. He was just, in a really good position throughout the entirety of this game. During those team fight, he was just able to stay behind really, really well and keep his positioning clear, even though he did at one point get caught up just now. But of course, you're Kaisa, you do have that Void Seeker. He managed to escape, with a slither of health, but still get caught on anyway. Even though they did, try to make, they did some really bad plays, I would say, really bad, pick a fight that, they shouldn't have. But eventually they did come out on top because they capitalized on Geek Fam's mistakes on going too hard on towards Wadu. And, they just able to win that, easily.
Yeah, and now that we are moving into, the end of all things, we definitely want to see if we can speak to members of INSOMNIAX. This is definitely going to be a very, very crucial win for them in order to still have that hope to get back in towards the upper half of the table. So now that they've already made it known that they are definitely ahead of Geek Fam for, 2 times in a row already, and I just felt that Geek Fam, this is going to hurt them in terms of their morale overall, where the Shang, he honestly has been playing out of his mind with a lot of all these spectacular plays, but there was honestly no follow-up to a lot of all these big plays that was being set up by Haki in multiple occasions, which could have actually turned the tides around. And there was those instances where those splits kind of cause it a little bit harder for Geek Fam to really find ways. And you also have to give the credit back towards the side of INSOMNIAX, because especially with focus back on towards the side of Geek Fam members out there, it's really Raph and the rest of the members here that has been able to find those opportunities, especially going for very risky Baron calls, which they have managed to win that fight very well so. And from there onwards, it was so hard to respond towards the members of INSOMNIAX once they secured that Elder Infernal Drake, already having the true damage and the Dragon's buff at the maximum. So let's, of course, get the interviews being done in a little bit of a moment out there. Flicker, any thoughts that you would like to actually open up with the very first question to our dear players that will be interviewing Rosie?
perhaps maybe we can, like try to pick their minds, like what happened during the draft, because you see that the Shang already pulling up that Ola. Perhaps maybe we can see what's in their mind. How about we go into and ask the man himself, Ceres from INSOMNIAX. Hi, Ceres.
Well,
Hello.
hello, Ceres, and of course, congratulations. That is a very big win. You definitely got the MVP title, probably
Yeah.
by securing 14 kills on that final game. Okay, let's talk about match one, and then we can slowly move into match two, because both games were really, really close, and I want to know who usually makes the shot calls for the side of SDGR, because you guys look very perfect when it comes down to taking all the dragons as well as the Baron call that was involving a lot of high risk.
Yeah. Actually, we all of us doing the shot call, especially the jungler, which is Linus. He's doing good at shot calling about getting objectives or what to do next. Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely think that is that sort of edge out there, and this win in Geek against Geek Fam has definitely further solidified your positioning on that table out there. And of course, you guys are still chasing to secure that upper bracket slot in towards the playoffs out there. So there's still a lot of hurdle out there, but for you, when you join in towards INSOMNIAX, how do you feel like how the team has been coping, even though in such high pressure situation week after week? How's everybody, like, are they like stressed up, or like everyone's pretty chill about things? Yeah, we want to know what's going on behind the scenes alongside with you guys.
Actually, we didn't expect to reach this far, so we really feel pressure because all teams is really strong. So I think we're just doing our best so we can win uh, if possible.
All right, and of course, we do have one more question to you. Now, I've been watching you play on the marksman role, and I think that you're definitely one of the great marksmen that we have had here in the C Icon series MY. And honestly, I've been really amazed at how clean you guys play. So, any sort of tips, as well as how to get good when you go into solo queue, as well as when you duel with a partner on that marksman role? Yeah.
Okay, I think you should analyze the game. Uh, I mean, know your positioning, and then know their weakness about what to do, or who to kill first, so you can take the advantage.
Yeah, and of course, thank you for all these sort of great tips. And of course, I give you one chance to shout out to all the fans out there supporting you, as well as INSOMNIAX, and what this win means to all of you guys.
Shout out to all my fans if we have won, and also shout out to my friends in Philippines. Shout out to my family. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Of course, thank you so much, Ceres. And of course, congratulations once again. Keep it up, guys. And of course, we'll see you guys up on those leaderboards.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ceres. And of course, that was a great statement game. And now Geek Fam getting this, of course, hard to accept defeat. And that's also due to the fact that INSOMNIAX has been performing out of their minds out there. And I just felt that this is where even Ceres said that this whole entire league of the C Icon series in Malaysia has been absolutely tough, and it won't get any easier down the road, because we are slowly getting ourselves closer and closer to playoffs.
Yeah, most definitely, and I really like the story that has been crafted. Throughout the entirety of the Icon series, you see some of the Titans fell, and you see some of the the underdogs, or David, as you guys would like to call it, are on the rise and is looking pretty hungry to grab to become one of the best in Malaysia as well. And it really goes to show us, like these teams really do. keep the competitive sport alive as well. And of course, let's take a look at who is the MVP or player of the match for the previous game. And of course, it's going to be Saris with that really high kill death assist ratio. I think it's hands down. He would be the MVP. I expected this, of course.
Yeah, and of course he is rightfully so. I think he has been able to deal one of the highest damage that we've ever seen from any Kai'Sa player for today, and his positioning throughout the entirety of the game was impeccable. Although there was so many chaotic fights that was brought forward coming in from inside of Geek Fam, he always looks for that perfect positioning, whether he's alone or with the rest of his teammates all around him. He kept himself safe, and he's only dropped twice as compared to 14 kills to be taken against Geek Fam. So if you're not looking at Saris, who else would you be looking at for this player of the match? You got to give it to him, and shout out to all of the Philippines who have been supporting all of your fellow men who are playing in the ESL Mobile Open Sea Icon Series in Malaysia. So the Philippines represent from across multiple of this team, and today we have definitely seen Sarah as being the all-star here in this very final match, and I just can't help but to be on the amount of dedication as well as the effort that they put in to hone their craft to be able to achieve such spectacular feat, and even taking this leap of faith to join in towards a brand new region in hopes to qualify for the Southeast Asia Championship is something that every player is dreaming of, and they are working very hard towards the dream, and that deserves nothing but the most amount of respect.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at all these teams, I mean, looking at all these players, we can really see the efforts that they put in, the hard work that they work with each other, and it really goes to shows that these all of these teams are really hungry, and they really want to win this. They want to be represent Malaysia, and it really is I would say a fresh competitive scene at the moment, and I really do like the current situation. Even with the current situation that we're in, we still see some of these players have the passion to be the best amongst the best, of course.
Yep, indeed, and I just really want to see that there is more of all these players here showing the best performance week after week, training after training, scrims after scrims here, and it is down towards the end of the day here where we tabulate all the scores, and this is how it all comes down to the next couple of days where we'll see the final few games to be played out by majority of the teams. Berjaya Dragons has been able to score the top position with score difference of 9 as they tie the points with SDGR Iblis with 15 alongside with under that third spot as well. It's always about the difference of the round wins as well as the losses to differentiate between some of the series that we have concluded, and Sem 9 will finish off on that 4th place position, remain unchanged, but SDGR Iblis is further solidified their position as currently the second best team, and they're looking for that game against Berjaya Dragons that's going to be coming up within the upcoming week.
Yeah, and of course you do have the top 4 as well. INSOMNIAX is battling out for the 4th or 5th place together with Sem 9. So these two teams really need to I would say they really need to win for the next couple of games if they would like to actually keep their positions in here. I mean, INSOMNIAX needs to win. Insomniac needs to win more games for them to actually take the 4th spot, and Sem 9 really needs to win their next 2 games to actually keep that spot. And of course, Geek Fam is currently, with that loss that they suffered, is at the 6th place, and of course the last 2 will be Silent Killer and Assassin Academy. And of course, everyone has been, working really hard on this, and I just want to take some time to really do appreciate all of the players that actually, bringing it out, duking it out with the healthy, I would say in a healthy environment. I really do enjoy that. Of course, exactly in a healthy environment in terms of esports, not, with the current pandemic that is going on right now.
That's right, and of course, shout out to everybody behind the scenes that's also working hard behind the production screens, as well as the ones that have been able to provide us with every epic action that is here being displayed. And first of all, Of course, we give thanks to both ESL as well as Riot Games for putting all of this together, and also our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, because without them, this will not be made possible. So also, for those of you guys who are currently tuning in as well, as much as we are nearing towards the end of the show, we want to show you what is in store for us for the upcoming week. So make sure you guys lock in your calendar on Monday as well as Thursday, because your favorite matches, your favorite teams will be happening from 6 p.m., 8 GMT. That's gonna be the same time zone for Malaysia, Singapore, as well as the Philippines. So, well, you guys can definitely chill and hang out with us here at the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific presented to you, the C Icon Series Malaysia. So, I have definitely loved that there's so many things that pro players here have been able to put forward, as also sacrifice their time and effort to, in order get their hands on that coveted trophy by the end, and proving themselves as the best of not only Malaysia as a region, but in Southeast Asia and beyond, because there is a chance where the upcoming tournament is going to be scaling into some really huge international feat as well. But for that, I will keep you guys posted on what's about to come. Make sure you guys, of course, stay safe and healthy all the time, and we hope that you guys have been able to enjoy yourselves throughout the entirety of the broadcast. You know, Flicker, it's been quite a long day, but we will have to take a look at what the schedule will bring to us in the upcoming week. And oh boy, day 7, we are in for a treat.
You got a lot of spicy matches right here. We have UndeRank going up against Geek Fam, SDGR EA going up against Silent Killer, and of course Assassin Academy going up against M9. And of course, last but not least, the last match will be INSOMNIAX going up against Berjaya Dragon. I am definitely looking forward to all these matches, but hey, hopefully you guys are too. So 9th of August on next Monday, and make sure to tune in. If you prefer the English broadcast, you can guys head on to twitch.tv/ESL_Asia, or hey, if you prefer the Malay version, there's always going to be on Facebook, which is at ESL page. So don't forget to like those pages and even give it a follow button. Perhaps maybe you will be notified when the matches, or when the live shows are live, of course.
Well, we will definitely be coming back here for more on that Monday evening. So make sure you guys tune right in, whether if you guys are on your browsers, on your big screen TV, or even on your mobile phones out there enjoying every piece of the action. And for all of us here who are avid fans as well as enthusiasts of Wild Rift, you guys could keep playing on for the Sentinel of Light event, where you can walk away with all these amazing great rewards that you guys can also gain by just playing your favorite champions out there and your favorite Sentinels to defeat the ruination that has been caused upon the land of Runeterra overall. So I guess that is all that we have for the moment. I hope that you guys have been able to enjoy the entirety of the show, and I do apologize if there's going to be any shortcomings coming from me or even Flicker. And we thank you guys for giving all of your love and support, and I hope you showed some towards ESL Riot Games alongside with our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup.
Yeah, and of course, make sure to stay safe, and just generally keep yourself clean every single time, because the pandemic isn't going to be over anytime soon. So if you haven't gotten your vaccine, I really do hope that you guys got your vaccine as soon as possible. Together, we will make our, I would say, a herd immunity to further protect us against the dangers of COVID-19. So of course, with that being said, allow me to excuse myself. My name is Flicker, and Oh, before that, I actually forgot about the community spotlight. My apologies. So, of course, we have the comments that, we have been, keeping an eye out. And, of course, the first one from Sylvester Lee. He said, RH, if I'm going to die, I'll bring you guys together.
Well, I really do love that sort of message coming in as well. So, RH usually is the playmaker of the side of Sem9's Baron lane, but Sylvester is also a great guy up in the Baron lane as well. So you really got to watch out some of these spectacular plays coming in from Stacey and Co as well. So George Amancha says, I heard Yasuo will power spike every time this character reaches 10 depths. It's a unique passive on Yasuo. Hey, you're right about this. Honestly.
That's actually true.
The thing is, like, you got to hit it towards the late game in order to achieve that 10 depth. Running it down on the mid lane does not count. Not count
Does
at
not
all.
count.
So George, yeah, gotta wait real long for that power spike.
That's actually true though, George. I'm not gonna lie to you. We have been seeing this in League of Legends PC, and of course, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna continue in Wild Rift as well. So of course, you're gonna have to, head into the late game, of course. And of course, next we have Muhammad Aidil F, who said, "I wonder what will it be. Olaf is featured in KDA skins lineup."
Imagine if he, instead of representing Pentakill on the drums, he's gonna be dressed up in like tights on Olaf. You know, he's gonna be just flexing those biceps, shiny biceps, and belt out some great pop songs. I want to hear how it sounds like, honestly. KDA Olaf, can we make it happen for 2021? Not Mr. Chi, if you are hearing this, it just send some message to the guys back in Riot Games, of course. Maybe your dreams will come true. So, Idil, you gotta wait. One day. Well, if Stargarden Urgot has happened over the years on the PC side, I guess this might just be possible. But don't worry.
Of course.
But there's a lot of all these great skin that's already available in the Wild Rift store out there. If you guys haven't checked out the Sentinel skin or even the Ruination setup, I definitely love them, and especially like both sides of the coin. They look amazing, and one of my favorites out there for even the Ruination is Shyvana, where she just looks so great when she turns into that dragon form. But you know, as I slowly geek out on so many great stuff that's happening in Wild Rift, I hope you guys can spend a lot more time playing with all your friends as well as family members if they do. First, let's spend time with you guys playing Wild Rift, and we are going to be back here for more on our Monday run of ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, bringing you all the action that there is on C Icon Series Malaysia. This is League of Legends Wild Rift. Stay safe. We love you guys as a community. And of course, big shout out to ESL alongside with Riot Games. And big thank you to Maggie Hot Cup as our official tournament partners. I guess that's all from me. Any words from you, Flicker, before we go?
Nope, not me. I think I'm already good. So make sure you guys take care and stay safe out there. Hopefully I will see you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Pulapan lagi nyawa Nanda dan itu the Infernal Pounder Turi Solar Blade. Lupa kepada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Pounder. Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons so it's quick, push it off a new assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like switches. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. In the other part, recovery. And I love what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait! Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is that I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind, are you feeling this too?